dispense with the roll call. First and foremost, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion duly seconded. The roll call is dispensed with.
I also move for the dispense with the reading of the previous minutes and approval of the same, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion by the Vice Chair. Any second? Duly seconded by the Honorable Olivares. The Chair, no objections. The motion of the Honorable Pimentel is hereby approved. We'll go first to approval. May I now ask for the acknowledgement first of the members before we go to the approval of, may I ask the Committee Secretary to call the names of the members present at today's hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, dear members. We have the following members in attendance. Vice Chairperson Johnny T. Pimentel. We also have Honorable Jose C. Alvarez, Honorable John Tracy F. Cagas. We have Honorable Stella Luz A. Kimbo, Honorable Edwin L. Olivares, Honorable Sergio Dagohoc. We also have Deputy Speaker David J. Suarez, Deputy Majority Leader Janet Garin, Honorable Dan Fernandez, Honorable Robert, Honorable Francisco Paulo Ortega, Honorable Jervin Jinky Beatrix Luistro, Honorable Lordance Juan, Honorable Rufus Rodriguez. We also have Honorable Amparo Maria Zamora, Honorable Glona G. Labad-Labad. We have Honorable Joseph Gilbert Violago, Honorable Francisco Bingo Matugas. Your Honors.
Thank you very much. There being a quorum, we now proceed for the Good afternoon, members of this committee. We also welcome our guests and resource persons. Thank you very much for your cooperation and assistance to the committee. This year, the Committee on Franchise remains committed to ensuring its franchise grantees are prepared to deliver essential services to their respective areas. First on our agenda today is the inclusion in the agenda of the approval of the committee reports and substitute bill of House Bills 9429 and 9684 for Cargelco, 0502 for Panelco, House Bill 10693 of Zaneco, and House Bill 9147 of Canoreco. The approval of the House Committee reports and substitute bills were included in the December 9, 2024 committee hearing and agenda. Due to the absence of a quorum, we are again scheduling its approval. We now move, we ask the Honorable Johnny Pimentel for the approval of the various committee reports and substitute bills.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the committee report and corresponding substitute bill of the following bills. House Bill number 9429, House Bill number 9684, House Bill number 10502, House Bill number 10693, and House Bill 9147. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion by the Honorable Johnny Pimentel, seconded by the Honorable Presti De Jesus. The Chair hearing no objections. The committee reports and substitute bills are hereby approved.
Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Olivares, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move that all members of the committee and the congressmen and women present on this committee level will be a co-proponent of these bills.
There's a motion by the Honorable Edwin Olivares, seconded by the Honorable Villago. Motion of the Honorable Olivares hereby approved. Thank you, Honorable Olivares. Next on our agenda is the motu proprio inquiry on the performance of franchise grantee, National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, known as NGCP. For this meeting, we have invited resource persons from the Department of Energy, Energy Regulatory Commissions, National Electrification Administration, Security and Exchange Commission, National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, Philippine Independent Power Producers Association, the Independent Electricity Market Operator of the Philippines, Synergy Grid and Development of the Philippines Incorporated, Power Sector and Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation, National Association of Electricity Consumers for Reforms, Philippine Competition Commission, the Provincial Government of Iloilo, More Electric Power Corporation, and the National Telecommunications Commission, better known as NTC. As provided under the rules of the House of Representatives, the Committee on Legislative Franchise has jurisdiction over all matters directly and principally relating to the grant, amendment, extension, or revocation of franchises. This committee, with its mandate, must ensure that the privilege of a franchise is given to those who have complied with our laws and have worked for the good of the Filipino people. As always, it is a common good that the committee continues to strive for in this process. Maraming salamat po. Now I ask the COMSEC to please inform this committee to who are the resource persons who are invited and who are here present in today's hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have invited resource persons from the Energy Regulatory Commission, and we have here in attendance the Chairperson and CEO Mona Lisa Di Malanta. We also have the Commissioners Alexis Lumbatan, Catherine Maceda, Floricinda Baldo Digal, and Commissioner Marco Romeo Fuentes. They are assisted by Attorney Krisha Marie T. Buela, the Director for Legal Service, Attorney Josine Alessandra Gamboa, the head of...
Mr. Chairman, could we have our distinguished resource persons raise their hand and acknowledge their presence, because we would like to see them here in this August People's Center. Can we please ask them to raise their hands and say present?
Please, yes, we will ask. I will ask the committee secretary, based on the request of the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, that all resource persons raise their hands and say that you are present once acknowledged by the committee secretary. Committee secretary, please repeat.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have the Chairperson for ERC and CEO Mona Lisa Di Malanta,
Present, Your Honor.
Commissioner Alexis Lumbatan,
Present, Your Honor.
Commissioner Catherine Maceda,
Present, Your Honor.
Commissioner Floricinda Baldo Digal,
Present, Your Honor.
Commissioner Marco Romeo Fuentes,
Present, Your Honor.
and they are assisted by Attorney Krisha Marie Buela, the Director for Legal Services, Attorney Josine Alessandra Gamboa, and there are several technical staff. They are assisting them at the back, seated at the back of ERC. And from the Department of Energy, we have Undersecretary Sharon S. Garin. From the National Electrification Administration, we have Deputy Administrator Rosan Rosero Lee. From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, we have Attorney Ron Michael Uy.
Present, Your Honor.
From the Securities and Exchange Commission, we have Attorney R.J.A. Bernal
Present, Your Honor.
and Attorney Abigail Shekina Tria.
Present, Your Honor.
From the Philippine Competition Commission, we have Ms. Maria Dominique Lucenario.
Present, Your Honor.
From the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, we have Attorney Lali O. Malyari, the Legal Counseling Assistant of the Office of the General Counsel.
Present, Your Honor.
And Mr. Giovanni Randolph Galang, the Assistant Vice President and Head of the Technical Management Department. From the Independent Electricity Market Operator of the Philippines, we have Attorney Richard Netherscott. From the National Transmission Corporation, we have Engineer Fortunato C. Lanes, the President and CEO.
Present, Your Honor.
From the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation, we have the President, Dennis Edward de la Serna.
Present, Your Honor.
From MORE, they are represented by Mr. Roel C. Castro, the President and CEO.
Present, Your Honor.
From the NCL Power Consulting Corporation, we have Chris Pauline Tampinco,
Present, Your Honor.
the President, and the Peter Jacobus Neld, a Director. From the Royal Asia Appraisal Corporation, we have Engineer Elmer.
Madam, Mr. Chairman, we will know the presence of the previous one, our
Peter
friend, director of what company?
Director of NCL Power Consulting Corporation, Mr. Peter Jacobus Nell.
Thank you.
And from the Royal Asia Appraisal Corporation, with Engineer Elmer R. Rivera.
Present, Your Honor.
We have invited the Synergy Grid and Development Philippine Incorporation and the Provincial Government of Iloilo. We sent the invitation on January 8, but we have not received any feedback for their attendance, Your Honor. Your Honors?
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
The,
Mr. Chair.
Dan Fernandez.
Honorable Dan Fernandez.
Yeah, in the last hearing, we have invited several personalities, like in the person of Anthony Almeida, the President and CEO of NGCP, Mr. Robert Kyoto, Mr. Henry C., the owner of Taipan 1, Pacific 21, and also Monte Oro and Calaca. And the other board of directors of the said companies, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. The
Nandito
Honorable
po ba
Dan
sila?
Fernandez. May I ask from NGCP, the Honorable Dan Fernandez mentioned the names that were board members that were invited. May I know if they're arriving in today's hearing? NGCP
Mr. Chairman,
Attorney Malyari, you're
Mr.
recognized.
Chairman.
The Honorable Deputy
Yes.
Speaker J.J. Suarez.
yes, along that line of Congressman Dan Fernandez, I also made a motion to invite representatives from the State Grid International Limited, namely Mr. Zhu Guangchao, Yao Yusheng, Mr. Wang Lijin, and Mr. Liu Jinhua. There are also shareholders into NGCP. I also would like to ask Mr. Chair, are they present in today's hearing?
Attorney Malyari, please respond. Closer to your microphone, we can't hear you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chair, we are in receipt of the invitation to Mr. Almeida. And in that regard, Mr. Chair, Mr. Almeida will not be able to attend today's hearing due to prior commitment. And the letter in connection with this one has been provided the Honorable COMSEC. Meanwhile, Mr. Chair, I believe we are not in receipt of any invitation from the COMSEC as written invitation, Mr. Chair, as regards the invites for Monte Oro, Grid Resources Corporation, Calaca High Power Corporation, Synergy Grid and Development Philippines, Inc., and State Grid International Development Limited, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I have received the letter of Attorney Almeida, the President and CEO, and regrettably, sinabi niya po dito that I will be unable to attend in person due to prior commitments, Attorney. Is it that important that he needs not to attend this very important hearing today? Mas
Mr.
importante po ba kaya yung prior commitment kesa sa hearing po ng franchise committee? If I may ask lang po.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, we understand that our hearing today is really significant and important. Mr. Almeda, I am pretty sure has weighed in that perhaps, Mr. Chair, hindi talaga siya kayang bumitaw dun sa prior commitment na yon, Mr. Chair. And as expressed in the letter, talagang we really acknowledge the importance and significance of this hearing, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, thank you so much for that, Attorney Malyari. Mr. Chair, may we be allowed again to invite Mr. Anthony Almeda in the next hearing? And also those we have invited, no? Probably if they haven't received any written invitation, may we ask the COMSEC if they have sent a written invitation to those people we have invited? Baka naman may failure ang part ng COMSEC.
Definitely to Mr. Almeida, there was an invitation. That's why he has a reply. But for the other officers, since it was moved in the previous hearing, so no invitation has been sent. But now I'm directing the COMSEC that a written invitation still should be sent, even though there was a motion in the last hearing. So I'm going to ask them again to send a written invitation to the people that has been moved. Okay,
Mr. Chair.
it's been moved and duly seconded that these people are invited, should be invited. So
Yeah.
a written invitation, in my opinion, is still needed to ensure their presence in the next hearing. So I asked the COMSEC, I ordered the COMSEC to please give a written invitation to the people that have been invited to this hearing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
And
Because
Anthony Almeida will be
other
given-
resource persons are here, and I think it's unfair to them being present today while the others are not. And considering that it is the failure of the COMSEC, in not inviting them, pwede bang mag-move na i-contempt natin ang COMSEC? Hindi, joke lang, pero Mr. Chairman, sana po ay, kasi very precious yung ating mga oras, and I hope that the COMSEC will be prudent enough to invite them in writing, kasi we moved that in the last hearing, and I hope that next time around, sana po ay gawin po natin yung ating trabaho. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you
And
very
again, Mr. Chairman, we will be inviting those people that I've mentioned in the last hearing. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dan Fernandez. And also, happy birthday. The Honorable Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the Chair that letters of invitation should be sent. We would just like to request in the principle of due process, because these personalities are also very busy in their corporate affairs, to give them the time. And to me, a 7-day period will be okay. In other words, give time. We give them that invitation immediately, and then give them time, because so that they cannot anymore explain that they have prior appointments. So a week's time will be okay.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Rufus Rodriguez.
Mr. Chair, may I?
The Honorable Presley De Jesus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Congressman Rufus, no? Anyway, meron naman tong second round, so let's invite them. Whatever the available resources as far as NGCP is concerned, we can extract information from them. Siguro, follow up na lang for the next hearing. Definitely, it's going to be a long hearing itong NGCP case. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very
Chairman.
much, Honorable Presley De Jesus.
Mr. Chair, lastly,
Yes.
I had been advised by the COMSEC that they have no address of those people we have invited in the last hearing, and they have sent a email on those personalities. Unfortunately, they haven't replied on the email. Most likely, baka mali yung email, or they haven't really gotten the message. So, can we ask Attorney Malyari where to send this invitation?
Attorney Malyari.
Mr. Chair, I have here a copy of the GIS 2024, and I can provide this to the COMSEC. The address of Monte Oro Grid Resources Corporation, Alaka, Synergy Grid, and State Grid are here, Your Honor. So they may be able to send mail matters.
And also the Pacific 21 and the Taipan 1.
They are not here, Your Honor.
No, I mean,
they are
not
not
in the,
here in the GIS that
GIS.
I have.
Can you kindly give it to us? Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you po. So, Mr. Chairman, siguro we can direct our COMSEC to write a letter to those addresses that are written in the GIS. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Para at least sigurado na po tayo na mapapadala po yung mga letters doon sa ating pong mga resource persons. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Dan Fernandez. In our last meeting held December 2023, the NGCP, along with other resource agencies, were required to prepare their respective comments about the issues raised to submit relevant information requested by the committee members. A few key points were raised in the last meeting. First, ERC confirmed that there are uncompleted projects that are being charged to consumers. It was also opined that the NGCP experiences delays in completing its projects because it uses most of its funds to pay out dividends to its stockholders. Following this, the Independent Electric Market Operator of the Philippines committed to prepare its organization's simulations on the effects of NGCP's delays. Another point mentioned was that the dispersal of ownership clause in NGCP's grant has not complied with the same, as there has been no public offering as agreed upon, and due to NGCP's structure, foreigners, most especially China, may end up owning more than 40% of the company, with PCD foreign nominees adding to its stake, leading to a national security implication. Concerns were also raised regarding NGCP's installing telecommunication facilities on its sub-transmission facilities, making it imperative to review the franchise grant because of possible missed potentials. The telecommunications installations were not contemplated when the concession agreements were signed. And such, there is a need to discuss the importance of this business. Finally, there were also claims that NGCP committed other violations in the purchase of certain properties. Given the issues raised and alleged violations committee, the committee approved a motion to have a motu proprio review and analysis of NGCP's performance as a franchise grantee. So the floor is now open for questions that any member may have, but maybe if I may be able to throw the first question, I would like to ask NGCP if they have indeed submitted all that they were required to submit last January 7, 2025.
Again, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chairman, sorry. Before we proceed, can I just ask if our new resource persons have already been sworn in?
Okay. Oh, yes. On the request of the Deputy Speaker on the questions he raised, may I ask everyone, all resource persons, to please rise for the oath to be made by the committee secretary. Also those.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this congressional inquiry, so help you God? Thank you.
Please take your seats. Thank you. So, again, Attorney Manyari, you have the floor. Have you submitted the documents requested from you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, our submission due to volume are in tranches. We submitted 6 January 2025, one, the list of projects per contractor from 2009 to present, and that in this submission, Mr. Chair, we also submitted write-up comments as regards the following issues, Mr. Chair. One is the telecommunication infrastructure within transmission assets. Second is the expropriation of the SSS property. Next is the status of completion of the 3 by 100 MVA Iloilo substation to connect more power. Next is the rules on manual load dropping implementation raised again by more power. Then another issue that was tackled in the paper that we submitted is the lack of substation capacity in Pangasinan, allegedly causing delays in the connection of RE power plants. And then we also made a response, Mr. Chair, to the statement, quote, tapos na generation project, wala pa ang transmission, end quote. We also made a response, Mr. Chair, to the statement, kahit hindi bilisan ni NGCP ang implementation ng project, nakaka-recover naman sila ng as-spent capex, end quote. We also submitted a write-up, Mr. Chair, by way of response to the statement, quote, mahal-mahal ng presyo ng kuryente dahil nagbabayad tayo ng mga proyektong hindi pa tapos, end quote. We also submitted, Mr. Chair, the current status of ancillary services, that's AS contracting, and a write-up on the conduct and completion of the SIS, that's System Impact Studies, and a write-up on the study by the DOE on the effect of heat index on demand, as well as we provided a short status of the Claver-Siargao interconnection project. These are all submitted January 6, 2025. Meanwhile, Mr. Chair, we also made a submission in our letter dated 10 January 2025, again, a paper containing NGCP's response to the inquiry regarding land acquisition under its name. And also, we submitted a copy of the concession agreement between PESAM, Transco, and NGCP. And also, in connection with the dispersal of ownership requirement provided under Section 8 of RA 9511, we wrote in our letter, Mr. Chair, that NGCP would like to note that it has been deemed compliant by the ERC as provided in its order dated 26 May 2022, and I quote, after due deliberation and thorough evaluation of all the evidence submitted and all the information gathered by the Commission pursuant to its regulatory powers, the Commission hereby finds the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, NGCP, as compliant with the dispersal of ownership requirement under Section 8 of Republic Act Number 9511, end quote. So those are our submissions, Mr. Chair, as regards the matters taken up during our hearing last December 23, 2024. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Attorney Malyari, as far as the GIS and other ownership documents, have you submitted that?
Mr. Chair, we received on January 7 a letter from the COMSEC requiring us to submit the GIS and AFS of four entities, Your Honor, and these are Monte Oro Grid Resources Corporation, Calaca High Power Corporation, Synergy Grid and Development Philippines, Inc., and State Grid International Development Limited. Mr. Chair, considering that we are not in possession of these corporate records, we sought time, Mr. Chair, for which to submit this. We will coordinate with these entities, Mr. Chair, for us to be able to submit this.
But Attorney, those documents were already requested on the December 23 hearing. And that's the reason why January 6 was given to you as a deadline. So the January 7 letter is not to inform you, but to remind you that you have not complied with those documents.
Mr. Chair, we are in coordination with this as soon as possible, Mr. Chair. As soon as available, we will submit it, Mr. Chair.
What is holding you back? Bakit hindi nyo masabit yung napaka-importanting dokumento na yan?
Mr. Chair, hindi po kasi kami, iba po kasi siyang entity, Mr. Chair. So, kino-coordinate namin sila, Mr. Chair, with their respective corporate secretaries, Mr. Chair.
Okay. How long do you need for you to comply with this? Kasi you were given already 2 weeks to produce all of these documents.
Mr. Chair, our letter provided 31 January 2025. We'll endeavor this week, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
The Honorable Rufus
the
Rodriguez.
best way, the best procedure here is to request the entity itself, because these are separate entities having separate corporate personalities. Since Ms. Malyari is giving us the addresses of these 4 corporations, we should direct these corporations to submit the GIS and others. Because we cannot go to another entity, the NGCP, when there are separate corporate entities. So I would suggest that we direct our committee secretariat to directly request them to file within 3 or 4 days, so that we can complete these documents. So I would suggest that instead of asking a third party to make efforts to get from other separate corporate entities.
The Honorable Rufus Rodriguez. These entities mentioned are all incorporators of NGCP. Therefore, it is...
It doesn't matter, Mr. Chairman. When there is a corporate entity, it is separate from whoever will be the corporate stockholders of this corporation. So the best way really, Mr. Chairman, is to ask them and to be signed by their officials that these are the true GIS submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission. That is how it is in corporate law, Mr. Chairman. So my suggestion is just very simple. We have the names and addresses of the corporations. Direct them to be the one to submit to this committee, so that it will not pass other hands.
Yeah.
Because the stockholders are different from the corporation itself. There arises a corporate entity that is new and different from the stockholders, whether personal or corporations themselves. So that is my suggestion,
Thank
Mr.
you very
Chairman.
much, Honorable Rufus Rodriguez. We take note of that. But for NGCP, as agreed upon, you were supposed to submit the GIS for all. So may we also emphasize that the commitment that you made in the last hearing should be honored. So I'm sure, as the company that is subject of this inquiry, it behooves you that I'm sure by now you have documents that of all of them, di ba? Hawak ko niya. Pero yung suggestion ni Honorable Rodriguez, we will also take note of that, no? Pero palagi ko meron din po kayong kopya niyan. Kasi
Mr.
it is to your interest that you know all the incorporators of all of these corporations that are part owners of NGCP.
Sabihin na natin documents.
Attorney Malyari.
We have coordinated, Mr. Chair, we have coordinated with these entities in order for them to give us the GIS and the AFS.
So we will be expecting that in the next hearing. So please submit it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, just a question. That's a
The
query.
Honorable Ace Barbers of the 2nd District of Surigao del Norte.
Thank you, Mr.
recognized.
Chair. Mr. Chair, I was just wondering whether we have asked our resource persons a copy of the shareholders agreement among the shareholders of the NGCP. Have they submitted this document to this committee, Mr. Chair?
The Honorable Barbers, what we have is the GIS, the General Information Sheet, but the shareholders agreement, we are not in possession of that. The question of the Honorable Barbers is, have you requested for it? We have, so that's also
I
something.
think, Mr. Chair, that based on the transcript of the previous hearings, there was a request for a copy of the shareholders agreement among the shareholders of the NGCP. And if they have not submitted this document to this committee, I believe this is a very important piece of document that can inform this body as to what legislative actions we can take after the committee hearing, Mr. Chair.
Attorney Malyari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to make a manifestation insofar as, Mr. Chair, insofar as the shareholders' agreement in a proceedings with the Senate Committee on Energy, where there was also a request for a copy of the shareholders' agreement. There are several manifestations in that letter, Mr. Chair, as regards the submission thereof. And if I may be allowed to quote a bit.
Please.
So
Proceed.
in that letter, Mr. Chair, what NGCP stated is that, quote, NGCP respectfully manifests that the shareholders' agreement is the subject of and has been produced as evidence in an ongoing arbitration proceedings administered by the Singapore International Arbitration Center, SIAC, between NGCP as claimant and the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation, PISAM, and the National Transmission Corporation, Transco, as respondents. As evidence in an arbitration proceeding, the shareholders' agreement is protected by confidentiality under Section 23 of Republic Act Number 9285 or the Alternative Dispute Resolution. I'll go on the last paragraph of the letter to the Senate Committee on Energy, Mr. Chair. Should the Senate insist, quote, should the Senate insist on the production of the shareholders' agreement relative to matters in which it may potentially legislate, it should issue the corresponding subpoena ducis tecum for the protection of NGCP. Otherwise, NGCP may be held in breach of its confidentiality obligations, end quote, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
so,
Mr. Chairman,
wait, so, Attorney Milyari, what date is that? Anong sulat, anong petsa ho niyan?
May 24, 2023, Mr. Chair.
And since 2023, what is the status of that? Did you submit? Did they submit? Did they give a subpoena?
Mr. Chair, can you give me like 1 minute? Because I was not the one attending this.
Okay, so please look for that.
Yeah.
Look for that. The status. I'll give you 1 minute, but I just would like to remind everyone that Section 1 of the Rules of Procedures governing inquiries in aid of legislation of the 19th Congress, Section 1, Paragraph 2, the filing or pendency of a case before any court, tribunal, or quasi-judicial or administrative body shall not stop or abate any inquiry conducted to carry out a legislative purpose. So that's in our rules, okay?
yeah, in
Thank you
addition to
very
that,
much.
Mr.
The
Chair, if I
Honorable,
may,
Robert Ace Barbers.
the reason why I feel that that document is very important in this inquiries because we'd like to determine, no, sino ba talaga nagko-control ng NGCP? Di ba? Is it run, controlled, managed, operated by the Chinese? Or is it really the Filipino? So, kaya very crucial ito, Mr. Chair, because we'd like to determine up to what extent does the foreign incorporators or counterpart have influence over the management, operation, and control of this corporation. So this is really a very important piece of document, Mr. Chair. And as you stated, based on our rules, no one can deny us this document once it is asked and demanded by the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very
Mr.
much,
Chairman.
Honorable Barbers. The Honorable J.J. Suarez, Deputy Speaker.
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I remember in the last December 23 briefing that we had, it was this representation that moved for a copy of the shareholders' agreement. And in fact, during the time that we had the briefing on the 23rd of January of December of last year, up until last week, I was requesting from the COMSEC a copy of the shareholders' agreement. Unfortunately, since the time that we had the briefing and until last week, wala pong pinadalang kopya ang NGCP ng shareholders' agreement. Now, the good Congressman Barbers has already emphasized the importance of why we need to have a copy of that shareholders agreement. So therefore, Mr. Chairman, I move that we subpoena Duces Tecum, the shareholders agreement
Second motion.
of NGCP with the shareholders, Mr. Chair. So
Thank
move.
thank you very much, the Honorable J.J. Suarez, duly seconded by the Honorable Dan Fernandez. Any objections? The chair, any objections? The motion is hereby approved. Comsec, please prepare the necessary documents for submission before the next hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
The Honorable Deputy Speaker, you still have the floor.
along the line of the subpoena that we have just acted upon, can I just request that the chair also give a timeline? At least it is something that we can hold on to when NGCP can comply with the committee with regards to the submission of the shareholders agreement. Kasi baka mag-comply sila sa susunod na taon pa eh. Kasi nung isang taon ko pang hiningi yung kopya, hanggang ngayon wala pa rin.
So may we ask the COMSEC, we will give you a week to proceed to produce all the documents required. So the COMSEC, may I ask Attorney Malyari that if you can please produce the documents within a week, okay? So that we can proceed smoothly and intelligently in this hearing. So COMSEC, 1 week is given to them. Thank you. We now proceed. So that's to NGCP. I just would like to ask ERC. ERC, andito po, Attorney, Chairperson Mona Lisa Di Malanta.
Mr. Chairman.
The Honorable Rufus.
Yeah, before we proceed to the ERC, it has been stated that there has been submissions of the NGCP January 6 and 9. For the better understanding of all the members of this committee and those present, may I request the copies to be given to each one of us here so that we can follow through the discussions of this hearing. So that each one of us will be holding it and can read it while there will be testimonies from resource persons.
Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, I'm asking them to provide a copy today, a copy, so that some members have been given the copy. And thank you very much for attending the hearing. So a copy now will be given to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Honorable
Mr. Chairman.
Rufus Rodriguez. So for ERC, ano po masasabi po natin tungkol sa mga dokumentong sinabit po ng NGCP? Meron po ba kayong masasabi tungkol dito?
Mr. Chair, good afternoon. We were not furnished copies of the documents, Mr. Chair, that were submitted by NGCP.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you also please provide a copy to ERC? Thank you very much. Comsec, pakinggan ng kopya na yan so that they can peruse. Any member that would like to ask a... there are more members in today's hearing. The Honorable
Mr. Chair, may I also
Tina
ask a
Pancho
copy?
is here. The Honorable Tina Pancho, welcome. Honorable Tina Pancho. The Honorable Tony Ferrer is also here. Welcome. The Chairman of the Committee on Games. The Deputy Minority Leader, President Jesus, and the Honorable Vice Chair, Jeffrey Konghun. Thank you, sir, for attending today's hearing. We now proceed. DOE. The Honorable Sharon Garin. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you allow, we have a short presentation.
Yes, please.
And,
Your
to-
presentation, please.
And together
Enlighten
with,
us.
together with the DOE family, I think Transco and IMAP have presentations.
Transco has a different presentation.
Yes, yes, sir, because the topic is different.
So you start it off, then Transco will come in after you.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You have the floor.
Can we start with the slides, please? Next slide. I'll try to make this as brief as possible, Mr. Chair. The first slide shows the history of NGCP. No? On 2011, EPIRA was enacted. So Transco took over the transmission business, both the systems operation as well as the transmission assets. Now, when you go to 2007, that is when NGCP, they had the bidding for these functions, Mr. Chair. And at that time, it was 40%, on December 2007, 40% State Grid Corporation of China, 60% Monte Oro Grid Resources Corporation, and Calaca High Power Corporation. The offer back then was $3.95 billion, Mr. Chair. Now, moving forward, NGCP registered in 2008, and then in 2008 February, PISAM, Transco, and NGCP entered into a concession agreement. Ito yung unang agreement, Mr. Chair. Then, in the concession agreement, this is 25 years that you can extend another 25 years. So yung unang 25 will expire on 2034. At the same year, on November, Congress granted the franchise to NGCP. Why is this important, Mr. Chair? Kasi condition yan at that time ng concession agreement na kuhanin ng NGCP yung franchise it was a condition in the concession agreement, Mr. Chair. So NGCP was granted the franchise in 2008, and then and now we have NGCP both as a transmission network service provider and a system operator. Next slide, please. Next slide. So you're talking about three items here. There's EPIRA, there's franchise, and then there's the concession agreement. Sa EPIRA kasi it covers, at that time it was just Transco. No? So under this under the EPIRA, so ang system operator of the nationwide electrical transmission and sub-transmission system. It had the functions of two. I'll just go through the more important: ensure and maintain the reliability, adequacy, security, stability, and integrity of the nationwide electric grid, and the ancillary services, Mr. Chair. Now, if you go to the franchise, other than these responsibilities, it also reflected na dalawa rin yung function: system operations and the transmission assets. I'll explain later what's the difference between the two, Mr. Chair. So it has to construct, install, finance, improve, expand, rehabilitate, and repair the nationwide transmission system and the grid. Naka-include din dito, Mr. Chair, siya yung susulat or mag-prepare ng transmission development plan. This plan, ito yung plan na year 1, about 2024, what are we going to complete? 2025, anong grid ang dapat ma-construct? Because it is being synchronized with the other plans that the energy family has, which is transmission, distribution, generation, and other plans that we have, which is under the Philippine Energy Plan. So, ang essential lang dito sa franchise, for the members to remember, no? There is a provision that says it is both the system operator and the transmission assets. Second, ang franchise tax nito is 3% in lieu of all taxes, which means you don't pay corporate income tax, value-added tax, or even local taxes like real property tax, sales tax, kung anumang ibang taxes, basta 3% franchise tax lang, Mr. Chair. Now, the other one is that yung regulatory sa franchise, it's more focused on ERC as a regulatory although DOE has a general regulatory or policy-making function, but in the franchise, emphasize lang po yung ERC functions. Now, so in the next slide explains the concession agreement. Ang concession agreement kasi, it depends on the granting of the franchise. What's essential in the concession agreement is that other than having the franchise, sinasabi dyan sa concession agreement on section 2.04, na all assets dapat na sa pangalan ng Transco, which is not being followed today. Ano? So, yan yung mga isa sa mga essential parts of the concession agreement. The concession agreement is about to expire in 2034, so it's due for renewal, Mr. Chair. Now, next slide. Ito po yung difference in transmission network provider tsaka system operator. Just to simply put, yung infrastructure, yun yung transmission network provider. Ang system operator, yun yung conductor. Sinong papasok, sinong lalabas, including the ancillary services to ensure safety, power quality, stability, reliability, and security of the grid. So, both of these functions, in other countries it's separate, in some countries they're together also. But in our country, it's just one entity, ang transmission network provider and the system operator. So this is a huge task for NGCP kasi other than being an archipelago, talagang very complicated tong trabaho nila. Next slide, please. I just wanted to show the financial statements as submitted by NGCP in the next slide. Yan. So in the first column is the year. Then next you have the revenues, capex, net income, dividends, and loans. These are based on the audited financial statements submitted as as the reportorial requirement of NGCP. Mr. Chair, the total revenue is 663 billion in the past 14 years. The average annual net income is 22.52 billion, and the average annual dividends is 16.86 billion, while the total net income is 315 billion, and the total dividends is 236 billion. NGCP's total capex is 237.8 billion and the total loan is 237.6 billion. Based on the Transco's 2023 annual report, the total transmission asset is 544 billion. Compared to the above, to the said figures sa table, the total revenue of NGCP in the last 14 years, 663 billion, has exceeded the valuation of the total transmission asset of Transco at 544 billion. The total concession fee paid by NGCP in the last 16 years of 203.62 billion has been overtaken by the total dividends received by its owners of 236 billion, Mr. Chair. Next slide, please. Now, these are the delayed projects, Mr. Chair. Meron kasing sa transmission development plan, nakalagay yan kung kailan matatapos o hindi. But what happens is every time there is a new transmission development plan, which is annual in submission, there's a new schedule that's being put. But just going through this, there are currently 224 ang nasa record po namin at sa record ng Transco. Out of the completed projects, which is 109 projects, 12 lang po ang natapos within schedule. 97 ang delayed na project. Out of the ongoing projects today, which are 55 projects, 9 lang ang within schedule, 46 ang delayed. And then on the pre-construction stage, we have about 60 projects, Mr. Chair. We go to the next slide, please.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask Yusek Garin a question? Or,
Can we allow her to finish her presentation?
Okay, thank you very much.
So please take note so that we have a, we can do a, we can ask all members, no? That would like to ask Yusek Garin to, yes, to ask sabay-sabay na tayo para hindi tayo paulit-ulit. The Honorable Garin, please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I yield to the better judgment of the chairman.
Speaker.
This one, Mr. Chair, shows the major projects. Some are finished already, like the MVIP, or the Mindanao Visayas Connection, Cebu Negros Panay, Hermosa San Jose. These are completed projects. There are pending pa. So, for example, ang Panay, which is in the middle of the, which is Cebu Negros Panay. 2020 dapat natapos yan. 5 times na move. Year on year lang yan. Kasi within the year, may movement din yan eh. So, natapos siya ng December, kailan yan? March 27, 2024. For example, there was a 3-day island blackout in Panay from January 2 to January 5 in 2024. As a result of multiple coal-fired power plants succumbing to issues resulting from the manner in which they are utilized by the system operator. Ang epekto niyan, Mr. Chair, I think I would rather give NGCP or ERC a chance to explain what happened kasi sila nag-i-investigate. The delay in the completion of the Cebu Negros Panay, hindi lang dahil sa blackout yan, but exacerbated by that blackout, was estimated by IMAP at that time during the report to us to have cost the Negros subgrid an average of 8.5 million pesos a month and the Panay subgrid an average of 79 million a month. Mr. Chair, IMAP can explain this better because they're the ones calculating the prices. And then in addition, the severely delayed integration of the MVIP at Mindanao was also estimated to have cost the consumers, hindi po yung generator, consumers an average of 1.44 billion per month for Luzon, 150 million for Visayas per month, and 154 million per month for the consumers in Mindanao. Mr. Chair, it's not just the delay of projects, it's the cost to the consumers, Mr. Chair. For example, on the Batangas-Mindoro interconnection and the Northern Luzon Loop, which have big potential for offshore wind. The projects, for example, that are in total 1,185 megawatts of potential capacity, which are slated to come online between 2025 to 2026 will be affected by the delay in transmission kasi sa 28 at 27 tapos after pa matapos yung project saka papasok yung transmission. So the project's delays range from 9 months to as long as 8 years and 7 months and are expected to cost ang onshore lang to developers of 64 billion in potential revenues. Mr. Chair, marami pa tong situations where nanalo na sila sa auction or sa FIT at hindi nila ma-deliver because the transmission is not there, Mr. Chair. We can give the committee more information on this. Marami lang kasi ito masyado, Mr. Chair. Like Hermosa San Jose. Hermosa San Jose is what connects Bataan to Metro Manila. Dahil na-delay to, 2020 pa dapat natapos to, there was around, I'm not sure about the exact megawatts, but about 2,000 megawatts ang na-stranded doon sa Bataan na, or the upper area. Kaya hindi siya mabato sa Manila, Mr. Chair. Go to the next slide, please. Now, with all these delays, with all the costs that we've been talking about, actually, kung titignan niyo po sa cost of electricity, because I think the objective of the committee is to lower the rates, ano? But the transmission is really small. If you have a 4,000 peso bill, you have a 227.59 peso bill on transmission. That's correct, Mr. Chair. But a delayed transmission has an effect in the cost of the generation also, Mr. Chair. Kasi kung may delay yan, either sa power supply agreement sila, ang DU mo, or magwe-WESM ka. So there's an effect there, and I think IMAP can explain that better later, Mr. Chair. And that is where I think on the part of ERC and Transco and on IMAP, they explain the effect of this on the consumers. But on the DOE side, what is the impact on the GenCo? It affects, kasi, for example, Mr. Chair, we made calculations on what is the effect on our generation companies. If we go to the next slide, please. Dahil nag-mandate yung presidente na dapat 35% na tayo sa RE. So we've been pushing, and we have so many contracts already. Actually, we are over-contracted with renewable. The problem is, kung walang grid, tapos na yung project mo, may losses ang GenCo. Nakatayo na yung solar farm mo, wala kang connection, you're losing money every day, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, for example, we've made calculations on the cost of on the GenCos. For wind power, there will be 11 projects affected. Potential capacity would have been 3,285 megawatts. Ang onshore po, Mr. Chair, ang expected loss ng onshore wind would be 68,272,413,362 pesos. How do we calculate that? Kung kailan dapat siya maging online, binibilang siya per day nila and per month nila, kung ano sana ang potential nila kung nabenta na sana nila yan. Offshore, Mr. Chair. On offshore, there will be at least three projects affected, 2,100 megawatts. That's 251,465,760,000 pesos. On solar, 10 projects affected, it's 4,563,282,095 pesos. A total of not less than 324 billion costing our generation companies, Mr. Chair. That's the impact on Department of Energy, Mr. Chair. Kasi we plan this, we plan to reach our targets, but if one of the players in this chain, no, si GenCo, si Transmission, pati si DU, pag may nagkamali or one of them is not performing properly, then the whole system is affected. And this is the effect on the generation companies, Mr. Chair. With that, Mr. Chair, if you want, we can proceed with the other agencies or ask the question, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
We have the now
Yeah.
to the agency while it still stays fresh in the minds of our members in the Honorable the Honorable Deputy, okay muna, Vice Chair.
Sandali lang ko. I'll just be
The
brief.
Vice Chair,
Mr. Chair.
then the Honorable J.J. Suarez, then the Honorable Rufus, then the Honorable Dan Fernandez. Thank you.
First of all, Mr. Chair, it was a very comprehensive presentation. I commend Yusek Garin. For a layman, maintindihan mo talaga yung presentation niya. So we would like to have a copy of the presentation. Can we go back to the first slide, please? Yung first slide na presentation. Yes. It states there that the bid was done in December of 2007, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
However, NGCP was only registered with the SEC on February 2008. So, I'm just asking, did the government, hindi ba ni-require ng government that the bidder should be registered with SEC? Parang mali yata. For what I know, all bidding of government contracts or whatever, you must be SEC registered before be a participant of any bidding by the government. But in this case, mukhang baliktad. Nagbidding muna before there was a registration with the SEC. So, yan ang question ko. Why, paano nangyari ito? All biddings, every entity that participates in any government bidding should be SEC registered or DTI registered for that matter. So, that is one of the questions that must be answered, I think, by this committee. Now, another question would be, which is more important, the concession agreement or the franchise? Which comes first? So, Mr. Chair, I think we'll have to really dig deeper and see what happened during the bidding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Actually, the
Secretary.
parties to this agreement are Transco, NGCP, and PISAM. And PISAM is here because they can explain better. But just before if PISAM wants to answer, Mr. Chair, it was a consortium at that time, so hindi pa siya nare-register. Nanalo lang sa bidding as a consortium, and then they were required para makakuha sila ng concession agreement. But a question, if what is more important, I guess both are important, Mr. Chair, but as to the superiority of the document, then the franchise is always, because it's the law. But the concession agreement also rules on the private relationship, as a private contract. So meron din sila, despite it being a public service or public utility, may condition naman talaga na dapat kumuha ka ng franchise. But I don't think there's any conflict between the two, Mr. Chair, except probably for the term. Iba lang yung expiration ng isa, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if you want, I think PISAM is in a better position how to explain the historical of their agreement. Kasi nandito naman si President Dennis, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Pimentel. The Honorable Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to refer to the slides that the good USEC presented earlier about the development plan. Can we put that on the screen, please? Kanina iniisa-isa niyo po USEC, di ba, yung mga itinatay yung mga projects. Pwede po ba natin balikan yon? ComSec, can we ask the tech?
On the delays on transmission, yan.
Oo. Yung may mga delays, may mga binanggit kasi si USEC na delays.
Mr. Chair,
I think it's
lahat yata may delayed. All of that is delayed actually.
Yeah, no, I think it's the slide previous to that, yung mas marami. Yeah, there. When it comes to the ongoing projects, USEC, you mentioned that there are some delays to these projects, no? Number one, who identifies which projects are to be prioritized and implemented within a given time period?
Mr. Chair.
Is there a transmission plan, or is it DOE following an energy plan for the country?
Mr. Chair. Well,
Yusek Garin, please reply.
ideally, we have a transmission development plan which should be prepared by NGCP. It is being prepared by NGCP naman every year. Then it will be approved by DOE eventually, and that will be the basis. It's not a matter of which is more important. Basta naka-TDP na yan, yun na dapat yung schedule. Now, what happens is, Mr. Chair, is that every submission of a TDP, the target completion date changes also in the previous years, Mr. Chair.
Yun nga po, Mr. Chairman, yung gusto kong sanang mapansin natin eh. It's a moving target, in other words. Kaya nga gusto ko malaman kung sino po ba ang nag-identify ng mga projects to be implemented. Kasi sila din ang magsasabi kung kailan dapat matapos ito. Kaso lang, base po sa sinasabi ninyo, NGCP ang nagbibigay ng proyekto to be approved by DOE, and then you mentioned that it's a moving target. So how are we supposed to hold companies, entities accountable to their performance targets if we can't even hold on to specific targets when it comes to when projects should be completed?
The targets are supposed to be fixed, and that's what our comment to NGCP actually in the last review of the yung mga targets na yan, dapat fix siya, hindi siya moving target, and that's what we communicated to NGCP. Previously though, Mr. Chair, the previous to this administration, di ba ilang beses din siya nag-move previous to this administration, na-approve din siya ng DOE kasi but it is being prepared by NGCP. It's basically like a unilateral decision on their part to change, but technically it goes through the process also. Dinadaanan din yan, nag-approve, recommended by a consulting Transco and then approved by DOE, Mr. Chair. Ngayon pa lang kami nagsabi na dapat hindi na yan pinapalitan.
Kung ito po ay moving target at sabihin na natin hindi na natapos ng NGCP at the timetable, at the time frame that was provided to them, are they penalized?
Sir, the penalty would be under the ERC because they're the regulator. Pero, Mr. Chair, these are not supposed to be moving targets. Kasi si Genco, hindi gumagalaw yung target niya for his generation. Si distribution, ganun din. So, even the demand of our households are not moving targets. Kung i-increase yan, mag-i-increase yan. So these are violations of the TDP, not only of the TDP, but also their concession and the EPIRA and the franchise, Mr. Chair.
Yun actually yung point na gusto ko sanang sabihin at i-emphasize, Mr. Chair, na unahan lang ako ni Yusek. Siyempre, yung pangailangan ng taong bayan ng kuryente, hindi naman pwede mag-antay yun, di ba? So, ang hindi ko lang po masyadong maunawaan sa isang kumpanya na napakalaki po ng kinikita, dividendong pinamamahagi na umabot ng bilyon taon-taon, bakit hindi po nila matapos yung mga proyekto sa takdang panahon? At sila pa magsasabi kung kailan nila tatapusin to ayon sa kanilang kakayahan. When in fact, I don't see any reason why they should even have delays in their projects. So, Mr. Chair, like for example, let me just go down this list. I have a list of projects here that have been delayed. Some have been delayed for 5 years, some have been delayed for 6 years. Meron po dito 10 years na pong delayed, meron po dito 9 years na pong delayed. Some of those are relocation of steel poles. Meron po ditong Tugigaraw, Lalo project, Bingas, San Manuel Transmission Project. Meron pa palang susunod na pahina to, and the list is so long, Mr. Chair. So again, how are we to hold a company accountable to their performance indicators when it comes to providing transmission lines to the country? Dito po sa amin, sa sarili ko pong karanasan sa lalawigan ng Quezon, inaabot po ng taon bago makapagpatayo ng NGCP ng bagong substation doon po sa bayan ng Pagbilao. And it affected a lot of investors. It actually led to two investors closing down just because NGCP wasn't able to put up the power station, the substation that was required. So, and I'm sure this is not only limited to or happening in Quezon Province. I'm sure this is actually happening in the entire country. So, Mr. Chair, I want that point to be emphasized, and if NGCP can explain their dismal performance to this committee, I would appreciate an explanation from NGCP, Mr. Chair.
if I may, Mr. Chairman, baka makapag-interject lang ako ng kapraso. Kasi nga, even itong masyadong maraming delays that our Deputy Speaker have mentioned, I think ang NGCP wala namang worry even these projects are delayed. Kahit 10 years yan, 9 years yan, wala silang problem eh. Because these are being paid and passed through to the consumers. Hindi pa siya used and useful, hindi pa siya commission, hindi pa siya tapos, binabayaran na po natin to. Kahit sabihin mong 10 taon, 9 taon, 5 taon yan, no problem. Basta't bayaran ng taong bayan. So wala silang hurry eh. Wala silang reason to hurry the construction or the infrastructure na dapat po matapos. Dahil nga, bayad naman eh. And that was allowed by the third regulatory period. The rules of the third regulatory period allows it. But unfortunately, dito, sa mamaya, i-discuss ko, Mr. Chairman, sa fourth regulatory period, hindi na po allowed yan. But, the majority decision of the ERC have decided, no, na spent na lang. Kaya nga yun yung minimension ko in the last hearing eh.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, yun lang pong gusto kong mention. Kaya tumatagal ang project po natin dahil binabayaran na yan ng taong bayan.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair?
Mr.
Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Dan Fernandez.
Mr. Chair, may I?
The Honorable Presley, I would like NGCP to first
Just
to
a quick
reply
question.
to the question of the Honorable Deputy Speaker JJ Suarez. Please reply.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Attorney Pia Sanjego from NGCP. We'd just like to seek the committee's permission that we be given copies of the lease of these projects, and we will be able to submit a detailed explanation or the reasons for the completion dates and the reasons for the moving as the transfer or the change of the new completion dates.
Sandali na po.
And
Kayo po nagsubmit ng dokumento sa amin. Hindi ko kami magsasubmit sa inyo.
yes, Your Honor, but the names of the projects we could be clarified from the presentation of Yusek Garin, or if we may, we will submit the list of projects and the completion dates as well as the reasons for the change of the moving targets.
Mr. Chairman, we have already received.
That was requested last hearing.
Actually, Mr. Chair, if I can refresh the committee's memory, this was the discussion we had on the 23rd of December last year. This is precisely the reason why I also requested that a copy of all the contractors employed by NGCP be submitted to us because we already discussed the project delays. So, inuulit lang po natin yung discussion natin, Mr. Chair. Kaya ngayon, I don't understand why NGCP is requesting for a copy of the projects that are delayed when in fact we already had a discussion and they have a list of this from the 23rd December hearing that we had, Mr. Chair.
And just to for NGCP, di ba nag-submit na kayo ng listahan sa ERC? Hiningi na ho ng ERC to sa inyo eh. So ba't di nyo kami bigyan ng kopya kung ano binigay nyo sa ERC? Ganun na lang po para mabilis tayo.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll submit whatever the report we have submitted to the ERC as to the update or the status of this
Ayun, mas
projects.
mabilis yun. Kasi hindi mo pwede kami magbibigay ng dokumento. Kami ho nag-i-inquire.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is, di ba? So, ERC, do you have a copy of the... Can you provide this committee
Yes,
a
Mr.
copy of the list of delayed projects submitted to you by NGCP?
Mr. Chair, yes, we actually submitted also to the committee the list of the 37 delayed projects that we investigated, that was subject of the investigation, and for which there were, I think, 35 or 34, for which we have penalized NGCP for the delay.
How much
So,
was the penalty, ma'am?
15 million lang po.
Only?
15 point.
For what? For each per project or
No,
for all
that's the
34?
total already, Mr. Chair.
So that's only like 500,000 per project?
Opo. Kasi po may schedule of penalties po kami na sinusunod for first violation, for second, and then for third 500,000. So cumulative penalty was 15.8.
So don't you think that 500,000 or 15 million for 34 projects is
Yes.
too small?
Yes, we agree, Mr. Chair. That's
So what do you
why-
plan to do about that?
No, we're already revising our schedule of fines and penalties, Mr. Chair. Plus, we're seeking amendment also of EPIRA to allow us to impose higher penalties.
So please, I think that's something that has to be addressed during your term,
Apo.
Chair Mona Lisa.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Para naman magkaroon po ng ngipin, no, yung penalty nyo. Kasi kung 500,000 lang, mas mabuti mag-penalty na lang ako kaysa, di ba? Kaysa ikompleto ko yung proyekto. In the meantime, as stated by DOE, tumataas ang kuryente. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. The Honorable,
Just a quick
wait.
follow-up to DS.
Is it my turn, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, wait. The Honorable J.J. Suarez, are you done?
Mr. Chair, that was just an interjection. I think we do have a flow of interpollators. I'll just wait for my turn. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
the-
Chair,
the
I even
Honorable-
raised my
Well,
hand, Mr. Chair.
Well, no, the Honorable Presley De Jesus, before you came in, the Honorable Rufus, there's a list that I will have to follow. So with all due respect, after the Honorable Rufus will be the Honorable Presley, then the Honorable Jinky. Ma'am. So now we proceed, the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we have the slide on the delayed projects, especially Visayas and Mindanao? Can we have the slide here? The next slide, please. The next one. That's it. Go lower, because that is where my island belongs, where I belong to that island of Mindanao. Okay. Delays. How about Visayas, Mindanao?
Mindanao.
The last one, huh? Yes, it is way down. Okay, so anyway, can we put that up? Yeah. No, I want everybody to see the last item because it is
Yes.
covered by the tables and chairs. But for everybody.
We
Okay,
cannot,
it's
we
fixed.
can't
Okay,
move it,
so-
it's fixed.
Okay, so Mindanao has been interconnected with the Visayas last January 2024. My constituents, Cagayan de Oro City 2nd District, would thank the NGCP for finally connecting Mindanao to the Visayas and to Luzon. Why? Because if we need more energy from Luzon, Visayas, they can give to us. And if we have an excess capacity in Mindanao, we can help Visayas and Luzon. There is a 5-year delay. I know this because of right-of-way problems. First right-of-way that I encountered, the Cebu Golf Club filed a case in the Supreme Court to stop the NGCP from putting lines to Cebu that will go ultimately to Lanao del Norte and then to Cagayan de Oro. And I said, and I was able to come to the press and state, is golf more important than the needs of Mindanao? Everybody scrambled, including Secretary Frasco, calling me and saying, we will ask the golf club to manifest in the Supreme Court that they should now agree and not to stop it. Because if we stop because of the golf course, then certainly our priorities are not in the right places. And indeed, it took about 8 months to be able to proceed with NGCP's lines of transmission going through Cebu and then going to the island of Negros and then going to Lanao del Norte. That's the first one, Mr. Chairman. You know why I know this? Because I am one of the foremost proponents for the interconnection of Mindanao to the rest of the grid. Visayas already has interconnection with Luzon. But why Mindanao is not yet in? Even during the time of President Pinoy, he was in Iligan City. I spoke there that President Pinoy already support the NGCP to make sure that we interconnect Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So now it's interconnected. And so now there will be many more power generation companies that will come to Mindanao because if we have excess, they can sell it, especially Luzon, who has a very tight supply on energy. Next, Mr. Chairman, that is why we cannot blame NGCP for the delay, at least for the Visayas, Mindanao interconnection. The next problem is Lanao del Norte. Right of way, you cannot just, you cannot just be able to dig and put your transmission lines there because, or put posts there because our Muslim brothers in Lanao del Norte will object. And in fact, they have objected. So what did we do? We were able to talk to the governor and the congressman of Lanao del Norte. It took so much time also because they had to talk with the owners of the properties. And so to be able to just point, Secretary Garin, my former colleague, to state that it's 5 years delay and we should penalize them and to the ERC to increase the penalties. We have to look at the reasons. And in fact, if we see the reasons for delay, the right-of-ways that could not be immediately be secured, it stops the project. And so that is why, Attorney Malyari, we thank you. Because Mindanao is now interconnected to Visayas and Mindanao. There are more companies that are putting up power generation plants in Mindanao because they can now sell to Luzon and the Visayas if they have excess capacity. And right now, I tell you, because of the development of Mindanao, brought about by President Bongbong Marcos. Nakapasok na. So, we expect, if you will see the NEDA report, Region 11 followed by Region 10, there's a lot of companies going there, and therefore there will be a need for more watts and more power companies. And so we cannot, my dear colleague Sharon, who has been, with us, presentations like this looks like, NGCP has not done its job. But let me tell you that based on my personal experience, at least these two right-of-ways problem easily would cause the delay. So what I'm saying here, Mr. Chairman, is let us look at the reasons for the delay. Because NGCP would want to connect all of these grids and all of our consumers because it is for the best interest of the company. They will be able to charge more. And so those are my experiences, and that's why I am here to state that NGCP, as far as Mindanao is concerned, has interconnected us, and we are now doing well in terms of our electricity provisions, our electricity supply, and we are assured that the thing that happened in 1997-98 will not happen again to Mindanao. And therefore, this is one way that we are saying that there is a reason why there is some delay. And to us, are we trying to dissolve the 50-year franchise of the NGCP? Is that the reason, Mr. Chairman? The BIR, in the hearing of the Ways and Means, clearly stated, NGCP has paid all the tax liabilities of the company by Mr. Romeo Lumagi, that BIR chief. ARC chairman has stated, is that correct, Madam Chair Di Malanta, that you said that there has been a compliance of the tax responsibilities of NGCP?
Mr. Chair, in another hearing po, we confirmed that what we have seen from our records is compliance with the 3% franchise
Yes,
tax.
precisely, that was the issue. NGCP has complied. BIR has complied. Now, why are we here? Why are we going to, try to make it, make the NGCP look bad. Let us hear them, Mr. Chairman. And that is why, Mr. Chairman, you already have the list. And those are the issues. I counted a dozen issues. What you asked them were to submit papers, but let them answer. The ones that you mentioned in the early part of this hearing, the issue of the Chinese controlling NGCP. What is their answer? I'd like to have that. The share agreement. What is the share agreement clear? That really there is an agreement that the Chinese will control because I'm always against the Chinese, especially in the West Philippine Sea. And we don't want them to control the NGCP and transmission in this country. So I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that the position paper on these issues, you have listed dozen issues. Let them answer directly. Submission of documents is okay. But then these are specific issues, and I appreciate the committee in the December 23 hearing that we have identified these issues, and let them submit a position paper to all of us so that we can see, because if there is a violation of that, I'll be the first one to move and file a bill to cancel the NGCP. Just when I filed a bill to suspend the franchise of Cebu Pacific because we were delayed for one day from Cagayan de Oro. And that caused them to really improve. Before, they had only 2 standby planes, Pacific. Now they have 5 because I filed this particular bill to suspend. There has to be, motu proprio, Mr. Chairman, we can do it. But there has to be clear violations that is clear, because under our Constitution, everybody, there should be no deprivation of life, liberty, or property, Article 2, Section 2, without due process of law. And NGCP has property intangible, which is the 50-year franchise. And so therefore, Mr. Chairman, I have said my piece. And so just to answer the report of our dear colleague, Sharon Garin, but let me tell you, us in Mindanao are enjoying the interconnection, delayed, better late than never. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez. At least this motu proprio hearing was called not to make any entity look bad, but for your information, it's just really to try to understand why all these delays are happening, and also for us to see the effect of the delays in the price of electricity, the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez. At least, meron po nagpapasalamat, maski na mag-delay ka ng 6 years, nagpapasalamat si Honor, hindi, 2018 po ito 2024, 6 years po yan. And this is, so at least may nagpapasalamat, 6 years delay, nagpapasalamat pa rin si Honorable Rufus Rodriguez. Maraming salamat, Honorable Rufus. But anyway, the Honorable Sharon Garin, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I'm supposed to be next, so I can question Yusek Sharon
Kasi,
Garin. Ako na muna.
there was a
It is
question
eternally-
raised by the Honorable Rufus, and it was kind of addressing the position of ERC, so I will have to give them a chance to reply. The Honorable Sharon Garin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that's correct. We're actually, DOE is very grateful that it's connected kasi nababato na yung excess power. But, Mr. Chair, just for the information of the body, I'm actually heading a committee in DOE checking why are there delays. And we are very familiar of the problems, whether it's the tree cutting permit or the DNR permit or even the DA for the conversion on DAR, even for LGUs. There are issues, Mr. Chair. But the issue on the right-of-way, at least, sir, kaya siya nag-privatize, no? kasi that should be done by the private entity. Now, if your deadline, if your target completion is 2008, then you start your right-of-way before the 2008. Now, the problem in Mindanao Visayas interconnection was only brought to us, the NGCP, a year ago, na sinasabi na may problem dun sa golf course. Actually, the solution was very simple. Just transfer the towers or transfer the holes. And it was resolved with the interagency. Na-resolve naman siya kaagad. Hindi na pumunta sa korte to yun. But those are problems that can be resolved. That it is not in the, hindi naman yan obligasyon ng DOE, but we do go beyond our responsibility para matapos lang. Kasi everybody wins naman and everybody loses if it doesn't get constructed. Now, the second thing, Mr. Chair, is ang right-of-way issues kasi, we regularly write the Supreme Court to give priority to the cases of NGCP. We've done that, and it has, as you see, there was better progress in these past years. Pero, Mr. Chair, sometimes ang right-of-way nila, mga 5 taon din yung tagal eh. Baka sa, di ko alam paano nila ginagawa sa legal nila, but I don't think in lawyers it takes about 5 years. Now, the third part, Mr. Chair, is the applications eminent domain is under the name of NGCP. It should be under Transco. Kung government kasi yan, iba yung process and faster. So, mangyayari ngayon, there will be a private negotiation pa between NGCP and the landowner. So, that takes time. That's really the part that takes longer. And then the legal process, mas madali na sana yun kasi we can assist. We can certify that this is a project of national significance, and then it will be a faster process. So there are nuances in the franchise and in the concession agreement that can improve. But also there are provisions that are already there that kung sundin lang ng NGCP, siguro mas mabilis yung right-of-way process natin. But yes, again, we are quite thankful for NGCP for finishing it kahit delayed man siya, basta natapos lang. Although it had a major impact on the...
Mr. Chair.
Very much the Honorable.
Mr. Chair.
The Chair recognizes the Senior Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Don Gonzales Jr. of the 3rd District of Pampanga. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chairman.
And from the 2nd District of Antipolo City, the Honorable Romy Acop. Welcome. And of course, si Ramon Rodriguez Gutierrez of One Rider. Welcome, Rog. We now proceed to the next speaker, the Honorable Presley
Mr. Chair,
De Jesus. The Honorable
yes, just,
Senior, the Honorable
you,
Stella Kimbo. The Honorable, meron nga palang interjection na
Just,
si the Honorable Kimbo.
interjection.
Yes.
With respect to the 3% franchise tax, I heard Chair De Malanta say that compliant naman po ang NGCP. However, based on our hearing last week, na nandun po kasi ako, at narinig ko po si Chair De Malanta mismo ang nagsabi na meron pong problema mula 2011 hanggang 2021. Hanggang 2022. Kasi po, maliwanag naman po sa batas na yun lang naman po ang katangi-tanging buwis na binabayad po ng NGCP. So yun po, franchise tax in lieu of all other taxes. Ibig sabihin po, hindi na po kailangan magbayad ng income tax, etc. ang NGCP. Therefore, hindi po dapat pinapass on to the consumers itong franchise tax. Kaya nga lang po, mula 2011 hanggang 2022, itong 3% franchise tax ay pinas on po sa ating consumers in the form of higher prices. Yun po ang naging finding ng ERC at yun po ay nireport po sa amin ni Chair De Malanta. Kaya po, tinanong po namin sa kanya, in which case, hindi ba dapat may in effect, kumbaga po, may utang ang NGCP sa kanyang customers in effect. Or this is something that we can actually debate and discuss. And tinanong namin kung magkano po ang kabuang amount na yan. Ang sabi po ni Chair De Malanta, if my memory serves me right, is 204 billion. Or sinabi ni Chair Joey, how much is that?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
with your permission, for the franchise tax, based on our calculations alone, Mr.
Please speak
Chair,
closer to the microphone, Chairman.
on franchise tax, based on the information only that we have, because we also recommended that BIR weigh in also on the issue because they have the primary documents. It's 21 billion from 2016 to 2022. The 204, ma'am, is on the reset po yun. So,
So-
just on franchise tax, 24.
20,
Ay, 21, sorry. 21 billion.
so from 2016,
2016.
from 2011
We
to
don't have
2015.
the information, Mr. Chair. That's why we recommended that BIR
So it's
also
at least 21 billion pesos. So, yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
So, in short, they're not compliant.
Exactly, Mr. Chair.
That's your point. They're
Yes,
not
Mr. Chair.
compliant. And they still owe government.
Or they were not compliant from 2011 up to 2022 with respect to the not passing of the 3% franchise tax to the consumers.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Stella Kimbo, the Senior Vice Chair of the Committee on Appropriations. So now, the Honorable Presley De Jesus,
Thank you,
Sir,
Mr.
point of order, Mr. Chairman.
the Honorable Dan Fernandez.
Do we have a list of those who will interpolate? Para atang 2 oras na po akong nakaupo
Ay,
dito,
pala.
hindi pa po ako natatawag. And I'm
I'm
number
so
3
sorry.
in the list,
The
Mr.
Honorable
Chairman.
Presley, I'm sorry.
Hindi, pero kung maikli lang po yan, it's okay.
Mr. Chair, I have only quick question to Yusek
So,
Sharon.
may sila naman yung sa'yo, no?
May
So, the
sila.
Honorable Dan Fernandez will yield to you. The Honorable Presley De Jesus. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Dan. Thank you. Again, Mr. Chair, maraming salamat sa inyo. No? I would like to ask Yusek Garin, no? with the good presentation kanina, you mentioned that there's couple of delays, no? Marami, di ba? So, yung mga delays ba yun, ano yun? Is it caused by the NGCP alone for not acting on time o maraming, remember, karamihan dyan, right of way. We know that, Mr. Chair, right of way yan. Ang tanong ko, ilan ba dyan yung na sa korte na ngayon? Kaya hindi nagpo-proceed yung mga ganyang projects. Meron bang ganon?
Mr. Chair, in the major projects, parang tapos na yata yung if there's a TRO or anything, no. Pero sa right of way meron pa. Also, there are cases that have pending ERC approval also. So it's a combination of everything, Mr. Chair. Like yung sa Panay, there's an issue with the owner and also an issue with DNR. Kaya iba-iba yung reason, Mr. Chair. But the major ones, parang wala namang court case na present because ayaw ng owner, Mr. Chair.
So, in short, Mr. Chair, Yusek, no, hindi lang ito solely fault ng NGCP. Just to make it clear. Kasi sabi mo, may court, may pending sa court, at the same time, is under the review of ERC. So, it's a culmination of all, it's a combination na lahat. So, kasi, ang masama rito, I'm not trying to defend NGCP, no? We're trying to level the playing field. Kasi ang dating, laro, maraming nanonood sa atin, kasalanan ng NGCP kung bakit maraming delays. But straight from the horse's mouth, sabi mo, may problema ERC, may pending, at may mga court pang pending din sa korte. Am I right?
Mr. Chair, those are the reasons bakit nadidelay ang NGCP. But those are also their responsibilities to procure, Mr. Chair, based on their concession agreement and then franchise. Responsibility niyan as a transmission network provider and as a system operator. Historically, if you know that it's 2 years to get a right of way, then you apply it way back before the start of construction. So that is a matter of project planning, Mr. Chair. I don't know if how NGCP does that, but just to explain, Mr. Chair, once we focus on a project with NGCP and we go check what are the problems, it gets resolved naman, Mr. Chair. But we cannot handle all the problems naman. We just focus on the major. Halimbawa, Mindanao, Batangas, Mindoro interconnection. we had an audience with the governor and then introduced NGCP and DOE because they never got the appointment with the DNR or the LGU. So we facilitated kaya ibig sabihin, these are not problems that are impossible to resolve. Kaya naman.
Yeah.
Nadidelay lang talaga sila.
Would you also agree, pag nagbago ang gobyerno, for example, the former secretary ng DOE, meron siyang gustong transmission development plan that was presented by NGCP. Now, papasok Secretary Tilla na nababago yung kanilang plan. Is there a chance na nangyari yon? Or kasi it was mentioned by Chairman Di Malanta na puro plano, bago-bago. So, wala bang continuity ito? Na kung ano pisang, since lahat naman tayo, this is very important, no? Everyone needs the transmission line in order for our generation na magamit lang yung transmission line. But the problem is, at the end of the day, ang mga consumers ang talo dito. You even mentioned that. So, we conduct this hearing. Ano ba talagang purpose natin? Paabayin ng presyo ng kuryente? Or we just blame one element of the energy family? Remember, NGCP is one of the elements lang yan. Nandyan transmission, generation, distribution, even the IMAP, nandyan lahat. Kompleto tayo. So, pag ito lang gusto natin pababayin ng presyo ng kuryente, ay kailangan lahat dito ma-involve, no? Right now, we have a motto proprio with regard to NGCP. I agree with Kong Rufus. Ano ba talagang purpose natin dito? No? Just the franchise ba? Paano natin tulungan? Remember, we're here in age of legislation. I think it's high time to review the IPIRA law. No? Kasi ang IPIRA law is the problem. No? Do you agree with me, Yusek? Kasi nandun lahat. You just follow the IPIRA law.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, the IPIRA is actually being reviewed and there is a first phase of revisions.
Being
two actually,
because
PSAM and
Kong
ERC.
Dagok and I are part of the
Yes, Mr.
revision
Chair.
of IPIRA. Kasama kayo ni Chairman. So, kailangan natin ayusin to.
Yes,
no?
sir.
My point is, in age of legislation, kailangan makapagpasa tayo ng batas. So, any suggestion that this committee will recommend sa Kongreso na mapagpasa kami ng batas kung paano mapabilis yung paggawa ng transmission lang. Yun lang, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, we were called here for the franchise itself, Mr. Chair. So the decision whether there will be another law or there will be a review of the franchise, hindi na po ako congressman, I leave it to your wisdom.
Mr. Chair, anytime
Mr.
you appear
Chair.
in committee hearing, in aid of legislation lagi to.
Mr. Chairman,
It doesn't
Mr. Chair.
matter.
point of
So
order.
kailangan natin magpasa
Mr.
na
Chair.
talagang batas na talagang nararapat dito. So
Mr.
we cannot
Chair.
name blame.
Mr. Chair, can we follow our rules and proceed with the list of interpellators with due
Yeah.
courtesy to our good and very honorable colleague, Honorable President De Jesus? Meron kasing mga nakalista, Mr. Chair, and
Yes,
we can interject if it is related to the direct question. But I believe we have to go back to the
Yes,
list
the Honorable,
to put order.
The Honorable Garin, it was really Prestige de Jesus, the Honorable Prestige de Jesus.
Ma'am, nagpalista ako
Siya ho
eksakto
talaga ho nakalista ho.
1:11
The Honorable Dan
PM.
Fernandez yielded to the Honorable Prestige.
Mr. Chair,
Nagpalista
just-
ako, kanina pa nga ako eh.
So, it was
Yeah,
Honorable
I
Prestige.
understand, but I thought, Mr. Chair, the next interpellator was supposed to be Congressman Rufus,
No.
and then
Tapos na ho. Tapos na ho si Honorable Rufus.
and then the next interpellator will be.
The Honorable Prestige de Jesus. That's
Okay,
why he
and
has
the
the
next
floor.
is,
The Honorable Dan
thought somebody
Fernandez.
nag-yield po si Kong Dan, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, because my understanding,
well,
Mr.
I
Chair,
yield
is you can.
for a couple of questions, no? But
Yes.
not for long.
Yeah, but well,
Yes.
just to put things in the, my
Yes.
apologies, Mr. Chair, but just to put things in the proper perspective, I believe if you are listed as an interpellator, you cannot just yield it to somebody else unless there's an interjection. With that, Mr. Chair, maybe if the Honorable Fernandez will yield his time to the Honorable Presley De Jesus, we don't have any objection.
Yes, he did. The Honorable Prestige, proceed.
I think
For
tapos
your
na
short
ako,
money,
baka-
are you done? The Honorable,
Yeah, I'm done with
are you
that.
Thank
So,
you very much, the Honorable
Now,
President.
I want to be my name be listed in the second round.
Okay,
Just
thank
to
you.
make sure that my name will be recalled.
Thank you. You're now
Thank
in
you.
the second round, so that's clear. The Honorable Dan
Yeah,
Fernandez.
just-
Okay, are you going to say something?
Yes, point of order lang, Mr. Chair.
Because palitan na ho sila eh. Ang dapat nauna si Dan. kay Presti, but kay Honorable Presti, so nagpalitan na ho sila. Sila ho talaga magkasunod. Sila ho yung magkasunod. The Honorable Dan Fernandez.
Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of Congressman Dan, I have a point of order myself.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
What's your point of order?
The motion for the motu proprio is a motion that I filed. And it seems that it's been alluded to twice by our colleagues. I would have appreciated if they had objections to the motu proprio motion, they would have showed it in proper writing or opposed it. But insofar as it was able to garner enough support, then that is why we're pushing through with the motu proprio hearing to review the franchise of NGCP. The very nature why I pushed for this motion, Mr. Chair, is so that we can look into whether or not, number one, NGCP is complying with the franchise that has been provided to them by Congress. Number two is also to look into the efficiency of NGCP with regards to their performance in providing electricity to the Filipino people. So I don't think if there is a question of the wisdom behind the motu proprio inquiry into the franchise, I would have welcomed an opposition in my motion. But to push it forward during the hearing proper, I think it would just be proper, Mr. Chair, that we continue on with what is on the agenda, following what we have already approved as the agenda for the committee hearing, just so that we cannot lose track and focus of the very purpose of why we're here and waste time while our guests are here in front of us. And I'm sure they're also waiting for their opportune time to discuss this matter, Mr. Chair.
JJ Suarez. Definitely, this motu proprio hearing followed all the rules, and with the permission of the Committee on Rules, that this be done. So we have enough votes for this. So the Honorable Dan Fernandez is recognized. Silence requested.
Okay, maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman. And the very reason why we are here right now ay yung sinabi ni Congressman Presley is talagang maibaba yung presyo ng transmission rate. And that's the reason why we've been fighting this for so many years. As a matter of fact, noong 2019 pa, pinaglalaban na po natin itong reset na kung saan ay 2011 ang last recorded na rate reset. And it's been like 13 years. Hanggang ngayon, wala pa po. And that's the reason why we're asking why. Di ba, bakit hindi nagkakaroon ng panibagong set ng rates para sa transmission? And kung mapapababa natin ang lahat ng mga building blocks that the ERC is now evaluating through the RAAC and the NCL, like the return on capital, the CAPEX, the opening RUB, the regulatory asset base, and even the depreciation on the capital, on the return of capital, at even the operating and maintenance expenses, I'm pretty sure, ito pong ating pong hearing na to, magkakaroon ng positibong resulta sa pagbaba ng kuryente ng transmission rate ng ating pong bansa. Now, magsimula po muna tayo dito, Mr. Chairman. Ang tatanungin ko po ay ang NGCP regarding doon po sa inyong IPO na in the last hearing, I mentioned about this IPO. Ano po ba yung legal obligation ng NGCP regarding the public offering na binabanggit ng provision ng ating pong batas? Attorney Malyari, you can answer this.
Your Honor, may I open our franchise law? Just give me 30 seconds.
Sure. It's, simple lang po yan, Attorney Malyari. It's about the franchise law under Section 8. Okay, ako na lang mag-mention, Attorney Malyari. So under Section 8, ang mandato po ng ating pong NGCP is to offer sa public yung ating pong share of stock. At ito po ay within 10 years from the commencement of its operation. At kung ating pong pagbabasihan yung commencement ng inyong pong operation, nagsimula po kayo noong January 15, 2009. At yung pong inyong statutory deadline ay natapos noong January 14, 2019. Ngayon po ay January 14, 6 years ago. Doon po natapos yung inyo pong deadline para po sa tinatawag mo nating pagpasok po ninyo sa IPO na siya pong tinakda ng Section 8 under Republic Act 9511. So ngayon, Attorney Malyari, I will be asking you a question. Why is this public offering requirement was imposed by law? Ano po ba yung sinasabi nating purpose behind it? Bakit tayo minamandato ng public offering?
Your Honor, as to the wisdom of the legislation, it will be this honorable representation that may be able to expound that because it is indeed written in our franchise. So, bakit minamandato na
na tayo po ay mag-IPO? Kasi kung titingnan mo po, Attorney Malyari, halos lahat ng mga public utilities, minamandato yan na mag-IPO tayo. I-share natin sa public yung ating pong pag-aari ng ating pong entity dahil public utility to. So, the very rationale of our Constitution under Section 2 of Article 4, Article 12 of the 1987 ay magkaroon ng equity yung ating mga mamayan. To be more transparent, magkaroon tayo ng accountability, and at the same time, yung ownership at yung operation, somehow operation, ay mapapunta sa ating mga kababayan. Most especially, ang ating pong transmission, no, is a natural monopoly. Ang ibig sabihin po ay wala po siyang kakompetensya, and that's the reason why kung wala siyang kakompetensya, kailangan siya ng partisipasyon ng ating pong mga kababayan. Now, I will be asking you again, Attorney Malyari, are there entities in the energy sector or elsewhere na masabi natin that the public offering is also being provided? Meron po ba kayong alam that yung mga public utilities are sharing their ownership to the public?
Your Honor, top of my head, I apologize. I am not aware
Sige,
of other public utilities.
okay,
Top of
sa
my head.
ERC, meron po ba tayo alam na mga public utilities? ERC Commissioner, Chairman Dimalanta?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, the EPIRA requires, under its current form, EPIRA requires generation companies, distribution utilities, as well as for individual franchises, like for telecoms, for example, they have public listing requirement.
Correct. Under Republic Act 79-25, yung ating pong mga public telecommunications mandates na to offer at least 30% sa IPO. At ito pong ating may nilad nung ating pong inaprubahan ng kanilang renewal ng kanilang concession agreement, pumasok din po yung kanilang IPO. And even the Manila Water, ito po yung sinasabi ko in the last hearing, yung pong kanilang mga empleyado, no, sayang wala si Atty. Cynthia, pero during that time, sa hearing, sinabi ko na ang Maynilad, ito pala yun, yung ESOP, Employee Stock Option Plan, na kung saan binigyan nila ng share ang kanilang mga empleyado, which dapat, yun po ang ginawang una ng NGCP kung talagang mahal nila ang kanilang mga employees. Now, tama si Chairman Mona, that under the EPIRA law, yung ating pong Republic Act 9136, 15% doon sa ating mga distribution utilities. And isa pang batas na nagsasabi dito ay Republic Act number 8479. Ito po yung Downstream Oil Industry Deregulation Act of 1998 na inaalaw na mapapunta sa public yung 10% of their common stock. Now, ang tanong ko sa iyo, Attorney Malyari, Did NGCP meet the legal requirement for an IPO within 10 years from the grant of its franchise?
Your Honor, I would like to read, now that I was able to open the Section 8 of NGCP Franchise RA 93511, dispersal of ownership, Mr. Chair, two ways, Mr. Chair. One is to make a public offering of the shares representing at least 20% of the outstanding capital stock or higher percentage that may hereafter be provided by law. And there's another, Mr. Chair, provided that the listing in the PSE of any company which directly or indirectly owns or controls at least 30% of the outstanding shares of stock of the grantee shall be considered full compliance.
All right.
In-
So, tatanungin lang kita, Attorney Malyari. Simple lang yung tanong ko. Did NGCP meet the legal requirement for an IPO within the 10 years period that was mentioned in Section 8, Republic Act 9511? Yes or no?
Your Honor, our legal position is yes.
Yes, your
pursuant to
legal
the
position is yes. Correct. Now, nung November 13, 2018, para maintindihan po ng ating mga kasamahan at mga nanonood sa atin, para at least maging klaro po. Kasi dito, ako ipaglalaban ko that you have violated Section 8, Republic Act 9511. But in your contention, in your statement a while ago, you have mentioned that in May 26, 2022, the order of the ERC was that NGCP was compliant with Section 8. But that was in contrast with the decision of the ERC on March 10, 2021, when they rejected your motion for reconsideration, when you filed a petition on November 13, 2018. Now, ang tanong ko sa iyo, Attorney Malyari, ano ang final nyo nung November 13, 2018 sa ERC with regards to this listing of share of stock of the NGCP?
Mr. Chair, I am not the counsel that personally
Who is the proper person to answer my query?
Mr. Chair, can you just give me one minute, Mr. Chair?
Okay, para padadaliin ko na to. Alam ko naman sagot sa mga tanong ko. I just wanted to find out if you know my questions. Now, November 13, 2018, barely 2 months prior to the statutory deadline that was set by the franchise law that was given to NGCP, nag-file kayo ng petition for the approval of the extension of the period for listing of the shares of stock of the NGCP. Under this petition, ang inyong prayer ay ma-extend po yung period ng listing ng inyong pong shares of stock. Are you familiar with this?
Now that you're mentioning, Mr. Chair, I'm taking your word as is,
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Now, tanong ko sa commission, ERC. Wala pa si Mona Lisa dito. Siguro ang tatanungin ko dito ay si Ma'am Commissioner Maceda. Ma'am, thank you for being here. Ano po naging aksyon ng komisyon on this petition for extension of the listing of shares of stock of NGCP?
If it's the November 2018 motion to extend actually, there was a prayer actually to extend the period for listing of shares of stock of NGCP. The decision of the Commission was adopted March 3, 2020, as you mentioned, Your Honor, and the decision was to deny such motion to extend the period to comply with the public listing requirement.
So, ang kanilang prayer prior to the deadline, noong listing ng share of stocks ng NGCP in accordance with Section 8 ay dininay noong March 3, 2020. Am I correct?
I confirm that, Your Honor.
And what are the other directive of the NGCP or of the ERC to the NGCP regarding doon po sa process ng public listing?
Yes, sir. If I may just read the pertinent portion of the order, Your Honor.
Yes, please, go ahead.
This is the order dated 3 March 2020 on the public offering requirement. Wherefore, the foregoing premises considered, the petition filed by the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines seeking the Commission's approval of its proposed extension of period to list its shares of stock in compliance with RA 9511 is hereby denied and is directed to comply with the following. Number 1, NGCP is directed to commence immediately the process of public listing pursuant to RA 9511 and to fully comply with the same within 6 months from receipt of the decision. Second, NGCP is hereby directed to submit a compliance report showing its compliance with its public listing obligation within 30 days from the said compliance. So ordered.
So in other words, Madam Maceda, there was a directive from the Commission for NGCP to immediately comply with the process of publicly listing.
I confirm that, Your Honor.
Sila po ba ay nag-submit ng compliance report na binabanggit nyo sa order ninyo? Within 30 days, sinabi po dito, to submit a compliance report.
From my recollection, Your Honor, they submitted a motion for reconsideration, and it was filed within the time frame as provided under our rules.
All right. That I understand. Okay. We will go on that, Madam Maceda. Punta mo muna tayo, bago tayo pumunta sa motion for reconsideration. Doon sa petition nila no November 13, 2018, was there any representation from NGCP that it will be pursuing a share swap transaction as a form of compliance with the public listing requirement under Section 8 of Republic Act 9511? Was there any mention of the share swap? Noong November 2018, 2 months prior to the statutory deadline of January 14, 2019.
There was no mention of that, Your Honor.
No mention. Okay. In March 3, 2020,
Your Honor, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead.
Just to add, in our deliberations, there was no mention at all of a share swap agreement, but
Ma'am, can you speak louder, please? And Ma'am Mona Lisa, can you kindly turn off your mic, please?
from our discussions, Your Honor, the share swap transaction was never discussed during the deliberations of the Commission. But I've been perusing through the order that was issued, and I note here that from the evidences submitted actually by the applicant, there was an indication that they had abandoned the share swap, no?
I was about to go there. Excuse me, Madam. Because I have read all the documents that I gotten in the website of the ERC, and even the partial initial determination and also the draft of final determination. I got all these copies. And it's here with me. And I've read about it. Ma'am, ang tanong ko po, hindi ko alam kung nandun kayo sa hearing. During nung dinidiscuss po itong news report na sinasabi mo, entitled, noong November 17, 2010, by ABS-CBN News, entitled, C. Junior Cojuto may raise funds for NGCP via backdoor listing, was among the exhibits submitted by NGCP, and the stated purpose of its submission based on the decision was to prove that the attempt at backdoor listing was abandoned in 2016. So ito po yung minimension nyo, no? That they have the intention to abandon the share swap because there was a due adverse decision from the BIR regarding the tax-free status of the transaction. And as a matter of fact, doon sa Annex G, no, na nakuha ko rin po doon sa inyo pong documents coming sa website, news report posted on the website of the DOE on March 1, 2016, entitled Si Cohuto Cancel Share Swap Deal for Synergy Grid, also submitted to ng NGCP. May I know? Siguro sa NGCP. May I know, NGCP, what this adverse ruling of the BIR is all about? Kasi nabandon po niyo yung share swap noong 2020 yes.
May I know the year, Your Honor? 2016?
The NGCP attempt the backdoor listing noong 2016. Pero inabandon po nila at pagkatapos po, kinancel na po nila yung share swap. Pero dito po, nakikita po natin na ibinalik natin yung share swap. You abandon the share swapping methodology because here sa submission nyo po sa ERC, you have mentioned the adverse ruling of the BIR. So, ang tinatanong ko po, ano po yung adverse ruling ng BIR about doon po sa tax-free status of this transaction?
Your Honor, I have no information insofar as that one, but given we will provide, Your Honor, we'll look in our files, Your Honor.
Attorney, are you the proper person to be representing NGCP? Kasi kanina ko pa napapansin, lahat paiwas yung tanong sagot nyo
Your Honor, hindi po sa umiiwas
Because
na
this
po.
is one of the alleged violation that was committed by NGCP. Section 8 of Republic Act 9511, we discussed that in the last hearing. And this issue, we tackled in the last hearing. Mabigat po itong allegation sa inyo. And this may cause your revocation of the franchise of NGCP. Don't you know that?
Your Honor, I am very much aware of the gravity of what we're...
So bakit hindi po kayo nagsama ng mga taong may alam sa sitwasyon ng mga bagay na tinatanong po ng mga members of this committee? Anyway, I hope that next time na po, sana po, mapadala po yung mga tamang tao. ERC, wouldn't you say that it was apparent for this evidence kanina na binanggit po natin that yung pong submitted voluntarily by NGCP, kasi sila po nag-submit nito that they had abandoned the share swap as an alternative to the public listing requirement?
Your Honor, I'm looking at the order of March 3, 2020, and yes, I confirm that there's an enumeration of exhibits or evidences submitted to us, and among them, as you had mentioned earlier, I think that's Annex G and Annex D.
Yes.
Yes, it appears in our order that NGCP submitted that, and that there was a notation that the attempt at backdoor listing was abandoned in 2016 due to an adverse BIR ruling regarding the tax-free status of the transaction. I don't recall this being questioned by NGCP in its motion for reconsideration.
So ang tanong natin sa NGCP with that, kino-confirm mo, NGCP, did you comply with the directives of the Commission on its decision dated March 3, 2020, na kung saan sinasabi, ano na po tayo, pumasok na po tayo sa IPO. Mag-IPO na tayo dahil lang sinasabi ng Section 8. Nag-comply po ba kayo?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, now that I have here some documentation in order to support what I will be stating now, may I be allowed to make some chronology, Your Honor?
Sige, go ahead.
Apo. Your Honor,
Attorney
13
Malyari,
November.
address the chair, please. Do you have a presentation, or is that just something you're going to read from your cell phone?
Wala pong presentation, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
please proceed.
Your Honor, you have mentioned the 13th November 2018 So NGCP filed a petition on 13 November 2018 before the ERC for the approval of the extension of the period for the listing of shares of stock of NGCP.
Correct.
These are the reasons cited, Your Honor. First, there's a pending arbitration case and there's a delayed regulatory reset. Second reason, Your Honor, period provided is merely directory. Third, no implementing rules for Section 8 of RA 9511. And the fourth, the timing of public offering is addressed to the discretion of the Board of Directors in the exercise of sound business judgment. So ang prayer po ng, sa nabanggit niyo po na 13 November 2018, ang prayer po ni NGCP ay, 1, approve the extension, and 2, grant an extension of 1 year from 14 January 2019 or upon final resolution of the arbitration case. Ngayon po, tama sila, nagkaroon ng desisyon si ERC noong 03 March 2020. It was issued on 27 April 2020. Dito po, dininay ni ERC ang petition for extension, as Coma Seda has stated, and that, ito po yun, Mr. Chair, NGCP is directed to commence the IPO obligation within 6 months from receipt of the decision.
Correct.
And that NGCP now is directed to submit compliance report within 30 days from compliance of public listing. Dito po sa desisyon na ito, due process, nag-file po si NGCP ng motion for reconsideration dated 19 August 2020. Tapos ngayon po, si ERC, in its order dated 10 March 2021, umabot na po ba tayo dito, Your
Di
Honor?
ba? Wala pa.
Sige po.
Nag-advance ka
Sige
na. Okay. Alright. So, now you confirm, no, that nag-apply kayo 2 months prior to the deadline. And then, nagdesisyon ng ERC, sinabi ng ERC, denied yung extension nyo. So, nakalampas na yung deadline nung iyo pong statutory requirement na sinasabi dapat within 10 years, nag-IPO na kayo. And on January 28, an urgent motion was filed by the NGCP to the Commission nung progress in moving the IPO forward. Nag-file kayo ng urgent motion sa Commission at sinabi nyo, oy, ERC, eto na, magsisimula na kami ng process ng IPO. Correct, Attorney? At nung March 10, ayan na, papunta na tayo sa sinasabi mo. On March 10, 2021, yung motion for reconsideration nyo was finally denied by the ERC. At inutusan kayo ng ERC to commence the initiation of the requirement of Section 8, Republic Act 9511. Simulan na po ninyo ang IPO. At within 6 months, you have to report monthly to the ERC nung inyo pong accomplishment. Now, ang tanong ko sa iyo, would you consider this order final and executory that this resolve, the MR filed by the NGCP? Sa tingin mo ba, this is a final and executory? Yes or no?
Your Honor,
Wait, sagutin mo muna, Attorney Malyari. Ang tanong ko na simple. Nag-file kayo ng petition, prayer for extension, na denied, tapos according sa rules ng procedure and practices of the ERC, isang beses lang mag-motion for reconsideration. Sabi sa rules will you confirm this, Mona Lisa, that according sa rules of procedure and practices of the ERC, isang beses ka lang mag-motion for reconsideration. Then, you were denied sa motion for reconsideration. Ngayon, ang tanong ko, final na ba yun and executory?
in the same order, Your Honor.
No, wait. I'm asking you. Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor, and we were
Yo,
given 6 months.
Wait. Before you explain, let me hear your answer. So I'm asking you, final and executory na po ba yun? Yes or no?
Opo.
Okay, yes. Now you can explain.
And in the same order, okay po. So, tuloy
ahead.
ko lang po yung chronology. So, in the ERC order dated 10 March 2021, which was received on 14 March 2021, the ERC denied NGCP's MR of the decision dated 3 March 2020, and that the following are maintained by the ERC in its ruling. Among others, NGCP was given 6 months from receipt of the order instead of the receipt of the 3 March 2020 to complete the public listing process or on before November 10, 2021.
Yes,
At dito
okay.
rin po, in order po kami to submit a compliance report every fifth po of the month for the 6-month compliance.
Alright, thank you. So at least klaro po na binanggit po natin, nagkaroon na ng order na final and executory yung pong desisyon ng March 10, 2021 ng ERC. Now, and it was directing the NGCP to complete its compliance with the IPO requirements until the successful listing thereof. Yun ang sinabi ng ERC eh. At dito, hindi sinabi. It did not say any IPO or any alternative thereto as may be allowed under the law. So ngayon, ang tanong ko sa commission, what was the basis of the commission in explicitly requiring an IPO and not just an alternative? Ito sa mga majority who have decided dito, siguro tatanungin ko si Puentes, si Commissioner Puentes. Commissioner Puentes,
Yes, Your Honor.
ano naging basis ninyo? What was the basis of the commission in explicitly requiring an IPO and not just an alternative thereto? Bakit nyo ni-require ng IPO ang NGCPO? At yun na sinabi nyo. Sabi nyo, walang extension. Oh, motion for reconsideration, denied. Final and executory. Tapos sabi nyo, proceed with the IPO. Within 6 months, dali ng listing sa ERC. Bakit yun po naging desisyon na require nyo sila ng IPO?
Your Honor, yung
At
sa...
walang ibang alternative. Yun ang desisyon nyo. Walang ibang alternative. Bakit yun ang desisyon nyo?
Your Honor, yung sa IPO naman, nakasaad naman yung sa batas. And then there was deliberation wherein this was presented to us and that is why we...
Hindi ang tinatanong
that
ko,
decision.
Commissioner Puentes, malayo na yung sinasagot mo. Ang tinatanong ko, bakit nyo ni-require sila ng IPO? Kasi dito, sa decision nyo, sa March 10, 2021, nire-require nyo sila na mag-IPO na. At nagkaroon nga sila ng urgent motion noong January 28, 2021 eh. Ini-inform ang commission na sinasabi niya, ERC, andito na kami. Nagpo-progress na yung aming nagpo-progress na yung aming IPO. Ha? At as a matter of fact, according sa inyong decision na binasa ko, they have already, ito ang sinabi ng NGCP, for your information, take note that the commission acknowledged NGCP's good faith effort to comply with the IPO requirement, citing the following actions. Ito na yung mga ginawa nila action para sa IPO. Engagement of financial advisor, shortlisting of joint global coordinators, finalization of acquisition of legal counsel, submission of a detailed grant chart with timelines, and commitment to fully onboard external advisors. And additionally, Commissioner Puentes, ito ang inyong inimbestigahang witness na galing mismo sa NGCP, si Mr. Eduardo Francisco, who is an expert. Expert siya sa IPO. At sinabi ni Eduardo P. Francisco, who stated that NGCP required more time as the NGCP IPO will be unprecedented in terms of scale. Do you remember this, Commissioner Puentes, Commissioner Digal, Commissioner Lumbatan? Do you remember this?
Reply.
Mr. Chair, or Honors, if I may be recognized to respond. Yes. For the record.
Recognized. Thank you.
Yes, Chair. I am Commissioner Digal of the ERC po. Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, we do remember that we have considered several inputs of consultants then on the public offering of NGCP in deciding whether or not they were compliant.
So, you are gearing toward the IPO with your March 10, 2021 decision.
I think the wordings in the order referred to public...
Tanong ko sa iyo, Commissioner Digal, you are gearing toward IPO with your decision of March 10, 2021. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
And if I may explain...
Yes, go ahead.
Because the documents then submitted to our offices and the position or arguments of the NGCP then they were already starting and they have made studies on conducting it.
Correct. And as a matter of fact, tama yung sinabi mo. Ito ang sinabi nyo. Sabi nyo, the March 10, 2021 order of the Commission was also very clear in stating that other activities were included by the BDO Capital to ensure a successful IPO and not merely the listing of such with the PSE. So in other words, eto na eh. Nagsisimula na sila ng IPO. Di ba? Noong March 10, 2021. So ang ibig po sabihin, kung nagsisimula na po sila ng IPO, which you all relied on the statements of the NGCP, ang tanong ko sa NGCP, did the IPO proceed?
Your Honor,
No, sagutin mo muna, Attorney Malyari. Did the IPO proceeded?
may interlocutory, Your Honor.
No. Tanongin mo muna, yes or no lang, tapos saka mo explain. Did the IPO proceeded?
The IPO...
Yes or no?
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm trying to make
Yes
a
or
complete
no,
sentence.
then explain.
The
Tuloy
IPO
po ba-
as contemplated under...
Wait. Hindi tayo magkakaintindihan hanggang hindi mo muna sinasagot ang aking katanungan. Did the IPO proceeded? Yes or no?
As contemplated in the order, hindi po. And if I may explain.
Hindi. Kaya, hindi sa order. Ang tinatanong ko, kasi in-orderan kayo, di ba? Na proceed with the IPO. Kasi nga, nag-ano kayo eh, nag-witness kayo eh. Ang sabi ni Eduardo Francisco, yung inyong expert, nagpo-proceed na po kami sa IPO, nasa initial stage na po kami, and we will be earning or we will have investor like $1 billion coming from the different investor. So ngayon, nandito po report eh, nabasa ko lahat eh. At ang sinasabi nyo, nasa stage na kayo ng IPO. Ang tinatanong ko, nag-proceed ba kayo sa IPO? Sabi mo, no. Di ba? Then now, explain.
Your Honor, ituloy ko lang po yung chronology. After the ERC order dated 10 March 2021, NGCP now filed a motion for clarification to allow...
Wait. Darating tayo sa motion for clarification. Ang tinatanong ko lang muna, explain mo muna yung... kasi hindi kayo nag-proceed sa IPO. Sabi mo, no, you did not proceed with the IPO. So why? Explain.
Ito na nga po, because we wanted to be clarified whether we can be allowed insofar as the alternative mode under Section 8 of RA 9511.
Okay.
So, ang tanong po nila, Your Honor, is, did the IPO proceeded as contemplated under ERC order dated 10 March 2021? Ang response po namin ay, dun nga po sa interim na yon, nag-file po si NGCP ng motion for clarification to allow the alternative mode under Section 8 of 9511, which is, yun nga po yung...
Wait, Attorney Malyari.
Yes po.
What is the motion for clarification all about? If there was a decision by the commission denying your petition, and then you filed a motion for reconsideration, and that was also denied, the motion for clarification should be on the decision of the denial, not on the alternative mode of the requirement that is being set by Section 8 of Republic Act 9511.
Mr. Chairman, I think we should allow the focus of this inquiry, the NGCP, to fully explain. Because once there was the decision that they are going to have IPO, Section 8 provides an alternative remedy. That's the second proviso, which I read.
Sir,
Provided that the listing in the PSA of any company which directly or indirectly owns. So can we allow the NGCP to finish? Because if we keep on interjecting, we don't have the whole defense of the NGCP.
Mr. Chairman,
So I'm asking that,
Mr. Chairman,
Kasi so many times,
I'm
hindi na aallow
questioning the resource person. And I'm satisfied already with the answer that she was manifesting. Okay na sa akin yun, Mr. Chairman, basta sumagot siya ng,
Okay.
ng
Mr. Chair,
tinatanong
the
ko.
Honorable Rufus,
1 minute
this is the
suspension.
time of the Honorable Dan Fernandez. And we will now, I think, NGCP, I understand your sentiments, Honorable Rufus, but I think, we will also have to make sure that the answers are straight to the point, no? I think ang hinihingi ni Dan, ni Kong Dan, ay yes or no, tapos magpaliwanag. Yan naman
Mr. Chairman,
ho hinihingi niya.
Mr.
Para
Chair-
ho, mapabilis ho tayo. The Honorable Dan, can you please proceed?
With all due respect
Okay.
with Congressman Rupus, I'm asking direct answer. I'm asking direct answer. And then I am letting her to explain. And then
Yes.
I don't know where the good gentleman is coming from na hindi ko inaalaw na magsalita yung ating pong resource person. As a matter of fact, sabi ko, sige, explain. Di ba?
Okay. So this is still the time of the Honorable Dan Fernandez. So you have the floor, the Honorable Dan. Proceed.
Okay, so nung March 10, nagkaroon ng final decision na denied na po yung inyo pong petition, prayer for the extension. On August 11, 2021, may order that was issued by then Chairperson of ERC, Agnes de Banadera, saying that the Commission's order on March 10, 2021, ito, you listen, ha? Ang sabi ni Commissioner Agnes de Banadera, okay? The Commission's order dated March 10, 2021 should not be taken as allowing or prohibiting any mode of ownership dispersal allowed under the law to be undertaken by NGCP as this was not an issue in the entire proceedings. In other words, hindi po siya issue to tackle about this dispersal ownership doon sa petition that you filed on November 18, 2018. So, nung mag-lapse na yung period nung January 14, 2019, at your motion for reconsideration was denied, and you were ordered to proceed with the IPO, and then you did not proceed with the IPO, then, Mr. Chairman, I believe that there was a violation of Section 8. Now, noong May 26, 2022, eto na po yung sinasabi po ninyo that another order was issued, this time, by all the members of the Commission, with one dissent, si Commissioner Maceda, declaring that NGCP has complied with the dispersal of ownership provided under Section 8 of Republic Act number 9511 based on SGP's indirect ownership of 40.20% of the outstanding capital stock of the NGCP. Now, may I know from the member of the majority who have decided, who reached this conclusion, dun sa March 2021 order, sinabi nyo, they have explicitly directed NGCP to complete its compliance with the initial public offering requirements until the successful listing thereof. Now, you have decided, dito po sa May 26, 2022, pwede po bang malaman anong naging reason ng ating pong tatlong commissioner? Wait, Mr. Chairman, I still have the floor.
No, I have an interjection because the best evidence of what was the reason of their majority decision is the document and the decision itself. We cannot be again asking them on this particular forum.
Mr. Chairman,
The best way is to
since-
find out, to have it read by the Secretary, that decision.
Mr. Chairman-
Because that is already the best evidence rule, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, ask Commissioner, sino pa bang hindi nakakasagot? Lumbatan. So, what is your reason for this? Kasi nagdesisyon na kayo nung ano na, okay, March 10, 2021, IPO na tayo. Proceed na kayo. And then suddenly, nung May 26, 2022, sinasabi nyo na, hindi na, compliant na kayo. Meron na kayong pwede na kayo sa share swap. While sinabi nyo doon sa mga investigation nyo and hearings that were conducted by the NGCP, by the ERC, that share swap was already abandoned. And as a matter of fact, kasama nyo si Mr. Francisco doon at sinasabi niya, nagpo-proceed na sila sa initial process of the IPO. Now, what is the reason or what is the explanation on this matter?
Thank you, Your Honor. Chair, if I may be recognized to respond to the
Yes, go ahead.
to the question.
Ay, boss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Lumbatan, right?
That is correct,
Please.
Mr.
You
Chair.
are
Thank you.
recognized.
Thank you very much. We have specified in our 10 March 2021 order, we have specified IPO because it was NGCP who elected to pursue the first mode of compliance, which is the public listing or the IPO. So, pinanghawakan ho namin yung sinasabi nila na mag-IPO kami. And thereafter, they were asking for extension to conduct or to comply with the IPO. Ngayon, ang sinasabi ho namin, hindi. Ngayon na kagad, gawin na ninyo. Now, we have arrived at the 26 May 2022 decision because prior to that, they have filed a motion for clarification, asking the Commission, if we have elected earlier IPO, are we now prohibited again to choose the alternative, which is the public listing of a company having at least 30% control of the company. The majority decision of the Commission, composed of myself, Commissioner Fuentes, and Commissioner Digal, including the former chair, Agnes de Vanadero, was that by earlier electing to pursue IPO, you did not necessarily abandon the alternative mode of compliance. And so, ang sabi ho namin, sige, dahil nga ito ang sinasabi sa franchise law ninyo, you may utilize the alternative mode. So, in 26 May 2022.
Pero Commissioner Lumbatan, if
Opo.
I may, I got your point. Will you agree with me that the petition that was filed 2 months prior to the statutory deadline noong January 14, 2019, deadline na ang petition nila is for the extension of the period of listing of the shares of stock of NGCP.
Opo.
Wala silang sinabing share swap.
Wala po.
Correct. Kung wala sila sinabing share swap, yung alternative mode of the requirements of the Section 8, nag-expire yung January 14, 2019 na deadline. Di ba? Kaya nga nyo binigyan sila ng extension Bigyan nyo sila ng extension twice, 6 months, para to complete the process of the IPO. But they did not. Correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Now, yun nga ang tanong ko dito The sudden as a matter of fact dito, kay Commissioner Digal, doon sa urgent manifestation nila, sinabi mo that NGCP is also, kasi nga, I think there was a deception in here because ang sabi mo, Commissioner Digal, NGCP is also finalizing the engagement of legal counsels for the IPO and expect to finally onboard all external advisors for WID. Wala namang mention ng share swap January 28, 2021 na to. So, ibig sabihin, hindi pinag-uusapan ng share swap. Di ba? Will you confirm that you have said this? Kino-confirm mo lang na, IPO na. Di ba? Tama, Commissioner Digal?
If that is what is in the order, Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
And ganun din kay Puentes, Commissioner Puentes. Ang sinabi din ni Commissioner Puentes, for the record lang, para at least we have the basis for all of this. Ang sabi ni Commissioner Puentes, the IPO, ito, base doon sa desisyon na nandito, the IPO will be a singular opportunity both for the investing public and for NGCP. And the company seeks full and unhampered chance without pressure of constricted timelines under the pandemic to realize it. So again, there were, walang mention ng share swap eh. Wala eh. No, the representation made by NGCP through this urgent motion and motion as well as the hearings conducted spoke lamang of the progress of the IPO. Yun lamang po ang pinag-uusapan. Now, kanina, dito po sa final order ng ERC, directing NGCP to complete its initial public offering within 6 months have become final and unappealable. Tanungin ko si Commissioner Maceda, since ikaw ay kasama doon sa mga nagdesisyon, naging final na po ba yung March 10, 2021 order ng ERC directing the NGCP to proceed with the IPO?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. I wasn't present actually when the Commission adopted the order of March 10, 2021. I was on leave on that day, Your Honor. But based on the rules of practice and procedure of the Commission, there can only be one motion for reconsideration. And once the Commission has ruled on such motion for reconsideration, the decision is final and executory. Unless, of course, the petitioner files for certiorari before the courts, no, which they did not do.
So, meaning walang timely appeal or for certiorari or something?
Wala po sa records namin yan. Instead, we got a motion for clarification po.
So, the order became immutable, in other words?
It's a final order, Your Honor, based on our rules of practice and procedure.
So, yung NGCP's subsequent request for clarification, was it a, parang kasi, it's not merely an inquiry eh. Parang ang feeling ko, nung binabasa ko, parang effectively, they are suit to alter the decision eh. Because they injected the share swap, after which the motion for reconsideration was denied. And then motion for clarification, to clarify the decision of the motion for reconsideration, then suddenly, the clarification deals with the decision making. Am I correct?
I issued a dissenting opinion, Your Honor, so my answer will be very biased. I would tend to agree with that observation. Because once we issue a final order arising from a motion for reconsideration, and such order is very specific as to the directives, we cannot change what's in that order when we clarify questions, let's say from petitioners. But in this case, Your Honor, there was an order for a very specific mode of public offering, which is through initial public offering. Naka-indicate po dun sa order kasi yun. So, given that, if there was a motion for clarification, the Commission should clarify on the basis of that directive to initiate the IPO.
Correct.
And not to say you can undertake any other form, alternative form of public offering.
And that's the reason why I'm asking, kasi nga, that was the recourse that was done by the NGCP. The motion for clarification. The motion for clarification is to clarify the decision for the motion for reconsideration that was denied. But there was a what do you call that? Parang amendment of the decision by inserting if they can have an alternative mode of the requirements of the section 8. But anyway, ano ba ang difference, Madam ERC? What's the difference between the share swap? Para at least maintindihan po ng ating mga kababayan. What is the difference between the share swap, transactions, and on the other hand, the IPO? Kasi yan ang requirement ng Section 8 eh, yung IPO eh. But there was a provision there also, a word there, na sinasabi, provided. Di ba? Yung provided na yan, we need to explain and to clarify. Di ba? So, ang tanong, ma'am, anong difference ng share swap and the IPO that is being mandated? Kung titignan mo ang kabuuan ng Section 8, ang body ng provision is IPO. IPO. Di ba? So, can you kindly explain to us the share swap and the IPO?
ERC, who would like to respond to the question of the Honorable Dan?
Thank you, Your
The
Honor.
Honorable Maceda.
Yes, my understanding of a initial public offering is such that you widely disseminate such information for public offering to give chance to the public, that's why it's called initial public offering, a chance to own a part of the stakes in that company. So there's wide dissemination. A share swap agreement is more of a transaction between private entities. So the question is, does that satisfy the public offering requirement in the Section 8 of RA 9511? I guess it's to a certain extent, the Securities and Exchange Commission, perhaps that can also help qualify that. But mainly, if you talk about what is the directive in the order, it's definitely initial public offering. That's the order of March 10, 2021. No mention of the share swap, as of course, also my fellow commissioners also confirmed earlier on. So when this came in under the motion for clarification, for me, as the dissenting commissioner, the number one question was, is that in compliance with the final order of the Commission of March 10, 2021? And for me, it is not in compliance with the final order of the Commission of March 10, 2021.
Okay.
The Honorable Dan Fernandez.
Okay, malapit na po to, Mr. Chairman, but I still have a lot of issues, pero mamaya na lang po after ng mga members who would like to ask as well. So, doon po sa Section 8, maliwanag to sa mga commissioners po, no, na who have decided on this matter. Kasi medyo may, talaga medyo, can we correct the error that was done? Because, Chairman Mona Lisa, the ERC decided on the franchise tax, the 3% franchise tax under Resolution number 7 of 2011 to pass through it to the consumer. But on your decision on 2023, Resolution number 10, sinasabi doon na hindi na pass through sa consumer. Di ba? Now, you reverse the decision of the ERC. Question, can we reverse that May 2022 decision of the ERC regarding that? Kasi kung titignan mo yung decision ng May 22, May 16, 2022, masyadong baliktad doon sa desisyon ng ERC regarding sa pag-proceed sa IPO. Tanong, ma'am, can you do the same?
We can study the matter, Mr. Chair. The matter of the franchise tax is a bit different because it's a continuing collection for, continuing obligation to, or continuing authority that was given to NGCP to collect. So what we did was to suspend that authority by issuing another resolution. But this one is a case that was decided already and made final by the Commission. But we can study it, Mr. Chair, because I myself, I have questions also.
Yes, ito, Madam, I will cite you on a Supreme Court decision regarding the proviso, the word proviso. The Office of Proviso, ang ibig sabihin ng provided na sinasabi nila dito, no? Kasi nga, ang sinasabi sa Section 8, yung public offering, kumbaga, ito yung pinakabuod nung provision na to, yung public offering, mag-initial public offering kayo. Di ba? Para may partisipasyon ng taong bayan. Ang problema, hindi Sila-sila rin din may-ari eh. Now, ang sinabi dito, provided, ito ang decision ng Supreme Court, the office of a proviso is to limit the application of the law. It is contrary to the nature of a proviso to enlarge the operation of the law. It should not be construed so as to repeal or destroy the main provisions of the status. A proviso which is directly repugnant to the purview of or body of an act is inoperative and void. So meaning, Chairman, void. Di ba?
We will study it, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat. The reason, Mr. Chairman, that I'm pointing this out, the intent of the public offering requirement in franchise law is to ensure public dispersal of shares in accordance with the Constitution. How can we allow a share swap? Paano natin allow yung agreement na yan to be a form of compliance with Section 8 of Republic Act 9511 when in reality, wala naman pong public dispersal of shares that happened? What will prevent other public utilities to do the same? Sabihin ng Maynilad, sabihin ng Meralco, sabihin ng iba pang public utilities, ay, magsi-share swap na rin kami. Share swap na lang para kami rin na may-ari. Di ba? And that's my point, Mr. Chairman. We cannot allow this. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, the Honorable Dan Fernandez. The Chair, is SEC here? SEC. Attorney Tria.
Yes, Your Honor. Present.
Question. What is the treatment on a share swap? And how does this affect the corporate structure of a corporation?
Essentially, a share swap, it's not a public transaction. It's a private transaction wherein it's an agreement between two parties. Example, I'm a shareholder, and then I will have an agreement with another shareholder. We can swap our shares. So essentially, the effect would be there would be a change in ownership of the shares. It's not if relating to the issue at hand, it's not a public offering since in a share swap there is already parties that are decided who will own the shares.
So therefore, the law says IPO. Can a share swap take the place of an IPO?
We do not have an official position on that issue,
But-
Mr. Chair, but
Please.
it's not a public offering. A share swap is a private transaction, Mr.
So
Chair.
you're of the opinion that it is two different animals altogether?
Yes, Mr.
And
Chair.
cannot
And if
be the same, coming from the same mother?
yes, Mr. Chair. Although the Commission does not have an official position, but
Yes.
if you desire, we
You're a
can
lawyer.
submit a position paper, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, but as a lawyer, you feel that it's not the same. You're
Yes.
clear that it's not the same.
As a lawyer,
Because
Mr.
you
Chair.
said it's not a public offering, and the law calls for a public offering.
Yes,
Thank
Mr.
you
Chair.
very much, Attorney Tia. The Chair now recognizes the next speaker, the Honorable Jinky Luistro. Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to commend the very passionate interpellation conducted by the Honorable Fernandez. However, Mr. Chair, I lament that the Filipino people who are viewing us right now may not be understanding the significance of this inquiry. So, while I do submit that this is a very technical matter, I hope everybody will exert the necessary effort to laymanize in the same way that Yusek Garin did during her presentation. So before I proceed to my interpellation, Mr. Chair, I wish to request Yusek Garin to please enlighten the public. Ano po ba ang kahalagahan ng National Grid Corporation of the Philippines sa pagtaas ng presyo ng kuryente dito sa ating bansa? Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yusek Garin.
As a transmission by itself, kasi yun yung nagko-connect, di ba? So kada parte ng electricity natin, may charges yan. Generation, transmission, and then distribution. So, ang generation, halos 50% yan. Transmission is a small amount. I don't know if it's 10%, ma'am. I'm not sure. I think even less. But ang importance is not just the charges. The charges can still be lower kung ayusin siguro yung mga taxes or yung pag-pass on nila ng yung costing nila, no? But the more important impact of a delayed project is, halimbawa magpagawa ka ng, Mr. Chair, pagawa ka ng bahay. If you do it in 2010, it's cheaper rather than doing it in 2020. May inflation, umaakyat din yung presyo. And that's what's the impact is to our households. Dahil mas mahal ang presyo ng proyekto, depende kung how ERC would treat that for their cost recovery. Pero nagiging mahal yung presyo, nagiging mahal din yung charges. And at the same time, other than the cost, yung capex niya, yung cost ng pag-build mo ng transmission, is yung ano epekto niya sa other players. You have two sides eh. May generation, tapos kung sino nagkukonsumo. So sa nagkukonsumo, I think IMAP and Transco can explain that better kasi sila yung nagbabantay ng presyo eh, and they monitor the market. But on the generation side, halimbawa, there are projects na tapos na siya. Ang epekto, and it cannot sell the electricity because it's not connected to the grid. Some generation companies actually build their own transmission na lang. So it's costing also our generation rates. So as a transmission by itself, their own charges, maybe the impact is not as big as we expect, no? Pero ang epekto ng instability of the grid has an effect on the distribution, on the demand side and the supply side, ma'am.
In other words, Yusek Garin, is it correct to say, for the viewing Filipino people, pag mataas ang cost ng transmission, mataas din ang presyo ng kuryente. And that is the reason why we need to regulate the operation of the NGCP, which is responsible for the national grid. Tama po ba, Yusek Garin?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair. If it is in fact, I would go further. If the project is delayed, then umaakyat din yung presyo. So that's the effect to our people, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. To proceed, Mr. Chair, there are two
Mr. Chair,
important...
just point of information, with the indulgence of our Congressman Luistro. Point of information lang, just one quick lang. Para kasi we're talking about the layman's po, no? Maraming nanonood sa ating mga Pilipino. Kasi mukhang medyo yung sabi na tumataas ang presyo ng kuryente. Transmission is only 10%. Ang generation na malaki, almost 50%. So when we say that, na tumataas ang presyo because of delay of transmission, mali naman yun. So, nanonood, kasi mahirap, baka mga tao aasa. So, ang totoo niyan, generation ng 50% and transmission only 10%. Kahit tumaas sila, konti pa rin, it's minimal. No? So, generation, I just want to put it in context,
Mr. Chairman, that is a misconception. Huwag natin lituin
Thank you
na
very
natin.
much,
Mr.
Honorable
Chairman,
Presley De Jesus.
if I may allow.
The floor is still with the Honorable Luistro.
May I be
So
allowed to,
I don't think we're not
intercheck?
here to negate each other. But these are questions and these are answers given by resource persons. Let's take it as this and let us discuss that in a
Apology, Mr.
committee
Chair.
level, okay?
Apologies.
But we're not here to, so we're not supposed to be arguing with each other. So it's clear that the answer is transmission definitely has an effect in the increase in the cost, regardless of the percentage. The argument is, meron bang increase pag ang transmission? The answer is yes. The Honorable Jinky, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To proceed, there are two important constitutional provisions which must be raised pertaining to public utilities. That includes the NGCP. One is the ownership, that the same must be 60% Filipino-owned and 40% may be allowed to be foreign-owned. May I ask the NGCP, did you comply with this constitutional provision?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And the second important constitutional provision, Mr. Chair, is that the executive and managerial officers should be Filipino citizens. NGCP, did you comply with this constitutional provision? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Having said that, Mr. Chair, I wish to raise the information I gathered from the reports and various documents. First, based on the 2024 GIS of the NGCP, the chairman of the same is a certain Guang Chao, a Chinese national. Does the NGCP confirm this?
Please reply.
Your Honor, we'll have to refer to our GIS for that.
Yes, where's the GIS? You have a copy.
The name Zhu Guangchao, described as Chinese, is designated as chairman in the 2024 General Information Sheet of the NGCP. Having said so, because the same is indicated in your document, do you maintain your position that the executive and managerial officers are Filipino citizens?
Please reply, NGCP.
Your Honor, based on our general information sheet,
Please speak closer to the microphone. Speak louder.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, but I believe that the question is answerable by a yes or no only.
Yes or no? Attorney San Diego, ang pagbabasihan lang po GIS, ha? Yes or no?
the chairman of our board is Mr. Su Guancho.
Okay, Chinese. Okay. Yes, yes. The answer is
Are you saying that you complied with the constitutional provision that the executive and managing officers should be Filipino citizens only, considering that your chairman is a Chinese citizen?
Yes, Your Honor, our executive and managers are all Filipino.
How do you consider a chairman of NGCP? Is it not a managerial or executive position?
Your Honor, Mr. Suagwanco is a chairman of the board of the directors, but our executive officials and officers are all Filipino.
We take note of your answer, but this representation sadly believes otherwise. For this alone, it is my humble submission that the NGCP violated this constitutional provision. Second, Mr. Chair, there are other executives which were disclosed in the records of the NGCP. Leo Zhao Yang, described as Assistant Chief Technical Officer. Leo Sin Ju Wan, described as Chairman of Board Audit Committee. These two officers are responsible for hiring employees and signing contracts with them. Having said so, Mr. Chair, may we hear from the NGCP, are you still maintaining your position that executive and managerial officers are Filipino citizens? Liu Zhaoyang and Liu Xinju are both described as Chinese citizens.
Your Honor, we maintain that all our executives and officers are all Filipino. But Your Honor, if I may, I have been looking at our GIS, but the mentioned names were not here in the 2022 GIS of NGCP.
in the what?
GIS of NGCP.
Mr. Chair,
What-
we will be flashing some documents on the later part of the interpellation showing these names, including the others who participated in the operation, most especially the technical aspect of the NGCP. Another significant name that I came across with is Wen Bo, Chief Technical Officer. And he is described as well as a Chinese citizen, Mr. Chair. And with that, I wish to manifest, without asking anymore the NGCP, that the operation is participated not only by Filipino citizens. Proceeding, Mr. Chair, I want to know more about this NGCP, so I wish to ask the NGCP, sino-sino po ba ang mga miyembro at ibang officers ng NGCP based on your GIS? May we request the Secretariat to please flash the 2024 GIS. NGCP, please. Of course, the document confirms Zhu Guangchao as the chairman of NGCP. And in addition to this Chinese national, we have also number 8, Yao Yusheng, Wang Lijin, Liu Xinhua. Although their positions are not indicated in this GIS. Proceeding to our GIS on stock holdings, Mr. Chair. Kindly flash the next slide. The GIS on stock ownership. There is one corporation here, Monte Oro Grid, which owns 27.23% of its shareholdings. Another corporation, Kalaka High Power Corporation, which is 27.23%. Third corporation is State Grid International Development Limited. That is 36.30%. Plus the 4 Chinese individuals who owns 1% each of its stock holdings. From the face of this general information sheet, Mr. Chair, it appears indeed that the Chinese ownership is 40%. However, with all due respect to our esteemed colleagues, I wish to agree to the honorable members who insisted on requesting for the GIS of the corporations who own shareholdings as well, in order to find out the extent of Filipino ownership, as it might affect as well the requisite ownership as imposed by the Philippine Constitution, and that is, to be specific, 60% Filipino-owned and 40% foreign-owned as may be allowed. And therefore, let this representation reiterate the earlier motion to tecum for the submission of the GIS of Monte Oro, Calaca High Power, and if possible, the State Grid International Development. That is if our intention indeed is to find out if there is full compliance with the requirement of the Philippine Constitution. Another corporation which GIS we want to request as earlier requested is the Synergy Grid Development Philippines, which owns 9.24% of the stock holdings of NGCP, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to go back to the 60-40 ownership. While I do acknowledge that the remaining 40% of the stock holdings may be foreign-owned, I just want to satisfy my curiosity. Considering the significance of this Public Utility Corporation, NGCP, ang tanong ko po, NGCP, wala na po bang ibang Filipino citizens interested to own that 40% which currently belongs to the Chinese nationals?
Your Honor, we do not have any knowledge or aware of it.
May we know, NGCP, the primary reason why the NGCP preferred or allowed or opted to have this 40% be owned by Chinese citizens? Because the possibility, Mr. Chair, is that there are Filipino citizens or corporations as well who might be interested during that time, 2008, to acquire this 40% stock holdings of the NGCP. But as we can see from the GIS, that 40% is currently owned by State Grid of China Corporation plus the 4 other Chinese nationals. Pasensya na po, but you are representing the NGCP. So I wish to believe that somehow you are aware bakit po ang naging preference ng NGCP is to have this owned by Chinese nationals.
Your
Yes,
Honor,
ma'am.
may I be recognized? Your Honor,
Please.
NGCP, Mr. Chair, was incorporated after the consortium of its stockholders won the 25-year concession in an open public bidding held by PISAM. As required by PISAM's bid documents, Mr. Chair, all prospective bidders had a technical partner. All prospective bidders should have a technical partner with proven expertise in transmission systems. Since the National Transmission Corporation, Transco, was the only transmission expert in the Philippines at that time, the technical expert is necessarily foreign, Mr. Chair. So to respond to the question,
Mr. Chair, the NGCP made mention about technical partner. Can we please expound on this? What specifically did we anticipate from our Chinese counterpart when you said we need the technical partner?
Your Honor, technical would include the operation of the transmission systems.
You said operation?
And as well as the systems operation, Mr. Chair, so transmission systems and the SO. And these aspects, Your Honor, transmission industry, Your Honor, is really, it's highly technical.
Kanina po, sinabi nyo din, Transco lang ang merong technical capacity, should I say, or resources. And that is why you relied on foreign ownership when it comes to technical part. To enlighten the public, NGCP, are you trying to say na ito pong technical part ng NGCP cannot be provided at all by Filipino citizens?
Your Honor, yung konteksto po ng response ko was that from the beginning, and that nung nagbidding din po nung panahon na yon, nung binid out din po ito ni PISAM, other participants in that bidding is meron din po silang kani-kanilang technical expert who were also foreigner, Mr. Chair. So, kinakonteksto ko lang po, Mr. Chair, na kaya na hanggang ngayon, nagpapatuloy pa rin, Mr. Chair, yung composition ng NGCP.
Let's go back to the time when NGCP was incorporated and applied for a franchise, because that's what you are referring to. You were saying during that time, the only company which has technical capacity is Transco, and the other companies with technical capacity has foreign counterparts as well. Do you confirm that?
Mr. Chair, because transmission...
Please answer the question, NGCP.
Yes, I confirm.
And with that answer, are you trying to say that during that time, hindi kaya ng Filipino citizens to supply the technology or the technical aspect of the NGCP operation?
At that time, Mr. Chair, yes.
At that time, yes. And of course, when you say technology or technical operation, that goes to the heart of the very operation of the NGCP. And you were saying hindi kaya ng mga Pilipino. Tama po ba ito, NGCP? At least during that time.
During that time.
At kung hindi ito kaya ng Pilipino during that time, then it follows during that time, we were solely dependent on our Chinese counterpart who owns the 40%. Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, can I give a context? Because the bid document, Mr. Chair, requires for a technical partner.
Mr. Chair, I'm just following the answer of our resource persons. We go back to 2008. You said during that time, hindi kaya ng mga Filipino. Then it follows that during that time, we are solely dependent to these Chinese corporations and citizens in as far as the operation of NGCP, a public utility corporation, which ownership and operation is protected by no less than the Philippine Constitution.
Mr. Chair, kung sinasabi nating Pilipino, meron yung mga pong employees ni Transco na after na-incorporate na si NGCP at si NGCP na po ang concessionaire, yung ito pong mga employees na technical ng Transco has been assumed. So,
however, Mr. Chair, even considering that they have Filipino employees, of course we understand that the citizenship of the corporation is determined by the extent of ownership of the owners. If the owners' majority are foreigner, then it is a foreign corporation. Otherwise, it is a Filipino corporation. If I may proceed, Mr. Chair. Another important information I came across with is the working group of NGCP. Ano po ba itong working group of NGCP?
Mr. Chair, sorry, I missed like,
NGCP working group. Have you come across this?
TWGs, Mr. Chair, but literally working group. I am aware of the technical working group of
All
each
right.
department.
Please allow this representation to continue. Under the working group of NGCP, there are two important officers. One is Chairman Yuan Ming Jun. He is described as acting officer, acting chief technical officer. And another is alternate chairman, Chan Chang Wei. These two play significant role in the evaluation of bids and in making recommendation for the award of contract. May I request the Secretariat to please flash the document of first, Aurora Polanco project. Next is EB Magalona Bacolod project. These are all transmission projects. And third is the document pertaining to the purchase of site of Cebu, Panay, Negros project. Secretariat, please, at least to satisfy the committee that these two Chinese nationals under the working group of NGCP indeed did the evaluation of bids and the recommendation for the award of contract. Do we have the document, Secretariat? While we are waiting for their documents, I wish to add, Mr. Chair, that there's another Chinese national, this time Wen Bo. He is the chief technical officer associated as well with State Grid China Corporation. And he is the one who evaluated and recommended the expansion of Las Piñas Zapote project. I hope the Secretariat can flash all these 4 documents to show to the committee that these Chinese nationals participated, or in fact, they were the one who evaluated the bids submitted and thereafter recommended the award of contract. Considering the information, Mr. Chair, that this representation have relayed already, the chairman is a Chinese national. Other executives, Zhang Yu Wang and Xin Ju Wan, are both Chinese nationals. And then we have this working group of NGCP, Ming Jun, Cheng Wei, and a certain Wen Bo, participating in the evaluation of bids, all Chinese nationals. And NGCP continue to maintain that the managerial and executive officers are Filipino citizens. Mr. Chair, I am prompted to ask for a complete rundown of the remaining key officials of NGCP, which the NGCP representatives, I hope, will provide at the soonest possible time. Mr. Chair. To proceed, Mr. Chair, NGCP, are you aware that the State Grid Corporation of China has its own publication?
I am not aware, Mr. Chair.
Secretariat, kindly flash the publication which says SGCC first time acquired right to run transmission grid outside China. This publication, from the perspective of China, totally rejects the position of the NGCP that the Filipinos are in control of the NGCP. Because as you can see from this publication, it is the SGCC itself which is claiming that for the first time, they acquired right to run transmission grid outside China, referring to the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. May we hear the comment of the NGCP?
Your Honor, this write-up was not written by NGCP. This write-up is...
I understand. But going back to the question, do you still maintain the position that the managerial executive officers are Filipino citizens? Do you still maintain the position that Filipinos are in control of NGCP?
Unequivocally, Your Honor, I maintain that position.
It seems to me that a course have changed already, considering the significant officers who have been participating in the operation of the NGCP, aggravated by that publication coming from one of the major stockholders of the NGCP, that is the State Grid Corporation of China. That is a manifestation, Mr. Chair. To continue, Mr. Chair, NGCP, nasan po ba ang switchboard ninyo? You don't know?
Your Honor, it's a technical term. We have technical people here.
May we ask the technical people?
Your Honor, definition? May we have a clarification
Yes,
insofar as that term?
may we know, okay. So you're calling in the technical people to help out. Can we have their names and what position do they occupy in the organization? Sino po sila?
Good afternoon. I'm Clark Agustin from the...
Pakilakas lang po.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Clark Agustin from the System Operations. If you're referring to the control
From
system...
what? From what?
System Operations.
He taken his oath, Comsec, please take the oath of the of Mark. Tumayo po kayo.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this congressional inquiry, so help you God? Thank you.
Answer the question of the Honorable Luistro.
Your Honor, if they're referring to the control system, our SCADA system, we have 3 control centers in the different regional grids. We have in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao.
How many switchboard or control system do you have?
1 for each region, ma'am.
One for each region.
We have 3 control
What
centers.
controls the switch or the control system per region? Meron ka pa bang main control that controls all the switch and the control system of all these regions? I believe yes.
Yes, ma'am. We have the control center for each region, and then we have substations for the equipment level control. For the system level control, we use the control centers using our SCADA system.
Where is the system control?
From the control center, ma'am.
Where is the control center?
For Luzon, we have here in Diliman. For Visayas in Banilad, and in Mindanao in Cagayan de Oro.
These control systems which you mentioned, they have the capacity to cause the blackout of electricity. Am I correct?
not to cause a blackout, but to control our transmission assets. And
If I want to
substations.
turn off the electricity, I just need to switch off the control system. Am I correct?
One by one per equipment. You
One
can do
by
that.
one.
Yes, ma'am. We can control it remotely.
So, kanina you mentioned about the main control. How many main controls do you have?
We have a control center monitoring and controlling different equipment of the grid.
How many main controls do you have?
So we have a system, pag control po ma'am, not necessarily, as I get from your question, isang button, wala po siyang ganon. So kasi different parts po ng grid, different assets, different control. So if you want to operate a certain circuit breaker, kailangan mong operate that specific breaker.
But at
A specific
least
feeder, yeah.
if I turn off one of those, did you say assets
Yeah.
of that control system, then the electricity will not work anymore. If I turn off one of the several assets of the main control system, the electricity will not work anymore.
If you intentionally isolate a specific area, that specific area will not have electricity, will not have supply of power. For that specific area, associated to that equipment.
To simplify, Mr. Chair, that main control that you are talking about is responsible to make the electricity available or otherwise.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, you said that you have main control in Luzon, in Visayas, and Mindanao. My next question is, what is this operational computer in Nanjing?
I'm not aware of that, ma'am. Operational.
Operational computer in Nanjing. Nanjing, China, I believe.
I'm not aware of that, ma'am.
Well, based on reports, there is such a thing as operational computer in Nanjing, which is connected to the server in the Philippines that can control the availability of electricity in the country. Can you comment on this?
I'm not aware of that.
Is
control,
it
yeah.
possible that this information is exclusive to the Chinese counterparts and not shared to the Filipino counterparts?
Based on our configurations of our control center, this cannot be controlled remotely through overseas, not even here, yes, here in
What is your basis for saying that it cannot be controlled remotely? Are you that expert?
Based on my experience and my knowledge, our SCADA system is actually isolated, ma'am. It's not connected in the internet, so you cannot easily control it remotely.
Without
Based on the design and the architecture.
I understand. With all due respect, but considering that our IT infrastructure, tama ba, is provided by the Chinese counterpart, or should I say, a Chinese corporation, I humbly submit that no matter how knowledgeable Filipino citizens are, the one who created the system no more and no better than the one operating the same. As a general statement, do you agree?
No, ma'am.
Ibig sabihin mo, you're the one using the system of China, mas marami kang alam kesa nag-create ng system?
No, ma'am. As I've said,
This is a
based-
general statement, NGCP. It is not my intention to undermine the technical know-how of people from the NGCP, but logically speaking, ang sabi, the creature cannot become higher than its creator. I believe that the one who created knows more and knows better about the system than the one using the system. Do you agree?
I disagree, ma'am. Say for example, bawa meron akong laptop, computer, it's made in the US or in China. That does not mean the manufacturer can remotely use my device. Kung analogy po, ma'am, ang pinag-uusapan.
No, I'm talking about the system as a whole and considering its use, the use of the system, considering that they were the ones who created it, it is my humble submission that no matter how expert we are, the one who created knows better about the system. That is a manifestation. We respect your position. To continue, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman.
Romy Acop.
With the indulgence of the Honorable Luistro, because I'm interested in the point she was making a while ago. I did not get it clearly, yung sagot po ng resource person. May I ask some clarificatory questions, Mr. Chair?
If the Honorable Luistro will allow, Honorable Luistro, there were questions that he would like to ask for clarification. Yes, the Honorable Acop, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sinabi po nyo kanina, 10 yung control points. Tama po ba yung pagkarinig ko? For the entire country, 10 yung control points. Tama po ba yung pagkarinig ko?
Sir, hindi 10 as in 10?
Yes.
Hindi
10.
po. Hindi po. We have three control centers, one for each region.
One for each.
One for Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao.
And walang central control point to control the 3 control points.
Meron po kaming convergence point, yung central grid operations, pero it's just monitoring the interchange points.
Yeah, but
Wala po. For each region, you're correct, sir.
so if you decide to cut off the power for the entire country, wala po yun.
Wala po.
Wala po. So it's for the 3 control points.
Yes,
Kung
sir.
gusto nyong patayin ang power sa Visayas, po pwede.
Yes, sir. Using the control center, one
Yes.
by one, you turn off the circuit breakers.
So
you
walang
isolate the plants.
central control point to control yung 3 control points.
Yes, sir. If you're referring to central control point as a single control, single button, wala pong ganun.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Acop. Thank you. So, the Honorable Jinky Luistro, you still have the floor.
Mr. Chair, just interjection. With the indulgence of Congresswoman
Yes,
Luistro,
yes, agreed.
na medyo nakiliti lang ako dun sa tanong ni Congressman Acop. If I may ask, this is a technical question. Kasi kanina ang sagot, walang central control system, no, to turn off, let's say, the whole power system of the country, correct?
Sir, we have a control center, pero walang single button to turn
it off. Okay.
Yes.
Now, can anyone just turn it off like that? Anong proseso pag turn off niyan? Sinong may approval?
Yun.
We have on-duty system operators.
So yung duty lang ang nando doon. Halimbawa, yung naka-on duty, kinurap nung isang kalaban ng bansa. At sinabing, patayin mo lahat nung yung area ng kuryente nung area yon. Can they do that?
What do you mean by corrupt? In-instructan?
Oh, in-instruct. Oh.
They should not follow.
Huh?
It's not part of their duty, sir.
No. What was that again?
Hindi. Ibig sabihin, sir, how could they do that? Why would they follow the instruction of other people
No, in,
from
in,
other
in simple
countries?
in simple analogy, ganito lang yan. Ano? Sabi mo kasi, it can just be turned off just like that.
Yes, sir.
Diba? Now, ang tanong ko, sino ang pwedeng magsabi i-turn off yan? At kung merong ganyang order, ano yung procedure o yung proseso para i-turn off yan?
Yes, sir. We have procedures on how we operate our equipment and especially the grid. May mga responsibility po yung system operator as outlined dyan sa
Hindi.
Philippine Grid Code, and then meron kaming mga internal procedures.
Okay, ganito na lang, para doon sa mga nanonood, no? Halimbawa, kaya nga binigyan kita example Sabi mo yung duty, ano yun? Ang sabi mo? What did you say? The
Yung
duty?
system operator on duty, meron po kaming
System
dispatcher
operator
na tinatawag.
on duty. Siya ang may kapangyarihan para i-switch on or i-switch off yung power supply, correct?
Yes, opo.
Okay. Dahil siya on duty, tinakot ng isang terrorist group, no? Tinutukan, tinakot. Sinabi niyang patayin mo yung switch na yan, turn it off. Can they do that?
Hypothetical po, kung halimbawang nasakop nga, nandun siya sa control center, that's possible. Kasi ma-operate niya manually.
Ano nga yung procedure pag turn off?
Meron po tayong...
Who decides? Is that the decision of the duty, ano yun? Duty system manager o ganyan?
Yes, sir,
Decision
opo.
lang niya yun?
It's a decision based on established procedures po. May guidelines po tayo.
May established procedure pala Ano nga yung procedure? Ano yung procedure?
Kung halimbawa po, merong maintenance, pwede niyang patayin yon. May emergency, may risk sa life, sa equipment, pwede niya pong patayin.
I raised a hypothetical scenario na terrorist group came into that place. Tinakot yung operator. Sabi, patayin mo yung kaya niyang gawin yon.
Kaya niya po.
So, yun ang tinatanong namin.
Yeah, if it's possible,
so, ibig
he can do
sabihin, the power to switch it on or switch it off ay nasa isang tao lang doon sa duty manager.
Not necessarily isang tao, isang team. Usually po, 3 tao yung naka-duty.
Isa, dalawa, tatlo. Ibig sabihin, nasa kamay lang nila ang desisyon. So, walang security feature. Wala man lamang safety measure or security measure to prevent that hypothetical scenario from happening. Is that correct?
Sir, yung details po, pwede naman namin i-discuss kasi kung sabi nyo nga, security yung involved. Pero public po kasi baka po hindi namin basta-basta ma-disclose yung process nung...
Sige, let's not go into the details. Yun lang gusto namin malaman. Kung may nasa kamay lang ng isa, dalawa, 3 tao pala, pwede nang i-switch yun
Yes, sir.
Alam mo, very critical yung issue that we are discussing here because one, bukod dun sa issue that Congressman Dan Fernandez raised and the chair raised, the question that actually needs answers is who controls NGCP? Is it the Filipino or the Chinese? Based on documents, sinasabi na Chinese kasi sila yung Kaya nga, we're digging deeper. That's why we're asking questions. Now, you're telling us na yung meron palang power to switch it on or off is only in the hands of one or a few. Therefore, masyadong vulnerable yung sistemang yan. But I will ask that question later and elaborate on that, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Congresswoman Jinky Luistro and Mr. Chair.
Luistro still has the floor. The Honorable Luistro.
Mr. Chair, I came across this NARI, the one which provides the IT infrastructure of NGCP. Does NGCP confirm this? NARI.
Mr. Chair, I am not familiar.
May we place back on board the technical officer of NGCP.
Mr. Clark Agustin, please take the chair of Attorney Malyari.
Do you confirm that the IT infrastructure of NGCP is now NARI?
For the IT, it's not NARI, but we have equipment branded as NARI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Equipment is branded as
Some.
NARI,
Some equipment,
Some.
not all, yes, ma'am.
but you deny that IT infrastructure is NARI.
I'm not sure about the specific brand of our IT. And it's not, I think not supplied by only one brand, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I wish to remind our resource person that he is testifying under oath. So I hope you are giving truthful information to this committee. I understand that prior to NGCP, the IT infrastructure is ESCADA, a Filipino corporation. However, upon the assumption of NGCP, they converted to NARI, which is a Chinese corporation. Now, I wish to ask, what is the reason why you switched from ESCADA, a Filipino corporation, to NARI, a Chinese corporation?
Ma'am, I would just like to clarify. IT is different from the ESCADA. So, ESCADA is our control system. That's our system control and
Do you
data
still have that
acquisition.
ESCADA
Yes,
up
ma'am.
to now?
Yes, ma'am. We have a SCADA. Yes.
Are you still using ESCADA?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, all power utilities uses SCADA to control their power system.
If ESCADA has this capacity,
Opo, SCADA stands for System Control and Data Acquisition. You use it to monitor and control the power system in the case of NGCP.
and you're still using that,
Yes, ma'am. We need the SCADA to control our power system.
then why resort to other Chinese corporations if ESCADA has the capacity to provide the necessary technical aspect of the NGCP corporation? Why resort to NARI if ESCADA is still dependable?
Ma'am, our SCADA is just the tool. It's the system we use to control the power grid. So
How about NARI?
actually the brand of our SCADA as of now is
Mr. Chair,
NARI.
just a point of information para lang magkaintindihan. Hindi sila nagkaintindihan eh.
If you will shed clarification.
Yes.
Okay. You're acknowledged.
As a point of information, Mr. Chair, yung SCADA, ginagamit yun lahat sa mga public utilities, either distribution or transmission. Ang ibig sabihin lang ng SCADA, yung sinabi kanina, yung sistema. Pero yung mga mga equipment, pwede namang iba-ibang brand yun. SCADA is not a brand. It is a system of control. So, kung halimbawa, ikaw yung chairman ngayon, ikaw yung SCADA, ikaw nagko-control ng dito. But we can use different brand of equipments. So, yun lang yun. It is not a brand. It is a system, control system.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Dago. The Honorable Jinky.
Mr. Chair, I acknowledge that we are dealing with a very technical matter. So, to give opportunity to people who are not endowed with technical know-how, I wish to suggest, Mr. Chair, that we conduct an ocular inspection of the NGCP IT infrastructure, including the system, and perhaps we can invite experts to guide the committee members in evaluating whether this system are the one which really are in main control of the operation of the NGCP, one which is Chinese-owned, or just equipments being used by Filipino citizens. That is a recommendation, a suggestion, Mr. Chair, from this humble representation.
Noted. We will make the representation for us to be able to make an ocular.
Mr. Chair, I wish to conclude on this point as my other questions has something to do with NARI, which information that I have is the IT infrastructure of NGCP. And with that, Mr. Chair, I wish to make this final manifestation that with all due respect to our esteemed colleagues and our resource persons, but it is indeed my humble submission that while we, in the face of the general information sheet of NGCP, only 40% is Chinese-owned, considering, however, the presence of Chinese citizens, one as chairman, the other two as evaluators of bid, the other one as chief technical officer, and NARI, which I believe is Chinese IT infrastructure. It is my humble submission, Mr. Chair, that it seems that the control over the NGCP has been compromised already in favor of foreign nationals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Jinky Luistro. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Junicio. Ernest Junicio is now... okay. So he will do a swap. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Suarez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to inquire, did Congresswoman Jinky Luistro move that we do an ocular inspection to the NGCP facilities?
Suggestion. A manifestation. There was no motion.
Can I therefore push forward the motion that we visit the NGCP facilities and do an ocular inspection, Mr. Chair? So moved.
Second
There's a
motion.
motion duly seconded. The Chair, no objections. The motion of the Honorable David Suarez for an ocular inspection is hereby approved.
Okay. And
point
is
of
it
order.
also,
Mr. Chairman,
The Honorable
Congressman
J.J.
Fernandez,
Suarez still has the floor.
when you had your chance, I was quiet and still. Maybe while I've had my time, you can be quiet and still as well.
With the indulgence of the deputy,
Excuse me, Congressman Dagook.
ano lang,
You've
clarification.
had 2 clarifications. I haven't even had 2 minutes of speaking.
I-clarify ko lang sana, Mr. Chair, kung sa tatlong island, sa tatlong control ba yung ocular. Yun lang. Thank you.
Yeah. So anyway, Mr. Chair, I was gonna move to that actually, but since tinanong na rin na Mr. Dagook yung susunod ko pong tanong at hindi na nakapag-antay na itanong ko, maaari po ba, Mr. Chair, na maliban sa pagbisita po natin sa facilities ng NGCP, makapagdala din po tayo ng mga organisasyon at mga tauhan na may technical capabilities that can properly guide the committee in our ocular inspection, Mr. Chair. So move.
Okay, there's a motion. Duly seconded. The Chair, no objection. Motion is approved. We will have now to, I was advised by DOE that there are some security protocols for this. And we have to be able to do this correctly, so we will prepare a letter. We will coordinate with you on the ocular inspection. Okay, we understand that there are some issues that has to be addressed, but I think the question really is who would have control in case that button has to be turned off or turned on. I think that's where it goes. The Honorable Suarez, you still have the floor.
Thank you
Unless
very-
you're willing to swap already. Are you done? Not yet?
No, I'm not yet done.
Please proceed.
I'm not even starting, Mr. Chair.
My
Anyway, Mr.
apologies.
Chair, again to NGCP, I would just like to take off from the points raised by Congresswoman Jinky Luistro, because indeed, when it comes to control of NGCP, security, sovereignty are primordial concern. Kanina po, NGCP, nabanggit niyo po na sa kasalukuyan, sino pong tumatayong chairman ng NGCP?
Your Honor, I'm holding now the company's GIS for the year 2024, and it says here, Zhu Guangxiao,
So,
Chairman.
Zhu Guangxiao stands as chairman, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And then, if we're looking at the same document, can we just run through the other directors and officers? Can you just go read them one by one?
Your, Mr. Chair, the name and the position.
Yes, please.
Number 1, Zhu Guangxiao, Chairman. Number 2, Roberto Cayuto Jr., Vice Chairman. Number 3, Henry T. C. Jr., Vice Chairman. Number 4, Jose T. Pardo, not an officer. Number 5, Ambassador Francis Chua, not an officer. Number 6, Anthony L. Almeda, President and CEO/CAO. Number 7, Attorney Paul P. Sagayo Jr., not an officer. Number 8, Yao Yao Sheng, not an officer. Number 9, Wang Li Jin, not an officer. Number 10, Li Xinhua, not an officer. Number 11, Nanette Nancy G. Bugnosen, Chief Financial Officer. Number 12, Rico C. Vega, OIC Chief Technical Officer. Number 13, Karen S. Ong, Corporate Secretary. Number 14, Ronald Delan P. Concepcion, Assistant Corporate Secretary.
Yes. Okay. So thank you very much. And while looking at the document, Mr. Chair, I noticed that of the 14 individuals mentioned, 4 of them are Chinese of nationality. Is this correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you also confirm, Mr. Chairman, that NGCP 36% is state grid owned. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, also based on this GIS, the State Grid International Development Limited, 36.30, but there are nominal shares, Mr. Chair, for the...
So 36% is owned by the state grid.
Yes,
Correct.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. And who owns majority of the state grid of China?
That I do not have detail, Mr. Chair, that already pertains to...
Can somebody from NGCP answer this question?
Mr. Chair, for the ones that are present here, and considering that we are from NGCP, Mr. Chair, I don't think anyone from NGCP will be able to respond to the shareholding insofar as who owns State Grid International Development.
Because it is
Limited,
very
Hong Kong.
important for us to know who owns the state grid. Is it privately owned? Is it government owned by the Chinese government? Who owns the state grid?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think there's already an order for an issuance of a subpoena.
Well, anyway, I am reading an article here that says the State Grid Corporation of China is 91.68% owned and controlled by the Chinese Central State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. So can you confirm this? That 91% is
Apologies,
owned by the...
Mr. Chair, I cannot confirm your statement for lack of knowledge.
Okay, but in any case, can you just give me information on this on the next hearing?
Mr. Chair, most likely we may be able to get a semblance of a response to that when we able to get the corporate documents.
Kasi, ma'am, alam mo, napaka mahalagang malaman natin kung sino may-ari ng 36% na yon o yung 40% na yon. Kung yung ba isang pribadong individual o yung ba ay isang pamahalaan. Kasi magkaiba po yun. Magkaiba po yun. At hindi po ako naniniwala na hindi nyo po alam kung sino po ang may-ari ng State Grid. Para naman po napakahirap tanggapin na sa napakatagal na panahon na kinakatawanan nyo ang NGCP, hindi nyo man lang alam kung sino po ang nasa likuran ng State Grid. How long have you been working for NGCP?
Started in 2019, Your Honor.
Therefore, for the past 5 years. Okay. Anyway, NGCP, next question. 40% is Chinese-owned, correct?
Confirmed, Mr. Chair.
So how was it possible that the chairman of NGCP was able to be elected as chairman when their shares only represent not even half or minority of the company? Oftentimes, the majority shareholders would be able to elect their chairman. How is it here in NGCP, a minority share was able to hold chairmanship of the company?
The particulars, Mr. Chair, I have no information. But as a whole, the board of directors can indeed elect who they want to be the chairman of the corporation.
Understood.
Conceptually,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Understood. The board of directors would elect. Now, isn't it quite ironic that a minimum share, a minority shareholder will hold the highest position in the company?
Mr. Chair, insofar as the composition of the board of directors, the chairman, Mr. Chair, from what I understand, nagpe-preside lang po siya. So, not much
But no.
functions.
Yeah, but regardless, di ba? That's the chairman. 60% Filipino-owned yan. Mas gugustuhin ko na yung chairman ko Pilipino. Bakit ko ibibigay sa dayuhan yan? 40% lang yung kanilang hawak. Can I also ask, Mr. Chair, if indeed Attorney Malyari's testimony is correct, can I also subpoena, not naman subpoena, but request, Mr. Chair, the minutes of the elections of how the board conducted themselves, Mr. Chair? So moved. Mr. Chairman. No, Mr. Chairman, yeah.
Second, Mr. Chair.
To ask for the minutes.
I'm sorry. So are you addressing that to Attorney Malyari?
Yes.
Okay. So Attorney Malyari, there's a motion duly seconded. The chair in objection. Please submit the minutes as requested by this committee.
Kasi nakakapagtaka lang po, Mr. Chair, na minority share ka kaso lang ikaw may hawak ng pinakamataas na posisyon. Totoo na hinalal ka doon, actually yun ang mas nakakapagtaka. Bakit ipagkakatiwala yon sa isang dayuhan at hindi sa Pilipino? Kung mas malaki at mas malakas ang boses, mas natural na ibigay ito sa mas may malaking interest sa kumpanya. Hindi po ba, Attorney Malyari?
Mr. Chair, again, this depends on the agreement amongst the members of the Board of Directors, Mr. Chair.
Yes, precisely. So anyway, so can we just ask for the minutes of how the elections was conducted among the Board of Directors and the officers of NGCP, just so that we can get the feel of how it transpired?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Attorney Malyari, kasama po sa mga opisyal ninyo si Liu Zhangqiang bilang Assistant Technical Officer. Siya din po ang kumakatawan sa operation and maintenance. Tama po ba ito?
Based on the GIS dated 2024, I'm holding, it's not reflected here, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, in my notes, he's part of your company. Can you enlighten me, Mr. Mamalyari, when it comes to projects of NGCP, what is the process of approving projects of NGCP?
Your Honor, 1 minute. Mr. Chair, I yield the floor to our P&E, Mr. Chair.
Okay, session resumes. Who is speaking now? For NGCP. Ano po pangalan nila? Ano po pangalan?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I am Christian Ereño, the AVP and Deputy Head of the Transmission Planning Department of NGCP.
Okay. So, may please rise for the oath to be administered by the COMSEC.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this congressional inquiry, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable J. Suarez.
So, ang tanong ko po, sir, sorry, hindi ko po nakuha yung pangalan po ninyo.
Christian po.
Christian.
Ereño. Ereño. E-R-E-N-Y-O.
Christian na lang po, okay lang? Parehas naman malapad yung noon natin kaya Christian Ereño. So, Mr. Ereño, kanina naitanong ko, paano po ba ang proseso sa pag-approve ng mga proyekto ng NGCP?
Okay po. So, marami pong process. Mayroon pong conceptualization stage. Dun po pumapasok yung department namin, yung transmission planning. Ina-assess po namin yung...
On that point lang so department nyo?
Yung sa planning po.
Ikaw ang head ng department mo?
Deputy head po. Deputy head.
Sino po yung pinaka officer in charge ng department nyo?
Si Reddy Remorosa po.
Reggie?
Reddy.
Okay. And then, next phase?
Okay. So once ma-identify po namin yung mga kinakailangang projects to address, let's say, yung load growth or generation entry, reliabilities, dumadaan po siya sa... So kailangan po kasing i-approve ng ERC before we proceed with the project. So ang kailangan po naming magawa, unang-una po, ma-finalize yung components, yung timeline, at saka po yung kung magkano po yung project. So dumadaan po yun sa planning and engineering group. May ibang departments po after us.
So sino naman po yung head ng department na yun?
Sa engineering cost management department, si Miss Vicky Dolot po.
Sino?
Vicky. Dolot.
Okay. Next.
So once magawa po yun, we file it to ERC, and once approved, doon na po ma-implement po yung project. So mayroon pong construction kaming group.
Kaso lang,
Iba naman po
siyempre, bago nyo mag-construct, bibilihin nyo muna yung lupa, di ba?
Opo, iba rin po yung ano nun, yung in charge po sa right of way.
Kunyari naman po, na-identify nyo na ayos na yung specifications, alam nyo na itatayo ninyo, ngayon bibilhin nyo yung lupa. Sino naman po mag-evaluate nun?
Yung right of way department po yung in charge doon sa acquisition po ng lupa.
So let's say request for purchase of lands. Yun yung yun yung department na task doon.
Opo.
Okay?
So ang kailangan po nila.
At sino naman po ang head nun?
Ruby Ventura.
Your Honor, OIC ng right-of-way namin is Attorney Ruby Ventura.
OIC.
Ng right-of-way department.
Who used to be the head of this?
Umalis na po, wala na po siya sa
Oo.
NGCP. Nag-resign na po.
Okay. You may continue.
Apo. So, yung pong right of way, before po nila magawa yung sa right of way, kailangan po ma-finalize kung saan ba talaga, let's say, dadaan yung transmission line at saan po itatayo yung mga substations. So, yung po, meron po kaming engineering design, under po doon ay yung survey division. So sila po yung mag-check with all the other alternatives, and then magkakaroon po ng final kung saan po yung ruta ng linya or kung saan po itatayo yung substation.
Pwede niyo po kaming maliwanagan, sino po si Mr. Wenbo? Wenbo. Wenbo. Sino po si Mr. Wenbo?
Your Honor, as for myself, I do not know. I will let Mr. Ireneo answer for that question, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, the reason why I ask who this individual is because I have documents here from NGCP addressed to the president of the company from their chief technical officer, whose name is Wenbu. And the subject of the document is request for approval of authority to purchase lands and land rights using the preferred valuations for EB Magalona, Bacolod for a 230 kilowatt transmission line project, part of the Cebu Negros Panay Backbone Project, Stage 1. So, kaya ko po kanina tinatanong kung paano at yung proseso ng pagdadaan ng proyekto at tinatanong kung sino yung mga nag-head ng bawat opisina na yon. Nakakapagtaka po, bakit hindi nyo po pinangalanan itong si Mr. Wenbu? At mukhang si Mr. Wenbu din ang nagre-request sa mga acquisition ng mga proposed site expansion ninyo, hindi lamang dito sa Negros Panay Backbone, pati po sa Las Piñas sa Bote Substation. Pangalan niya rin po.
Your Honor, the date of the document is 2014.
Yes.
Perhaps if we could look back to the our GIS for 2014, perhaps his name may appear there, Mr. Chair.
Is it
But
I just find it a little bit how do you say it? It leaves a very bad taste in the mouth. That even to decisions of this nature, in a company running basic utilities in our country, such decisions have to be made by a national, Chinese national. Bakit hindi po ba ito pwede ipagkatiwala sa Pilipino? Pati po ba yung pagbibili ng lupa? Sila na rin po ang magdidesisyon? Sila din po ang mag-a-approve? Bakit po ganon? Ganon nyo po ba pinatatakbo ang NGCP? Kasi una, lumalabas, ang pinaka nagpapatakbo nito, dayuhan, as chairman. Tapos pati itong mga desisyon na maliliit na pagpapabili ng lupa, pag-expand ng mga acquisitions ng mga backbone ninyo, dayuhan pa rin po magdedesisyon. Ano na po nangyari sa Pilipino? Ano nangyari na po sa Pilipinas?
Mr. Chair, ako ngayon, ang masasabi ko, hindi po ganyan yung proseso. Wala pong Chinese executive or managerial, holding managerial position. So, ito po, 2014, if we may be allowed to shed more light on this, kasi po, hindi ako familiar sa dokumento, Mr. Chair, but, and as I have said earlier, I came in 2019, there can be an explanation for this, Mr. Chair. Pero ngayon, Mr. Chair, wala po kaming nasa opisina ng Mr. Wenbo. Hindi po siya ang for authority to purchase land. Wala na pong hindi po ganito yung proseso ngayon, Mr. Chair.
Well, you know what, Mr. Chair, madaling sabihin yun, but of course, documents don't lie. And we find ourselves in a very peculiar situation right now where sovereignty is a very sensitive topic in our country. Right now, just across Zambales, where Congressman Jay Kong-hoon represents, we spotted again one of the largest Chinese warships. So are they actually really in our seas or are they actually in our system? Are they even deciding certain decisions that should be left for Filipinos to decide? These are issues that are very sensitive to me, Mr. Chair, dahil ang maapektuhan po dito ay bawat Pilipino. Kaya nga gusto ko rin po malaman, Mr. Chair, kung papaano po ba ang proseso ng pagdedesisyon at kung sino ang nagdedesisyon para sa NGCP. So, anyway, Mr. Chair, I will leave that point and I will proceed to the next. NGCP, balikan lang po natin yung DOE. If I may, Mr. Chair, I'm wrapping up. Okay. Maybe another, I should be done by around 8 o'clock, so not to worry. DOE, I just want to go back to the performance evaluation of NGCP. Who determines the projects that NGCP should put up? Are we following a power development plan based on a Philippine development plan? Can you please enlighten me?
Well, Mr. Chair, on the hierarchy, di ba may Philippine development plan tayo? And under the Philippine development plan, there is a Philippine energy plan. And under the Philippine energy plan, there's several plans there, which are the different aspects of energy, which transmission, generation, distribution, no? And under the transmission TDP, no, meron din kang sinusunod na grid code which is yun yung Biblia. I think the Power Boys know better about this, or even ERC. Yun yung guide, let's say, of the technical aspects of the grid. Like for example, when Panay blackout happened, yun yung sinusunod in protocols. Now, the TDP is based on is interrelated. So, sinusundan yan dapat yung kung ano yung the trajectory for generation, tsaka yung demand. Now, who prepares that? That will be Transcom, but now NGCP. And then NGCP is supposed to do it in consultation or coordination under their concession with Transco. And then sasubmit nila yan sa DOE for approval, sir. So those specifies already like which projects, ilang voltahe niya, tapos kailan siya dapat matatapos.
So what you're telling me is NGCP determines their own targets per year. Is that right to understand, Yusek Garin?
Mr. Chair, not exactly unilaterally, kasi you have to coordinate or synchronize that with the rest of the other plans. Kaya nga dapat it should have been a practice, no? Na kung sinabi mo na yan by 2020 na 25 ang completion, and the generation companies kasi look at TDP also. So kailangan yan hindi gumagalaw kasi magpapatayo sila ng coal power plant or whatever power plant. They will say na doon tayo magpatayo kasi nandun yung
Ikaw ba, Yusek Garin, naniniwala na dahil sa moving targets yung hindi pagkukomplete ng mga proyektong ito, naka-epekto po ito sa kaunlaran ng ating bansa?
Mr. Chair, yes, Mr. Chair. Because it affects the generation company.
Because like for example, my good friend Congressman Rufus Rodriguez was very appreciative of the fact that Mindanao was finally connected to the Visayas. But when I looked back at that slide, that project should have been completed in 2016. Tama ba yun? Does my recollection serve me right?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think 6 years, 5 years delay or something like that. Mr.
So
Chair.
finally, it's complete. My good friend is appreciative that it's complete, but my God, it's 5 years delayed.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If you, with your kind indulgence, Mr. Chair, when you have, we have a market kasi, no? That's what we call in sa WESM, and IMAP is the one handling that. So, may variation yan ng prices, and the prices are affected because of these delays. And that can be actually shown by IMAP. They have a presentation on how much is the effect of the delay, for example, for Mindanao, Hermosa San Jose, I think, and also of Panay Negros. They have that on file. They have calculations of how much is the impact on the price of electricity on the generation side because of the delay, Mr. Chair.
Kasi siyempre, alam mo, hindi naman tayo mauubusan ng dahilan para sabihin ng isang proyekto hindi matapos eh. Kaso lang ang problema ang dahilan, hindi nakakapagbigay ng solusyon yun sa problema ng tao eh. Ang dahilan is only a reason. What you're actually looking for is substantial results. And that's what the Filipino people should be holding on to. Substantial results. So, now, on my point, I remember the time when I was a governor, Mr. Chair, and I would just like to end my interpellation. Alam nyo, meron akong dalawang niligawan na dayuhang kumpanya na magtayo ng kumpanya to so, hindi individual. Para pumasok. Diba? So nagtayo na po sila ng kanilang infrastructures, they developed a large area in the province, and only to find out that they couldn't connect to the grid. And for years, they were hoping that NGCP would put up the facility so they could connect to the grid. It took so long a time, Mr. Chair. It took so long a time, mukhang magsasara na po yung kumpanya na yon. So, ang ibig sabihin po dito, kung nais mo pumasok sa energy sector at hindi mahaba ang PC mo, malulugi ka talaga. Meron din pong nagnanais na magtayo ng renewable energy dun sa dulong bahagi ng aming probinsya. Solar power. Natatakot naman po sila mag-invest kasi wala pa po yung NGCP. So, these are questions of development. Now, if NGCP can't improve the service that they provide, which is basic to every Filipino, Mr. Chair, it is only but right for us to review their franchise, to review their concession agreement. Because this is the only way for us to make sure that we're actually getting, the best service for every Filipino, Mr. Chair. So, with that being said, Mr. Chair, maraming salamat sa oras at panahon. Hihingin ko na lang po yung mga dokumento na hiningi ko, NGCP. At sana naman sa pagbisita po namin sa inyong facility. Nasaan po ba yung pinakamalapit yung facility?
Yung meron po sa Diliman, yun po yung sa Luzon.
Doon po kayo nagtatrabaho?
Kami po sa transmission planning, nasa Buona Venture po, sa may Green Hills.
Hindi, dito po sa main facility nyo, sino po nagtatrabaho doon?
Yung system operations po, ang nandun po sa Diliman.
Oo. Can I also request, Mr. Chair, a list of employees of NGCP?
Okay. Please submit the list of your employees.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
All employees.
All employees, Mr.
All
Chair.
employees. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Sharon Garin, Yusek Garin.
Just, just to add to the query of
Yes, please.
Honorable Suarez. For example, the comparison of IMAP on the billings for the period before and after the completion of Mindanao Visayas interconnection, ang difference nung January 2021 up to April 2023, sa Mindanao lang to na pricing, 6.17 pesos. Pero after, per kilowatt hour, pero after, nung na-complete siya, naging 4.87. There's a difference of 1 peso and 30 centavos after the completion. The same goes to the other projects, Mr. Chair.
So, in short, the delayed projects, for that example, you're looking at a 35% reduction, more or less, 35%, that they should have enjoyed 5 years before, if it was completed on time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Actually, IMAP has calculated the cumulative rin kung ano yung total na losses na cumulative na reduction had it been completed already.
Yes. So that's the very reason why we're in this hearing, to figure out why and how do we solve it. The IMAP and Transcon, I know you have a presentation, but later on, we will, either today or the next hearing, you'll be given your time because the DOE presentation has a lot of questions that has to be answered by DOE. The next interpreter is the Honorable Ace Barbers. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Most of the questions that I'd like to ask have already been asked by Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez. But just following the issues that he raised on the very concerning and very alarming, there seems to be a control by the Chinese nationals in the operation of the NGCP. Kaya earlier, I was asking if the shareholders' agreement was submitted to the committee because most of my questions that I'd like to propound are based on the information that is stipulated in that agreement. However, in the absence of that, I'd like to pursue the issue where in this corporation, there seems to be total and full control of the Chinese nationals. Tanong ko lang sa NGCP, no? Sa maraming pagkakataon, kapag tinatanong who controls, operates, and manage the NGCP, ang lagi pong sagot ay Pilipino. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay. So, pinaninindigan ninyo na ang merong management, control, and nag-ooperate ay Filipino.
Opo, Your Honor.
So, ang ibig sabihin po ba nito na ang Pilipino ay siya yung may desisyon, yung kumbaga huling pa siya doon sa mga decisions that the NGCP makes?
Opo, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Pilipino lahat yan?
Opo, Your Honor.
Okay, kasi kanina nabanggit ni Congressman Suarez na doon sa desisyon sa pagbili ng lupa, paghingi ng approval, ang nagre-rekomenda ay ang isang Chinese national. No? So that's the reason why I said earlier, this is very concerning and alarming. Bakit sila yung nagdidesisyon? Hindi ba dapat Pilipino ang nagdidesisyon dyan? But sabi nga, gaya nga ng sinabi mo, Pilipino ito, no? Doon sa mga nakaraang hearing, lagi po natin ini-emphasize that Filipino control in the transmission network ng Pilipinas ay napakahalaga because marami pong isyong nakaakibat dito. At ang pinaka-importanting issue dito ay yung national security. Tama po ba? Do you agree with me?
I agree, Your Honor.
So you agree with this representation that full control, full management of the transmission, national transmission, must be in the hands of patriotic Filipinos.
Nag-agree po ako, Your Honor.
Nag-agree kayo dyan. Sige. So, matanong ko lang, ano ho ba sa inyong pananaw ang relasyon ng transmission network sa national security, if I may be educated, Mr. Chair? Sa inyong pananaw, sa NGCP, anong relasyon nito? Anong kahalagahan?
Napakahalaga po, Your Honor. Dahil katulad nga po sa mga nakakaraang House Committee on Energy hearing, si Kong Dagook talagang sinasabi niya parang basic necessity na natin ng power. Dati, food, tubig, bahay. Pero ngayon, power. Kaya po, sumasangayon ako na napakahalaga ng transmission network po.
So salamat at isa kang ring patriotic Filipino na sumasang-ayon na itong transmission network ng ating bansa ay dapat nasa ilalim ng kamay ng mga Pilipino. Sa present situation and setup ng NGCP, masasabi mo ba na ang transmission network ng Pilipinas under the control and management of NGCP ay nasa ilalim ng kamay ng mga Pilipino?
Walang pagsusubali, Your Honor. Sumasang-ayon ako na nasa kamay ng mga Filipino.
And I presume, Mr. Chair, that that's the same opinion shared by your colleagues in the NGCP. Tama po ba? Attorney, all of you from the NGCP.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, maraming salamat dahil napakahalaga nga po nitong transmission network natin, no? At isa doon sa function na kung saan ay bago gumawa ng project, bago bumili ng lupa, o anumang desisyon na gagawin ng management ng NGCP, meron po kayong kinreate o merong nakikreate na sinasabi niyong working group. Is that correct?
Your Honor, yun nga po yung hindi masyadong maliwanag sa akin. That's a matter that's not clear to me when si Congressman Luistro was the one asking question because working group, meron po kami mga TWGs. Kunyari, nung nag-bar exams, may TWG kami. Ano, pag may election, may TWG na nag-aano na talagang hindi mag-brown out sa mga importanteng pagkakataon na yon. Hindi po ako pamilyar, Your Honor, sa working group. Hindi po ako pamilyar, Your Honor. We have, Your Honor, like departments, roadie right-of-way department. Meron po kaming mga ganun, Your Honor. Working group, wala po. Mula nang pumasok ako ng NGCP, TWG.
There's no
but
such
working
thing
group,
as
hindi.
working group.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
There's no such thing as the working group. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, since I joined, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
hindi ako familiar sa
When did you join the NGCP?
2019, Your Honor.
But more or less you have reviewed or perhaps you have been informed as to the contracts entered into
Yes, Your
prior
Honor.
to your appointment, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm
halimbawa po,
with the
yung-
UGC, Your Honor.
Halimbawa po, yung 2014, yung nagkaroon ng bid para sa natitirang aspeto ng Aurora Polanco, yung transmission line project, tama? You're familiar with that?
If your document provides so, Your Honor.
Yes, kasi nga, napakahalaga because this is the information that was shared with us wherein this working group plays a very vital and important role. Ba't ko nasabi ito, Mr. Chair, is that nung pong nagkaroon ng isang project, itong sinasabing Aurora Polanco 138 kV transmission line project, nagpabid ho kayo. But that is a normal procedure, correct?
Opo, competitive bidding before awarding any project.
Okay, so when you open for bids, do you qualify those that will submit their bids?
Yes, the bidders, Your Honor, are qualified. Yeah.
Okay, so I am also sure and certain that in this particular project which I mentioned, is that may nag-submit na mga bids sa inyo. And doon sa mga nag-submit ng bids, karamihan po ay Chinese-owned companies. Are you aware of that?
Pagpaumanhin po, Your Honor, I'm not aware. Diyan sa particular po na minimension nyo.
Or perhaps it may help us to determine whether these companies are really those that submitted their bids in this particular project. Can we ask the Secretariat to show the slide of these Chinese companies who joined the Aurora Polanco transmission line project? Tatlongput-anim po ang mga kumpanyang nag-submit ng kanilang bids dito. At lumalabas dito sa mga bid na ito ay mahigit kalahati ho ay puro China o Chinese-owned bidders o Chinese-owned companies. Now, bakit ko sinasabi to, no? Na ano bang importansya, no? Okay lang naman ho siguro kung mag-bid ang isang Chinese company kung wala hong bidder mula sa Pilipinas. Do you agree?
Opo.
Okay. So, dun ho sa mga bids, sino ho nag-evaluate ng bids? Sino nagsasabing mananalo ito, matatalo ito, hindi nagka-qualify ito? Sino ho yan?
Meron po kaming department, Your Honor, at yung most advantageous bid, yun po yung mako-consider for an award, Mr. Chair.
Can you repeat that, please?
Meron po kaming department that who evaluates kung ang most advantageous bid, Your Honor, sa kanya po maa-award yung project, Your Honor.
Base sa amin kasing information, ang nag-evaluate o yung membro ng evaluation, bid evaluation, nag-submit ng bid evaluation report on this particular project ay si Mr. Yuan Mingjun at si Mr. Chen Changwei. You're familiar with those names?
I am not familiar with those names, Your Honor.
Yes, I agree because you were not there yet. No, this was 2014 project. Eh. So for those who were already there in 2014, you're familiar with these names?
Your Honor, I have been in NGCP since 2011, but I'm not familiar with those names.
So yung hindi ho totoo na meron pong nag-evaluate na by the name of Mr. Yuan Mingjun at Chen Chingwei.
Again, as I repeat, Your Honor, I'm not familiar of those names. But as mentioned by Attorney Malyari, we have a department which evaluates the bid submitted by different bidders and recommend the award with the most advantageous bid, Your Honor.
Based on the documents that we have, it seems that the approval, the evaluation of all these bids are done by these two Chinese nationals. Which again, I would like to raise this point that this is quite alarming and concerning. Kanina, sinabi natin yung pagbili ng lupa, Chinese ang nagdidesisyon. Yung pag-implement ng project, Chinese ang nagdidesisyon. So again, can we ask the Secretariat to please flash on the screen
Which particular document do you want flashed?
I think yan yun. These
Thank you
are the
very much.
bidders, no? These are the bidders doon sa project which I specified, no? And in the next slide, it will show, can you show the next slide? So, majority po ng mga kumpanyang ito ay China-owned corporations. So, the next slide, please, Secretariat. Kanina ho kasi na-raise na po ito ni Congressman Suarez. And when he raised this issue of Chinese nationals being involved in the decision-making of the NGCP, did not just raise eyebrows, so to speak, but also ito ay isang national security vulnerability sa tingin ko eh. Na yung mga importanteng desisyon ng NGCP ay nasa kamay ng mga dayuhan. So, yung next slide will show what I was mentioning earlier, yung sinasabing working group. No? Wherein itong si Mr. Yuan Mingjun at saka si Chen Changwei, the chairman and the alternate chairman of the working group, no, are the ones deciding. So, ayan, yung name na uyang, ayan, that's July 11, 2014, the so-called working group, the chairman of that is Yuan Mingjun, and the alternate chairman is Chen Changwei. So, as you said earlier, you're not familiar with this document, but perhaps ma'am, maybe you're familiar with this since you were there already in 2011.
Your Honor, I'm not familiar with this document.
So, you're not familiar with that. So, dalawang bagay lang ito. Yung research namin at yung base sa dokumentong sinasubmit nyo sa amin ay yun mga information that we'd like to be clarified on. That's why we ask these questions to you. Now, earlier, tinanong natin yung systems guy ninyo kung ano yung procedure, no, para i-shut off, i-turn on or i-turn it off yung buong power system. At sabi niya, ang in charge lang doon ay yung duty manager. If I remember it correctly, there's just one person or maybe 2 or 3 of them who are in control of the shutting down or the turning on of the system. To me, and I'm sure my colleagues will share my apprehension, na nakakatakot ito. Nakakatakot ito. And this is, again, something that we should really correct and we should look into, Mr. Chair. Now, other issues that were raised earlier by Kong Dan Fernandez were quite alarming too, no? Especially dun sa violation sa Section 8. But listening to the NGCP, definitely the first reaction is to deny, no, and to, short of saying, disagreeing with the observation of Congressman Dan Fernandez, and we respect that. It's just that we're all here para ayusin itong sistemang ito at hindi ito hindi mangyari yung kinakatakutan natin na maaari at posibleng mangyari, considering that we have now an issue with China in the West Philippine Sea. I cannot imagine utility companies being managed and operated by, quote-unquote, the enemy. I'm sure you wouldn't want to sleep with your enemy. And majority ng ating mga kababayan na nakikinig ngayon ay nagtatanong, totoo ba na kapag halimbawa nagkaroon tayo ng alitan sa ating kapitbahay na China, isang pindot lang ba nila, mawawala na ang power sa atin? That needs to be answered. The Filipino people must be informed. They need to know kung ito ay posibleng mangyari. Pero sa sagot kanina, parang posible. Parang posible. Unless you have a better reply to that question, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, nandun ako sa likod nung kausap niyo si aming Mr. Clark Agustin. Yung scenario niyo po kasi na bigay sa kanya is si terorista na sa kwarto na. But ang ano po is, bago siguro nakarating si terorista doon, kasi po yung control center namin are physically secured. And insofar as yung mga tao na mag-on at mag-off ng mga equipment, there are switching procedures which includes validation between control and substation. So, sa hypothetical scenario, it appears na hypothetically it can be done, pero sa tunay na buhay, Mr. Chair, may kalabuan.
So, yan ay ginagarantiyan nyo sa ating mga kababayan?
Opo.
So, hindi pwede na pakialaman ng dayuhan ang control sa ating elektrisidad o power dito sa ating bansa?
Opo.
Sigurado kayo dyan?
Opo.
Okay, sige. I will not belabor that point anymore, Mr. Chair, but to give more time to my colleagues here that would like to propound questions, I am yielding the balance of my 38 seconds in my interpellation, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very much, the Honorable Ace Barbers. The Honorable Ernix Junicio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Sino po ulit yung mga representative natin sa NGCP? Parang 3 po.
Meron po kami
Pero yung nakaupo po, 3.
3 po.
Ibig sabihin, kayo po yung nakaupo, kayo po yung may kaalaman. Mostly, with regards to the query of the members of the committee. Tama po ba?
Opo. Hanggang sa kaya ng aming
Yes, ma'am.
abilidad.
Don't worry, ma'am. Ako naman. No, mahirap po kasi yung tanong ko eh. Ma'am, ano pong first nickname niyo, ma'am?
Pangalan ko po, Attorney Lali Malyari.
Attorney Lani, ma'am. Saan po ang probinsya niyo?
Batangas po.
Batanggenya po kayo.
Yes po.
Pilipino po kayo.
100%.
Okay, of course, it goes to, without saying. Of course, all the representatives from NGCP are all Filipinos here. Agreed?
Opo.
Opo. No, kasi actually, most of the queries and questions of the members have been asked by the members who asked questions earlier. Ako lang kasi na bagabag ng kaunti doon sa mga ibang informations, ma'am, na narinig ko, attorney. For example, ano ba yung nabanggit kanina, yung chairman ba? Sino po ulit ba yung chairman?
Based on the 2024 GIS ng NGCP po, the chairman is Mr. Zhu Guangzhou. Ang nationality niya po na naka-indicate dito sa GIS ay Chinese.
Ma'am, sinagot yun na, tinatanong ko pa lang yun. But thank you, ma'am, for answering agad. Pero, bakit po kaya Chinese yung naging chairman sa tingin niyo, ma'am?
Katulad po ng sagot ko kanina, Mr. Chair, how the Board of Directors operate, sila po yung nakakaalam. At saka po, pinasasubmit na rin po ni Congressman Suarez yung minutes of the meeting ng election.
Yes, ma'am. Opo. Kasi all the answers have been technical. I'm trying to talk to you as representatives of NGCP on a more, let's say, personal yung opinion po ninyo. Matagal na rin po kayo sa NGCP, 2019, tama po ba, ma'am?
2019, Mr. Chair.
Ma'am, kayo po, since when po kayo nasa NGCP?
Since 2011.
2011. So, more than a decade. Sir, kayo po?
2009 po.
2009. Mas antigo si Sir sa inyo. Pareho. No, yung ano lang kasi sa akin, hindi ba kayo... Ako kasi, ng first time I've heard dun sa sinabi na yung chairman natin, although yes, ipapass nyo sa committee yung mga minutes of the board, hindi ba kayo na babagabag na... sa sarili niyo pong opinion, I'm sure you are lawyers, na meron din kayong sariling opinion. Nababagabag po ba kayo o hindi naman po?
Mr. Chair, sa pagkakaalam ko po, insofar as our board of directors is composed and how they proceed with their order of business, ang chairman po ng board only presides. So, para pong preside. So, kung bagabag dahil
Chinese.
Dahil meron siyang pwedeng ma-exercise na compulsion, kahit sa akin, sir, hindi po. Kasi it's outside. It's ultra-virus na po yung gagawin niya kung i-compel niya ako to do anything, Mr. Chair.
So, in your opinion, attorney, yung chairman, walang influence. Nagpe-preside lang siya. That is your opinion.
That's my opinion, and as they are constituted, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I understand that. That's the technical. Yeah. But the reality is, yung chairman, alam naman nating lahat, hindi lang naman hanggang sa preside. Yun naman ang realidad. Pero I won't stay with that. Ang nag-aalala lang ako si ma'am, yung mga narinig kong information, yung control over management, yung extent of influence in decision-making ng operations, medyo nakaka-worry. Yung State Grid International Development Limited, or SGID, tama po ba? Ito yung may 40% ownership, ma'am?
Apo, State Grid International Development Limited, Hong Kong, SAR. Buong pangalan po.
Sino po ba tong SGID na to, ma'am?
Katulad po ng nabanggit ko kanina, NGCP po kami. Technically, ito pong mga korporasyon na to ay separate from us. So ako po walang personal knowledge insofar as sinong nagko-compose kay State Grid International Development Limited.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I really hope that the committee, sana lumabas po lahat itong mga katanungan ng mga members at control over technical operations. Ma'am, ano po ba yung CTO, yung Chief Technical Officer? Ano po ba ang tungkulin nun?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Yung Chief Technical Officer po, under sa kanya yung 4 na grupo, yung System Operations, Planning and Engineering, Operation and Maintenance, and Technical Management Department.
Yung Chief Technical Officer natin, Pilipino naman po.
Tama po, Filipino po.
Ako lang, sa mga narinig ko po, to give way to my other colleagues, nakabagabag talaga yung mga narinig ko na, yung influence ng bansa ng China sa atin. So, Mr. Chair, that I really hope that the committee will find out to the bottom of things, the queries of each members, and sana itama natin yung dapat itama, na yung mga bagay na dapat in control ang mga Pilipino, dapat fully controlled by Filipino citizens, patriots. Just one quick manifestation, Mr. Chair, na I'm in full support of the investigation of this committee. And in the end, wala naman pong magmamalasakit sa ating mga Pilipino, kundi tayo rin kapwa mga Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Ernest Janicio of the City of Manila. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Rog. Yes, Honorable Rog, and then the Honorable Stella Kimbo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, before I begin my interpellation, I'd just like to have a short manifestation. Listening to the proceedings earlier, and of course we can't help but understand that some of our colleagues here have shared their elation and their gratitude to the NGCP for having connected their various constituencies to the grid. However, just to give it the proper context, because I, for one, this representation was one of the members of this committee who voted yes to the conducting of this motu proprio inquiry, I think we have to frame it in the proper context po, no? I don't think, not to sound ungrateful, but I don't think we should be happy when a franchisee is just doing its job po, no? And doing its job in a belated manner. I heard the statement earlier that better late than never. However, I think the Filipino people deserve better. We've talked about it. It was already mentioned earlier. In fact, we've heard the expert opinions that the 5-year delay actually caused an increase in price, which our constituents could have enjoyed earlier. Yes, we're thankful that eventually they were connected to the grid. However, there is a plan that has been afforded to them. And in fact, the ERC and the DOE have been bending themselves over backwards just to accommodate them po, no? And I think the problems and issues are very glaring. So if there's any question as to the direction of this inquiry, I, for one, would throw my support behind it. Because as the way that we've seen it, before we even started this inquiry, through the news articles and some of the privileged speeches of some of the congressmen, we've already heard some of the issues. Not to mention, we have these I'm not really sure it would be right thing to say, no? Perhaps it would be preempting po, no? Because a lot of these things are premised on documents which the NGCP have yet submitted to us. But there are allegations po, no? That their profits far exceed those that they are willing to spend to reinvest in our infrastructure. We're talking about the runaway cost in which they are passing it on towards us, the consumers. We also have issues of ownership, not only in questioning the nationalities involved and whether this respects the 60-40 rule that would be required of a public utility, but also of those that are in relation to the provisions of the franchise. Most glaring that we've been discussing today would be Section 8 po, no, in the dispersal of ownership. So in the face of all of these issues, I think it would not be wise to attack this issue with a sense of gratitude po, no. I don't think we should be thankful for the services that have been rendered when the rendered service was done poorly. And I think we should exact accountability, and that's what this inquiry is all about po, no. But with that said, Mr. Chair, I'd like to proceed now with my interpellation. And before I begin with questioning NGCP, just most of the queries have been asked earlier, and a lot of my questions would actually hinge on documents that were already asked. But I believe just some few points on the dispersal of ownership. And I'd like to, before beginning with NGCP, I'd like to ask perhaps the ERC Chair, Di Malata, if I may, just to briefly summarize. I beg the indulgence of everyone here if these questions were already asked. We were going back and forth po kasi may session rin po kanina. But Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, from our understanding, I understand that you would be speaking on behalf of the ERC, and that the ERC has already made rulings previously. Whether or not those were wise, we see in as we go along with the line of questioning. However, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair of the ERC, yung ating dispersal of ownership, the basic concept of Section 8, what is the reasoning for this? I understand this would be under the wisdom of the previous Congress, but to give us to shed some light at least on the viewpoint of the executive, what is the reason for having a dispersal of ownership?
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I think the legislative intent, not just for the RA 9511 for NGCP, but for franchises that include, most of our franchises have include that obligation to disperse ownership. And the basic reasoning is that most of franchise holders are monopolies. So they have exclusive, in a way, exclusive rights to certain services, to certain geographical areas. So the intent is to allow the public to have some participation in that monopoly and to realize some gains also from the activities and the revenues of that monopoly, because it has no competition for that end. So that is in general the reasoning behind certain similar provisions. But as to this particular legislation, I think NGCP was asked about this, and I think it's wise if we check the deliberations of Congress at the time to get the specific requirement for this. But I don't think it will deviate significantly from the general principle behind the similar provisions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, just wanted to double check lang po, because I would agree and tend to agree, because this is not the first time we've dealt with such provision under the Committee on Legislative Franchises, actually, and this is not limited only to when we're talking about yung distribution utilities or the like. Actually, even in the field of telecommunications, in the field of media, we also have this dispersal of ownership. And I just wanted to make sure that at least in the field of the DOE, it would be the same. Because the way that I see it, and I'm not sure if the committee shares this sentiment, but I believe that it's twofold po, no? One is that primarily it affords the public to participate and gain economic benefits, that is to benefit from the fruits of this monopoly, whether that be through dividends or whatever manner of which that could be compensated for their investment. But second and most important is a check and balance through ownership, through equity po, no? So the equity portion is very important. And would that be a fair statement, Madam Chair? I don't want to put answers in your mouth po, no? Would that be a fair statement that the dispersal of ownership also talks of equity and control of a corporation?
That's correct, Mr. Chair, because the public utilities, there is a requirement in the Constitution to observe certain Filipino ownership requirements. So that's also part of the parameters or safeguards that are put in the law.
So generally, Mr. Chair, when we are going to interpret these provisions of the franchise, it would be guided by those principles po, no? That generally, the interpretation of any provisions should be in support of public participation and economic gain that the public may get out of it, and then public participation and ownership, equity po, no? Thank you for clarifying that. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to now direct my questions to the NGCP. And I believe the current, not the spokesperson, but the representative is... Mr. Chair, if I may yield to...
Mr. Chair, if you allow, can I show a picture of the structure of the ownership, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please, by all means.
It's with the Secretariat already.
Okay, Secretariat, please present the structure.
Yung isang picture lang. Because the objective was to disperse the ownership, ano. But with the structure, although ang caveat lang dito is we are still awaiting for documents from the corporations that are like holding corporations. In the structure kasi ng ownership nila, Mr. Chair, yes, the 40% is owned by State Grid. And then there's the 60%. Both 60%, if you divide it into half, that's Monte Oro, and the other half would be Calaca High Power Corporation. But if you go up, Mr. Chair, there's basically like on the 60%, medyo there are basically two people that are controlling NGCP, Mr. Chair. Wala, hindi mo pa. Ayan, Mr. Chair. It's too small, ano? We lifted this from the dissenting opinion in, this is a public document already. So pag inakyat mo siya, exactly what is the statement? Principally held by two persons lang siya, Mr. Chair. But yes, that is it depends on the submissions of NGCP on the ownership of the companies that are holding the shares, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Raj.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, if we may ask the COMSEC to keep that on screen, because coincidentally, I was going to be talking about that very opinion, because as a public record, I actually also ran into that dissenting opinion. And I would like to ask now the NGCP. Maybe ask Attorney Malyari po, no? So I understand that earlier, if you could, again, as I said, if you could bear with us po, no? We weren't here this whole time. We had other hearings, we were in session. Naitanong na po ito ni Chair Dan Fernandez po, no? You made mention of a share swap agreement, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, the share swap agreement has always been in the questions of Congressman Dan Fernandez, but not from me, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, so I'll take the questioning from the start na lang po, no?
Okay,
so under Section 8, you have dispersal of ownership requirement po, no? And based on some of the filings that you've had with the ERC, I'm not sure if this was a case or whatever the main, whatever this was a dissenting opinion to, you were actually seeking for extension po for the compliance with Section 8. Is that correct, Attorney Malyari?
Up, Mr. Chair.
And the extension was made in reference to the requirement that you would have your shares directly offered to the public through an IPO, 20%. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Yun po, Mr. Chair.
And I believe that this was actually run down. I thought this was taken up by Congressman Dan Fernandez, because I heard Chair Dan going through the specific dates of which you had motion for reconsideration, etc., etc. So, tama naman po, we were still talking about the IPO. But somewhere along the line, the NGCP opted to comply with Section 8, allegedly, through another mode. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And that other mode would be what mode po kaya, Attorney Malyari?
The second mode provided under Section 8 of RA 9511.
And may we be enlightened as to what the alleged second mode would be?
I'll read, Mr. Chair. So, Section 8, dispersal of ownership under RA 9511, the grantee shall list the grantee shall list, subject to the requirements of the SEC and the PSE, and make public offering of the shares representing at least 20% of its outstanding capital stock or a higher percentage that may be hereafter be provided by law within 10 years from the commencement of its operations. Then there's the second, Mr. Chair, there's the second mode, provided that the listing in the PSE of any company which directly or indirectly owns or controls at least 30% quantum of the outstanding shares of stock of the grantee shall be considered full compliance of this listing requirement.
And Mr. Chair, you are of the opinion that this was complied with by the NGCP.
Mr. Chair, yes, as confirmed in the ERC decision dated May.
So which would be
2022.
the company po which directly or indirectly owns or controls at least 30% of?
The one that was listed, Mr. Chair. Sino? Bali po, Synergy Grid, Mr. Chair.
Synergy Grid is the supposed company by which that you have complied with Section 8. And as to the ownership
route,
of
Mr. Chair.
Synergy Grid, are we not aware? No.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
But, Mr. Chair, I believe that the dissenting opinion that was flashed earlier, if we may ask the committee secretary to flash it once again, actually already divulged the owners, and I believe this is a public record. Was this not based on what the NGCP submitted to the ERC for their decision?
May I see, Mr. Chair?
ERC case number 2018-014 MC, is this not in relation to the extension or at least to the approval of your compliance with Section 8?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So what could be the basis of this figure 1, which is of public record?
If I have to hazard a guess, Mr. Chair, most likely the prospectus for which the follow-on offering of Synergy Grid and Development Philippines was offered, Mr. Chair.
So the prospectus by Synergy, so SGP, no? If you'd allow it, we'll just call it SGP for simplicity. So are you telling us now po that the NGCP would have no clue as to the IPO or whatever listing requirement was required out of SGP? That's what you're telling us now po. Kasi when I'm asking you questions about this organizational chart, you're telling us po wala po kayong kinalaman sa share swap agreement. Are you categorically denying knowledge of a share swap agreement?
Hindi po ako aware mismo. I haven't seen
Okay.
that share swap agreement. But perhaps there was a share swap agreement in order to come up with this corporate structure, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So perhaps. But this is a requirement under Section 8 of your franchise. Yet the NGCP has no knowledge of the proceedings in which SGP undertook to comply for NGCP's requirement?
Mr. Chair, when there was, personally, Mr. Chair, during the transaction of the follow-on offering, may mga dokumento po na pinapaprepare sa amin dahil ultimately yung ilalim kasi niyan si NGCP. Siya yung operating company, Mr. Chair, because sa taas mga holding companies. So may mga dokumento na pinapaprepare sa amin. So insofar as your question na wala ba ako, kunyari, personally, kaalam-alam doon sa follow-on offering, meron naman, Mr. Chair, but not the entire picture.
Okay.
Insofar as the documents that I am asked to prepare, Mr. Chair.
I hope you'd bear with us po. No? Can we have the chart flashed again po, please, Committee Secretariat? So, as far as we're looking at this, to what extent would you admit to having knowledge of po? To what level? Do you admit knowing that Monte Oro Grid Resource Corp owned 30% plus 1 share?
Apo.
To that extent that you could agree. Do you admit that State Grid International Development Limited owns 40% at the time?
Opo, kasi
Okay.
lahat po yan are
Direct.
even right now reflected in the 2024 GIS.
Also including Calaca High Power Corporation.
Yes, po.
Now, the second level, One Taipan Holding Inc., would you admit to having knowledge of its participation in direct ownership of National Grid Corporation of the Philippines?
Nakita ko na nga po, Mr. Chair, itong corporate structure na to when I was asked to work on some documents that are needed from NGCP. But yung in-depth, pasensyahan nyo na po, Mr. Chair.
That would be fine, Mr. Chair. I don't need in-depth naman po. I just wanted confirmation that this is not new to the NGCP. I understand that there are questions that you would answer that you don't have personal knowledge, but I hope you understand we invite you here as resource persons, assuming that there will be some kind of institutional knowledge po, no, of the things that we would be asking of you. So I understand that you would refuse to answer based on personal knowledge, but at least the admission that you have come across documents in which you are involved in this, would it be sufficient? So you agree, to what extent po you've seen this in the documentations that NGCP prepared for SGP when they were preparing the prospectus for their IPO? You've seen documents all the way to the top po, no? That Henry C. Jr. owns 49.93% of Synergy Grid and Development Philippines?
Wala po akong nakita na any ownership document insofar as that. Only, Mr. Chair, as the structure is shown. Yan lang, Mr. Chair.
Oh, so as the structure is shown?
Yes, Mr.
And
Chair.
these are documents that came from SGDP?
I would most likely,
Most
Mr.
likely
Chair.
po, no? Because they would prepare the prospectus and they
Yes,
would
Mr.
ask for
Chair.
your, go ahead, because this is concerning your obligations under the franchise po, no?
Mr.
So
Yes,
you,
Mr.
NGCP is aware of this structure. So we just are awaiting confirmation na lang po, no? Based on the ownership documents. So it's not new to the NGCP that we have the first layer of ownership, which is what is declared in the GIS. Then you have a second layer of ownership, which are holdings corporations, which are supposedly the means through which SGDP has indirect ownership of the National Grid Corp. However, SGDP's ownership of these two holdings is shared with private persons. And these private persons, namely Henry C. Jr. and Robert Coyuto Jr., each own, oh sorry, in the case of Pacifica, it's actually with Alameda Energy. So we'll have to look into that. But that's the structure by which SGDP exercises control and ownership for NGCP. However, Mr. Chair, at the time that this prospectus was prepared and that they were already preparing for the supposed shift po, no? Because originally it was supposed to be an IPO of NGCP itself. And then it shifted towards this supposed second mode. Was there any reason that the NGCP opted for this second mode? Any particular event or incident that caused them to suddenly change? Because I would imagine it would take a lot of preparation time. If you were given 10 years to prepare for the Section 8, I don't think you thought of Section 8 on the 10th year. So for over 10 years, you've been preparing for an IPO. Only at the last minute, after 2 extensions, I believe, you decide to opt for the, well, you won't admit it now, the share swap agreement, pero that's basically the method of which you have tried to comply with Section 8. So ano po kaya yung number one reason? Are you privy, perhaps, to the board meeting in which this was discussed?
Mr. Chair, I am not privy. But can I venture an opinion, Mr. Chair, based on my previous life? Because, Mr. Chair, previously I was in the Philippine Stock Exchange. And previously also I was involved in companies that do intend to list in the stock exchange. Mr. Chair, sa lahat talaga, every meeting doon, medyo hindi advisable ng isang operating company ang mag-list ng kanyang stock. Dahil po, Mr. Chair, dahil nga operating company, sobrang magalaw. Konting ano lang dyan, for instance, may blackout, may mag-halt trading po siya. So, that's my guess, Mr. Chair. But kung ano talaga yung nangyari dito, hindi po ako privy for the reason.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Madam. Thank you, Attorney Malyari. Mr. Chair, may I ask the chairperson of the ERC, would that be, in your opinion, a sufficient answer? Because I understand for an operating corporation, that would go for a lot of other corporations too. And at any time, we still have Section 8 and it's being complied directly by these franchise holders. So would that be a sufficient answer, Madam Chair?
Mr. Chair, maybe we'll just base it on our experience. For example, one of the longest listed utility is Meralco. Meralco is an operating company, one of the longest running private distribution utilities in the country. So that's one. We also have, I think it was mentioned earlier, telcos that are directly listed. PLDT, for example, is directly listed also. So I'm not sure about the basis, but I'm certain that NGCP had their own reasons for shifting. I just don't know, and I think Attorney Malyari also was saying she was not familiar with the reason of the board. I would think this decision is something that's made by the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, and I agree, of course, NGCP has the reasons. But what we have to discover now is if those reasons are aligned with public interest. Now, if those reasons are to keep a control over who gets to participate in NGCP, then that would go against Section 8 po, no? And I think, of course, this is not something that they would be ready to answer now. But eventually, once the documents are made available, I think we will get to the bottom of it. But another telling aspect, siguro po, Mr. Chair, was the fact that the means by which they opted for this alleged second mode po, no? Yet, these shares are supposedly, maybe confirm, are these preferred shares or are they voting common shares? Maybe ask, Mr. Chair, Representative NGCP.
NGCP or Attorney Milyari?
Mr. Chair, sorry, no knowledge, Mr. Chair.
Would-
Sa buong yung pong sa buong proseso ng follow-on, hindi po ako familiar, Mr. Chair.
May I ask SEC the same question of the Honorable Rog Gutierrez? SEC. Can
Thank
you
you,
please repeat your
NGCP.
question?
Okay, I'll repeat it for the benefit of the SEC. Would the SEC have any knowledge po, no, as to what kind of shares were listed by SGP? What kind of shares are owned by SGP in NGCP po, no? Were there any common shares or are these all preferred non-voting shares?
I would just like to clarify SGP as in State Grid International Development.
Sorry, no. We're talking about because SGP owns shares of Monte Oro. Wait. Can we flash again for the chart, no? Here. So supposedly, SGDP would have indirect ownership of NGCP through the holdings One Taipan Holding and Pacifica Holdings. And Pacifica Holdings, One Taipan Holdings would indirectly own NGCP through Monte Oro and Calaca High Power Corporation. Now, can we have confirmation po, no, if the shares that are owned by SGDP in One Taipan and Pacifica, are they preferred shares or are they voting shares?
One Taipan. So we have to look at the GIS of One Taipan. I have here, wait, let me check. Based on our records, based on the GIS 2024 of One Taipan, Synergy Grid and Development Philippines Incorporated owns 86,430,000 common shares.
So they own common shares naman po.
Yes. Yes,
And
Mr. Chair.
for Pacifica 21 Holdings?
Oh, for Pacifica. For Pacifica 21 Holdings Inc., based on their 2024 GIS, it's the same, Mr. Chair. They also, Synergy Grid also holds common shares.
And we can presume naman po, no, kasi 100% ownership yung One Taipan in Monte Oro and Pacifica 21, these would be common shares naman po, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And for Monte Oro and Calaca, what is their percent ownership na common po sa NGCP? Do they own preferred shares in NGCP?
For NGCP, Monte Oro owns common shares. Also, what's the other one? Calaca High Power also owns common shares.
So all of the shares that they own are common
yes,
shares?
Mr. Chair. Based on our records, Mr. Chair, yes, common shares.
I request that those documents be furnished to the committee before you're leaving today.
Yes, we will furnish your
you.
body, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My follow-up question would be on the FOO, yung follow-on offering, but I understand the NGCP they would not be able to answer yung details ng FOO, tama po? So I think these are things that we'd have to ask na lang through documentation. So Mr. Chair, maybe move. I don't know if this was already asked by Chair Dan earlier or any of our other colleagues, but maybe request siguro po from NGCP that they provide us documentation, first and foremost, on the share swap agreement, if that was not asked for earlier. Yung follow-on offering siguro po, we'll request that also. And Mr. Chair, if the body would be like-minded, siguro we have to invite representatives of SGTP mismo so that they can enlighten us as to this alleged second mode po, no?
Okay.
And
Take note of that.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a short manifestation before I end. Given that we don't have documentation yet to answer, I still find it very hard to subscribe to the idea that this alleged second mode is a proper exercise po, no? Or the proper compliance with Section 8, because it seems to be very convoluted and it passes through a lot of hoops just to claim that there is an indirect ownership po of SGDP. Because the way that we see it, if it was really to comply with, let's say, assuming that for some reason, it's very hard for an operating corporation to directly offer 20% of their shares to the public. The most straightforward way that they could comply with the second mode was to have a holdings company that would own 30%. Why did SGDP have to split its ownership into two corporations, namely One Taipan Holdings and Pacifica Holdings, of which they share ownership with single persons, Henry C. and Mr. Robert Coyuto? So why would the question, I guess, Mr. Chair, is what's with the corporate gymnastics po, no? When it could have been a simple direct ownership of 30%, which they offered to the public. Now, when you look at it, in effect, without looking into the ownership documents that we're requesting, in effect, how much po talaga ang shareholdings ng public in NGCP? If this is to believe, it says here other shareholders have only participated to the tune of 0.26%. Then whether or not they agreed, whether or not that second mode exists, the intent of the law is not being satisfied po, no? Because I don't think we could consider that in the twofold, the two factors that we were considering when we talk about Section 8. That is, enjoying the economic benefits of ownership, and second, yung exercising control through equity. So these are just some of the things that, although through the gymnastics they might claim that legally they are complied, but in effect, it doesn't seem to be the case. And I think that's why we are here now convened as this committee to make sure that they are compliant with their franchise. I think just one more point that was mentioned kasi po earlier was that they're operating in the assumption that it was allowed by the ERC. That ERC basically gave the imprimatur the go-ahead with the second mode. But let's not forget, Mr. Chair, that based on Section 8, the only power that ERC has is to extend. They only have the power to extend that should it be found that it would be hard to comply with the 10 years 20% offering of the 10 years commencement. The requirement is not reached, the ERC may, upon application of the grantee and after notice and hearing, allow such reasonable extension of the period within which the grantee should list its shares of stock, if the market condition is not suitable for such listing. Nor does it say po, Mr. Chair, that the ERC will determine their compliance with Section 8. That falls on Congress under our constitutional mandate. So this is something for the committee to consider. And with that, I'd like to end my interpellation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Coach Gutierrez of One Rider Party List. The Chair recognizes the Senior Vice Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, the Honorable Stella Kimbo of Second District of Marikina.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Medyo komplikado ang ating tinatalakay. Susubukan ko pong maging mas simple. Umpisahan ko na po sa NGCP na subcontractor ng ating gobyerno na siya po ang operator and taga-maintain ng highway na dinadaanan ng kuryente natin. Tama ba ang aking pag-describe ng NGCP USEC Sharon?
Mr. Chair, yes, sir. As a transmission network provider, yun yung infrastructure, and then systems operator, yun yung parang conductor siya.
Yes, tama. At ang highway na yan ay pagmamayari ng ating gobyerno through Transco.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. At ang NGCP ay subcontractor. In other words, meron siyang kontrata with our government. At ang tawag sa kontrata na yan ay concessionaire agreement. Kaya ang NGCP ay isang concessionaire.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At nagbabayad ng concession fee sa gobyerno.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. At bilang concessionaire, ang NGCP ay public utility. Tama ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. At sa ilalim ng Public Service Act as amended, alam na alam mo to, Yusek Sharon, dahil ikaw ang nag-defend ng batas na to, ang NGCP ay natural monopoly. Tama ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At dahil siya ay natural monopoly, ano ang implication nito pagdating sa cost efficiency? Ibig sabihin, meron ba tong implication sa presyo ng kuryente?
Well, the monopoly by nature kasi, if you have more than one, it becomes an expensive utility. That is, and so a monopoly makes sense in this. Actually, it's practically the only monopoly in the country, no? Kasi sa grid, wala ka namang ibang utility that it's nationwide monopoly. But as a safeguard, we have ERC to regulate it, Madam Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, usually, pag sinasabing monopoly, mahal dapat. Di ba? Yun ang iniisip natin. Kaya lang, sa ilalim ng batas, pag natural monopoly siya, and in this case, nakakategorize siya as a natural monopoly, exception siya kasi at nagiging more cost-efficient siya. Parang ganon. Tama ba yun?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So, inaasahan natin na dapat mag-operate siya in a way na mapapababa dapat niya ang presyo ng kuryente. Tama ba yun?
Correct, Mr. Chair, because if we have two transmission companies and rely on competition to lower the cost, hindi yan effective in this sense because of the nature of the business. Dalawang infrastructure gagastusan mo, then that won't make sense. So that is the purpose of EPIRA and also the franchise law. Now, by having one, it will redound to cost efficiency and lower prices for the consumers.
So, yun ay in theory. Okay, so, pabalik ako sa'yo. So, right now, naniniwala ka ba na ang charge ngayon ng NGCP, meaning yung wheeling charges, tama ba yun? Yun ba, magkano ba ngayon ang wheeling charges ng NGCP per kilowatt hour?
Madam Chair, I submit to the opinion of the
Pwede ba
statement
namin
of
malaman?
ERC kasi sila yung nagre-regulate ng prices, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair pala.
Mr. Chair, based on NGCP's own representations dun po sa billing, consumer bill updates nila, for November 2024, for example, the wheeling charges, which we call Power Delivery Service, PDS, in Luzon is 46 centavos per kilowatt hour. In Visayas, it's 36 centavos per kilowatt hour. In Mindanao, 47. On the average in the Philippines, 45 centavos per kilowatt hour.
How does this compare to other countries?
Ay, naku.
So bilang isang regulator,
Apo.
so tama ba na ayon sa concessionaire agreement, ang nakadesignate na regulator ay ang ERC? Tama ba?
Tama po, at ayon din po sa EPIRA. Apo.
Anong role ng DOE?
DOE is the policy side. So if there are any infractions on the, even in the policy, no, or in their franchise, then they go to ERC for whatever penalty or impositions. We just issue the policies.
So pagdating sa PSA, kapag may violations, yung administrative agency sa ilalim ng PSA, yan ang ERC.
Yes, for the regulation, yes.
Okay. So dapat alam ng ERC kung ano ang global comparison. So kung about 46 centavos per kilowatt hour dito, magkano siya halimbawa sa Vietnam?
Madam, Mr. Chair, hindi po, siguro po we can do a survey, may data naman po, pero hindi po madaling mag-compare kasi po in other jurisdictions like Vietnam, as you cited, they are still what we call vertically integrated utility. So yung kakumpara lang po natin in our region, Southeast Asia, would likely be Singapore. Pero we would also caution against comparison.
Kasi masyado maliit.
Masyado pong maliit, tsaka GOCCs din naman po yung ibang
So,
players po
subsidized.
nila. Opo.
So wala kang sense kung mura ba siya o mahal?
Not in the global comparison
Paano,
sense.
anong basihan mo? Di ba, natural monopoly siya. So, paano mo malalaman kung pina-perform niya ang kanyang mandato? Di ba?
Opo. Meron po tayong under the regulatory framework that governs NGCP, meron po tayong tinatawag na building blocks for its reset. Included po doon, yung global comparison po doon, papasok doon sa WACC, for example, because basket of elements po yung magko-compose ng WACC, which includes some global risk component also. Pero maliit lang po yun. Yung other po are performance parameters that the ERC would set. But we also have consultants, na alala ko lang po, na that are also exposed to other jurisdictions.
Okay,
Maybe
so,
they can
long and
provide.
short, ano ang assessment ninyo pagdating sa wheeling charges ng NGCP?
Right now, Mr. Chair, because we are finalizing our reset, I think it has been disclosed and it's public knowledge already that there has been no reset of the NGCP rates since 2011. So, and based on our review, for example, just the WACC component, that should have been adjusted, lowered over
So,
the
mataas.
last few years. So mataas po siya talaga pag dun po natin binase.
Kasi meron akong nakita, well, Google search lang naman, ang nakita ko is sa Vietnam, 0.19 per kilowatt hour. So, pag
Pero
kinonvert
yun nga po,
in
it's
pesos.
government controlled po kasi yung...
Well, yun na nga. So, ba't sinasabi ko nga, well, again, kaya kung gustong tanungin sa inyo, pero, well, unang tingin, ang laki ng difference. So, pwede bang in the next hearing ay bigyan nyo kami ng global comparison?
We will submit, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so itutuloy ko na yung tanong ko relating to the refund. So earlier, nasabi po ninyo na 21 billion yung, should I say, charges na hindi dapat. Tama naman yon, di ba? Is that accurate? From
On the-
2016 to 2022.
That's the franchise tax.
Ito po
Mr.
yung
Chair.
3%
Opo, tama po.
franchise tax na pinasa sa consumers na sa tingin ninyo hindi dapat.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so anong status nun? May pag-asa po ba na i-refund yan?
Yan, based on the hearing in the other committee, Mr. Chair, we've commenced the revisiting of that possibility to refund. We hope to complete it within the month para po makapag-report po kami sa committee ulit ng action ng commission.
So, earlier, tinanong kita, Chair, kung bakit hindi nyo po alam kung magkano dapat yung from 2011 to 2015.
Mr. Chair, just to correct, yung 2011 to 2015, meron pong finalized na third regulatory reset doon. So, okay lang. Yung pong 2016 onwards, yun po yung fina-finalize pa lang
Hindi
po
ba it's just a matter of determining kung magkano ba yung binayad nila na hindi ba ganon ka-straightforward kung ano yung 3% franchise tax?
You're just talking about the franchise tax,
Yes,
Mr.
di ba?
Chair.
Yun yung 21 billion,
yes.
right?
Opo. Meron naman, yun pong franchise tax, madali pong makompute, pero wala po kaming data from
Hindi ba it's as
2011.
simple as if I ask you, magkano yung franchise taxes from 2011 from the time that they operated up to 2022. Magkano po yun?
We can compute it based on what on the AFS, for example, the numbers in the AFS. But, Mr.
Yes.
Chair,
Hindi
what
ba
we-
yun, hindi ba ganun ka-straightforward yun?
Kasi po we wanted to vet it against the payments that they actually made to BIR. Yun po sana yung ano. But we don't have copies of the returns, of their tax
Iba
returns.
po ba yun i-report sa...
Pwede pong iba. Opo. Pwede pong iba.
Hindi, but more or less, hindi naman may iba yun ang malaki, di ba? But so based on the financial statement, and this could be just a tentative number, based on the financial, audited financial
we can
statements.
compute, Mr. Chair, based on the AFS.
But I have it, based on the audited financial statements. Can you confirm that it's about 18 billion? Sorry, would you have it with you, yung total franchise taxes?
I will have it checked, Mr. Chair. Okay. Mr. Chair, just rough calculation from our end, from 2011 to November 2023, that would average, no, even 2022 po, i-cut off natin, that would average about 1.3 million pesos annually. So,
Million?
Billion po, sorry.
1.3 billion annually. Pero paano naging 21 billion yung 2016 to 2022?
Checking now, Mr.
So I was just wondering, because based on the financial statements, yung one, I also got the same number, 1.3 thereabouts, so about 18 billion, which is very different from yung sinabi po ninyo kanina na 21 billion for the period covering 2016 to 2022. So malaki po yung disparity.
Opo, mga 3B. I'm trying to...
Yes, it's about 3.5
Opo.
billion per year
Yes.
for the period 2016 to 2022.
Trying to reconcile that, Mr. Chair. Because
But of course, mas
from
gusto
the
namin yung
total-
3.5.
Apo. Checking po kung how we reconcile. But from the initial numbers based on average, mga 18 nga po.
Sige po, but when you come back sa next hearing, so can you just give us a more, yes, and for the entire period?
Yes, we will do that, Mr. Chair.
Okay. My next question is, bakit po, dun sa nung tinignan po namin ang financial statements, why is there a line for other taxes? Hindi po ba maliwanag naman po sa franchise agreement na nagbabayad lang dapat ang NGCP ng 3% franchise tax in lieu of all other taxes? So bakit po may about
Mr. Chair,
bakit may fees of about 7 billion?
Mr. Chair, there are instances based on our review, but maybe NGCP can provide more details. But based on our review in the reset that we conducted, there were some LGUs that were imposing RPT, real property taxes and local taxes on NGCP. NGCP would pay under protest, but there were collections made. So NGCP would reflect it in their AFS. But from our reset, it's unanimous naman po yung commission dito. We did not allow it. We did not allow it to be passed on to the consumers
But
because
that was only beginning 2023.
yun pong reset namin 2016 po, yung kinocover
So prior
namin.
to that, may determination na po ba kayo that that was passed on to the consumers?
We'll check for the past period, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, in other words, can they please make a more comprehensive assessment with respect to this provision? So, hindi lang po sa franchise tax, kundi dun sa all other taxes na posible pong and fees. Kasi itong provision na to, I believe, refers to not only taxes, but all other fees. Hindi po ba? So, lahat po ng pinasa ng NGCP sa consumer na hindi dapat pinasa sa consumer, kung pwede po sanang matignan at kung paano natin ma-refund sa consumer, not necessarily in a form of rebate, but in a form of, rate adjustments moving forward.
We will do that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, salamat. Next ko po na tanong, ay, nasan po ang representative natin mula sa BIR? Sir, kayo naman, sir, nandyan pala kayo.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Nakikinig naman kayo sa discussion, no?
Yes, Your Honor. Lumabas lang, Your Honor, for restroom, Your Honor.
So first question is, bakit malaki yung difference between yung reported na taxes dun sa financial statements versus actual collections ng BIR? Could you kindly just work na lang with the ERC to do the reconciliation?
Yes, Your Honor. It's already been discussed inside of the Bureau to reconcile or look into this matter, Your Honor. And I will raise this. I will raise the request to work with the ERC, Your Honor, with our principals, Your Honor.
All right. Okay,
Thank you,
salamat. Okay. So my next question, Mr. Chair, is with respect to Section 7. This is on cross-ownership. So kanina po, pinag-usapan natin, actually, I wanted to show the ownership structure, pero diniscuss naman very comprehensively ni Kong Rog. But so I'd like to take off from there. Perhaps we should just ask Commissioner Maceda, because that is from your dissenting opinion. So, ay hindi mo verify ng NGCP ng ating mga nila attorney nila ma'am, hindi nyo ma-verify, right? Yung the first 2 lines. Tama po ba? The last 2 lines, sabi ninyo, yes. But the first 2 lines, you cannot verify.
No, not familiar, Your Honor.
But you know what, curiously, it's actually listed, if you just do a simple Google search, and just Google search Henry C. Jr., it says he's the chairman of the board of Synergy. So, hindi kayo familiar?
What is the query, Your Honor? Whether or not we are familiar with the entire structure and how it works?
Meaning the information that is listed in the first 2 lines.
Hindi po, Your Honor. Katulad nga po na nasabi ko sa kanina, familiar po kami NGCP. Pag nga umahon na sa magulang namin, which is Calaca, Monteoro, and State Grid, hindi na po kami masyadong familiar sa sa corporate structure ng mga yon.
Okay, but anyway, you'll be submitting documents, right?
Yes, Your Honor, and I think there's also a subpoena in that regard, Mr. Chair, to be given to the address that's reflected dun sa GIS po.
Okay. So I'd like to return, Mr. Chair, to Commissioner Maceda. So ma'am, I'd like to ask your opinion if you believe that there is a violation of Section 7 of the franchise agreement on cross-ownership. Particularly the second paragraph, the grantee or any of its stockholders, directors, or officers thereof, or any of their relatives within the 4th civil degree of consanguinity and their respective spouses shall not be allowed to hold any shares of stock in any power industry player as defined in this act. etc. So in other words, kung meron po na pangalan na listed po doon sa ownership structure, if we can pull up the slide na pinakita po kanina, kung meron po sa inyong, nung sinusulat po ninyo ang inyong opinion at ginawa po ninyo yung chart na yan, may napansin po ba kayo na posibleng paglabag po ng cross-ownership provision?
Mr. Chair, Honorable Congresswoman Kimbo, my dissenting opinion principally focused on this structure. In fact, if you look at this structure, you'd find this in the order of the commission itself. This is the May 26, 2022 order. So, earlier on, there were questions as to the source of this document. This was actually a compliance by NGCP. NGCP submitted this to ERC, and it's in page 171 of the prospectus. So, with respect to the cross-ownership, my dissenting opinion did not go into that because I'm limited based on the information made available to us. But with respect to this structure, what I raised in my dissenting opinion is the fact that these corporations have interlocking directors. And if we're talking about public dispersal of shares in a public utility, the intention is to widen the reach of that dispersal. But if you have, for example, and as stated by our SEC representative earlier, when we talk about a share swap, based at least on her opinion right now, there is actually no public offering, but rather a transaction between two corporations or more. And this is exactly what happened here. But to my mind, what is more compelling in terms of concern is the fact that there are interlocking officers or owners in these companies. And to my mind, if you have such a reality, are you able now to meet the economic or share dispersal provision in the Constitution as well as in the Section 8 of 9511, RA 9511?
I should just ask either Chair Mona or Yusek Sharon. So, balikan natin ang cross-ownership provision. Ano bang ibig sabihin noon? Yusek Sharon.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond, I think this is referring to Section 45 of EPIRA, which prohibits the ownership of shares of stock of NGCP, of the transmission operator, directly or indirectly within the fourth civil degree of affinity or consanguinity. So this is under Section 45 of EPIRA. But under...
So in other words, if any of the shareholders of NGCP would be related to
the fourth
any
degree,
shareholder of any other player
Generation,
in generation
distribution.
or distribution. So kunwari, may power plant, hindi siya dapat related
Apo.
doon.
Absolute po yun, under EPIRA. But under the franchise of NGCP, RA 9511, I'm just looking for the provision, Mr. Chair. Section 7, thank you po. Section 7 of RA 9511, the word indirectly is no longer, the phrase directly or indirectly was no longer present. So in effect, it refers to direct share. The prohibition is only on direct shares, and therefore indirect shares, there can be an interpretation that indirect shares can be allowed. Plus, there is an exception that's provided now in 9511.
So that is your interpretation?
It will look like it, Mr. Chair, especially if the proviso is read that the cross-ownership prohibition shall not apply to a relative.
So you are looking at EPIRA.
No, this one po, franchise.
So the franchise, under the franchise,
Section 7 po of the franchise,
Okay.
naglagay na po siya ng exception. Sa EPIRA po, absolute. Sa franchise po, may mga exceptions po siya.
So which proviso allows?
The proviso in Section 7 says that the prohibition does not apply to any stockholder if such relative is any stockholder, director, officer of the grantee, if there is no employment, consultancy, fiduciary, and so on. Plus, if the share ownership is not more than 1% of the total outstanding shares, then that can be part of that's no longer covered by the prohibition. So naglagay na po ng mga exceptions in that absolute prohibition in EPIRA.
So for example, if 1% ka lang sa NGCP, okay lang.
1% po dun sa 1% po dun sa industry player. So may shares ka sa NGCP, tapos meron kang up to 1% in a listed industry player, allowed.
Then you're
po
allowed.
yun. Apo.
So,
Plus,
but
plus there are other exceptions.
okay, so but my question is, because there are possible, right? Just looking at the names, tama ba ako?
Well,
I mean, there are obvious possibilities, right? So have you looked into those?
not yet, Mr. Chair. Compliance with this.
Yes, so yun ang tanong ko. Kasi kayo po ang regulator, tama ba ako? Maliwanag sa concessionaire agreement, kayo po ang regulator. Kayo din po ang administrative agency sa ilalim ng PSA as amended. So kayo ang titingin ng mga paglabag. Tama?
Tama po.
So, kaya po kayo tinatanong.
Yes. Wala pa pong ganung analysis, Mr. Chair, but definitely that is part of
Sige po,
what we
so
should
sa susunod
review.
po na hearing, kung pwede po,
Sige po.
yan na lang po ibaon ninyo na information. Yan po ang isasubmit po ninyo na dagdag na report.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Just, other than the specifics of the provision, Mr. Chair, I think behind this, the spirit of the provision is to disperse ownership, in order to avoid parang mga anti-competitive behavior. And if you have that structure, this is, I'd like to remind lang the body na yung structure na to before pa to ng swapping, ng kung ano man arrangements nila. So ngayong today, there should be a different structure already, especially on the third level ba yun? Or the upper level, no? So ang objective is, there are two limitations. There's a limitation on the cross-ownership side na dapat you don't engage if you're affiliated already. And then the other one is the public offering, Mr. Chair. And seeing the structure, it's a very dangerous situation kasi it's a monopoly. And it can dictate so many moving parts in the energy industry. So I don't know if the objective is with all this, anong tawag ni Congressman, the corporate gymnastics that they have done. I don't know if it supports the spirit of this provision, Madam Chair.
I hope that would be included in your report. Mr. Chair, can we now look into the financials of NGCP? So you started operating
Proceed.
in 2009. From then up to 2023, your total cash dividends is about 242 billion. Is that correct? 242.8 billion. NGCP, anyone who has the financial statements? Or let's start with revenues. Total revenues, 702.5 billion from the time you operated in 2009 up to 2023.
Your Honor, may we know whether the figures are being that you were
From the audited financial
from
statements.
the AFS?
Yes.
And the date of that
From
AFS?
2009, 39.5 billion, 2010, 43.8 billion, 2011, 45.6 billion, 2012, 44.5 billion, 2013, 44.5, 2014, 45.19, 2015, 45.7, 2016, 45.3, 2017, 45.4, 2018, 45.4, 2019, 45.3, 2020, 48.6, 2021, 48.6, 2022, 61.8, 2023, 53.
Your Honor, thank you for that enumeration. Right now, Your Honor, we do not have a copy with us of the AFS, but if-
More or less, what do you know? What number do you know, total revenues? Last year, for example, 2023 full year, would you know that?
I do not have information, Mr. Chair.
Does anybody?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair. The audited financial statements are submitted regularly to Transco, and maybe Transco can report to
Transco?
you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we please ask Transco
Goes recognized.
if they can provide us with the financials of NGCP?
Can you give us a few 1 minute? We'll just
Revenues, net
get the
income,
numbers.
dividends.
Prayer and national anthem.
In the name of Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Heavenly Father, we praise and worship you, your holiness, majesty, and greatness. We remain grateful and thank you for your unwavering guidance that made the performance of our task efficiently and amicably. We humbly ask for the gift of your wisdom, clarity of thought, and patience as we commence our meeting today with love and grace in our hearts. We implore that you endow us with strength and humility as we sit down and confess